With newfound powers come greater challenges and deeper secrets waiting to be unraveled. Welcome to part 2 of the Accidental Animagus. Welcome back to Grimoire Audiobooks. Today we continue the magical journey with part 2 of the Accidental Animagus by White Squirrel, covering chapters 11 to 20. If you've been enjoying the story so far, you're in for more surprises, challenges, and heartwarming moments as this incredible fanfiction unfolds. Disclaimer: as always, this audiobook is based on a fan-created story and is not part of the official Harry Potter canon. All rights to the original series belong to J.K. Rowling. This adaptation is for entertainment and celebrates the creativity of the fanfiction community. In part 2, the stakes get higher as the protagonist explores the depths of their animagus abilities while facing unforeseen trials. The balance between discovery and danger continues to captivate, making this an unmissable chapter in their journey. If you're loving stories like the Accidental Animagus, consider supporting the channel by becoming a member. Members gain access to exclusive content and help us bring more fanfiction audiobooks to life. Now, without further ado, let's dive into part 2 of the Accidental Animagus by White Squirrel. Chapter 11, December 1986. Everyone was safely in bed, or at least was supposed to be. Yet a black and white kitten was lurking in the shadows of the living room, his gaze fixed on the Christmas tree. Harry had waited until all the lights had turned out before sneaking out of bed, easily descending the stairs without making noise on his forepaws. He paused by Rowena, but she just squinted at him in annoyance for waking her and went back to sleep. Harry took up watch from a hidden corner of the living room from which he had a good line of sight to the tree and the fireplace. His feline night vision gave him a clear view of the room that would have been practically invisible for a human. It was the perfect spot to see just what happened when Father Christmas's presents arrived. He was sleepy, but he didn't have as long to wait as he feared. It wasn't even midnight when he heard someone stir, navigating carefully through the darkened house. They stepped over Rowena, but didn't even notice Harry's reflective green eyes at the far side of the room. Sure enough, several new presents soon appeared under the tree. He knew it. February 1987. You know, Harry's never really taken a proper holiday, Dan said. We should go somewhere this summer. That sounds lovely, Emma replied. Where were you thinking of? Well, we haven't been to Spain since before Hermione was born. Fancy some summer sun on the beach? I certainly wouldn't complain, and it would do Hermione some good to get out of the library for a while. Sounds good to me. We can run it by the kids when it's closer to... Hermione, Dan and Emma yelled. They ran toward the scream to find their daughter standing on the sofa and pointing at the floor by the television. There's a mouse over there. It was then that they saw the little rodent poking around the carpet in the corner. But before they could react, Harry ran down the stairs. A mouse? I'll get it. Harry, wait, Emma said, but Harry had already changed to cat form and ran after it. The mouse took off along the wall. Harry ran around the telly and tried to corner it by the side table, but it dodged. Soon, the kitten was weaving in and out around the legs of the furniture pursuing it, narrowly avoiding knocking over 2 lamps and a vase. Harry, stop, Dan said. The mouse took off toward the foyer with the kitten single-mindedly following it. He meowed for Rowena to help out, but the middle-aged cat only got out of the way and let the younger generation handle it. A moment later, the family heard a crash and a yowl and ran into the kitchen, only to find a pleased-looking kitten dropping an unmoving mouse on the kitchen floor. You, Harry, Hermione yelled in protest. Harry changed back to human and said, "I told you I'd get it." Emma looked green at the sight, like her daughter. Dan took it upon himself to dispose of the creature, thankful that Harry at least didn't try to eat it. "Harry, we can see you're good at this," he told his son, "but in the future I think we should use traps to get rid of mice. And go brush your teeth right away, please. God knows where this thing's been." September 1987. The Quibbler. Harry Potter Spotted in Barcelona by Xenophilius Lovegood. A family of British wizards vacationing in Spain last month claims to have seen a boy matching the description of the boy who lived visiting the Catedral de Barcelona on August 17th. The family, which asked not to be identified, reports seeing an English-speaking boy of about 6 years sporting the unkempt black hair attributed to James Potter and Lily Potter's green eyes at the popular Muggle and magical tourist site, accompanied by an unknown family. Harry Potter has not been seen in public since the night of the defeat of He Who Must Not Be Named nearly 6 years ago, and both Minister for Magic Millicent Bagnold and Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore have consistently refused to answer any questions about the boy's whereabouts, saying only that he is being kept safe in an undisclosed location. While most experts have dismissed the report as mere coincidence, refusing to believe that Potter would appear in a foreign country at all, let alone publicly, and with an unknown family, this reporter feels that a very real threat has been overlooked. That Harry Potter has been deliberately moved out of the country by agents of the Rotfang conspiracy in order to prevent him from growing up to oppose their efforts to bring down the ministry from within with dark magic and gum disease. We call on the ministry to conduct an investigation at once to purge undesirable elements from the Auror office and to confirm the safety of young Mr. Potter. Indeed, the continued integrity of Minister Bagnold's government demands immediate action. Story continues on page 3. For more on the Rotfang conspiracy, see page 5. October 1987. Rowena was the first up that night, having never gone to sleep with the heavy rain and thunder going on. As soon as the storm picked up, she took refuge under a chair. Harry, having been tucked in hours before the trouble started, was next, but as the roar of the wind and the cracking and snapping of branches rose in the hour past midnight, the entire family soon followed. At first, Harry and Hermione were told not to worry and to go back to sleep. But Harry's feline sixth sense, even subdued in human form, told him that this was no ordinary storm. A loud crash sounded as a limb fell against the house. The children screamed in their rooms. At that point, Dan and Emma decided that sending them back to bed again would be a futile gesture, so they took a blanket so that the four of them could curl up on the sofa together. They listened to the radio as the weather reports grew more and more dire, and what was first forecast as a typical autumn thunderstorm became what would later be called a 200-year storm. The family huddled on the sofa as the wind grew louder. With each gust, there was a clatter of twigs striking the roof. At times, they could hear shingles blowing away. The storm went on for a long time, but even in the middle of the night, no one could more than half sleep. By 2 o'clock, they would later learn, the winds had reached hurricane force. The line of trees behind the house was groaning and cracking under the strain. Harry started whining and hid his head beneath the blanket. The cracking of branches seemed to cascade. There was a flash of light and a sound of an explosion across the street. And the lights went out. Amid the shouts, they flared back on, flashing 3 times even brighter than normal before going out again. With a crash, a limb came through the picture window, showering broken glass on the floor. The curtains flew open and rain and wind lashed through the window frame. "We have to get out of here," Dan shouted. "I'll cover up the window." "Into the basement," Emma said, trying to pull up the screaming kids and drag them out of the room. Harry and Hermione felt a strange tingling in their nerves, reaching out into the chaos of the room. It was a tingling that Harry felt slightly whenever he changed, but almost never reaching outward. "Watch your feet," Dan said, stepping over the glass. "There's a lot of what they—" All four Grangers watched in amazement as the shards of glass rose into the air. The children felt the strange energy flowing all around the room, and suddenly the shards flew back to the window and arranged themselves into the frame. The cracks melted into a spiderweb pattern and then vanished entirely. The rain and wind beat against the restored window, but it held, leaving only a large branch and a fair amount of water in the living room. "Wow," Dan said. "Did you two do that?" Emma asked the children. I think so," Harry said. Hermione nodded. There was a horrible, wrenching crunch from behind the house as a tree gave way entirely. The children screamed again. And the next thing anyone knew, the sofa flipped itself over and covered both of them. Their parents were caught by their shins and knocked to the floor. When they rose to their feet, all efforts to set the sofa upright again failed, as it seemed to be stuck to the carpet. "Are you all right?" Emma said. A face nearly hidden by a bushy head of hair peered out from under the arm of the sofa. "I'm okay," she said. A whiskered face poked out from the other end and meowed once before pulling back in. Unable to right the sofa again or coax the children out, Dan and Emma had no choice but to sit on the floor with them until the storm ended. The house was rattled from the tree's fall, but they would later learn it was mostly undamaged. The tree apparently fell against another tree, largely missing the roof. Over the next hour, the entire line of trees behind the house blew over one by one like a row of dominoes, miraculously missing all of the houses on the street. It was past 4 by the time the wind finally died down. Only when the sounds outside were reduced to the calm patter of the rain did Harry and Hermione come out from under the sofa. When they finally did, their father quickly found that it wasn't stuck to the floor at all. A gray tabby cat walked down the ruined street that afternoon. Limbs were still down everywhere. The street was barely clear enough to be navigable. Minerva was thankful that she had enough time to get away from school for a short while on a Friday. Albus didn't seem to think the storm was of much concern, but a quick owl to the ministry confirmed that Accidental Magic Reversal Squad was being run ragged all over England by magical children who were frightened by the storm. Since the Grangers weren't in the official directory, she took it upon herself to check in on them. Circling the house in cat form, Minerva could smell the residual magic from last night's events, focused on the living room. Changing in an inconspicuous spot, she went up to the door. "Hello, Professor," Emma said when she answered the door. A letter that morning had warned them to expect company. "Thank you for checking up on us. I'm happy to help, Mrs. Granger. I'm afraid I only have a few minutes free, but after hearing about the storm, I wanted to see for myself that the children were all right and offer any assistance if you needed it." "That's very thoughtful of you. Please come in. Kids, Professor McGonagall is here," she called up the stairs. The children's school had understandably been canceled for the day. Too tired, but otherwise healthy children descended the stairs, uncharacteristically wearing their shoes in the house. Minerva had noticed the wet floor. "Hello, Professor," the children said. "Hello, Harry. Hello, Hermione." I am glad to see you are doing well. I have heard reports of how bad the storm was. And after seeing your street, I can see they were not exaggerated. No, they weren't, Emma confirmed. They're already saying it's the worst in living memory. Yes, well, I understand it was most frightening. My contacts at the ministry say that nearly every magical child in England experienced some form of accidental magic last night. Would I be right in thinking the same thing happened here? The children blushed and looked down at their feet. Yes, Professor, Hermione mumbled. There is nothing to be ashamed of, Minerva reassured them. These things do happen in times of great stress. I dare say I know some adults who would lose control of their magic when faced with this level of devastation. We too often forget that magic pales in comparison with the power of nature. Normally, the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad would repair anything that was damaged by a magical discharge, but given your circumstances, this is not possible, so I came to take care of it myself. If you have anything that needs mending. She trailed off, noticing that quite a few things needed mending, though not necessarily from magic. Actually, Professor, the children didn't break anything with magic, Emma said. She explained what she and her husband had witnessed the night before, and Minerva was relieved that all of their expressions of accidental magic were perfectly normal. The last thing she needed was something else impossible happening around Harry Potter. Although, if you wouldn't mind, we would be grateful if you could help us with some of the storm damage, Emma concluded. Unfortunately, I cannot do anything about the outside of the house, since it would arouse suspicion. However, believe I could help you with your living room. Sure enough, a few drying charms and cleaning charms later, and the living room was as good as new. Thank you, Professor. You just saved us a lot of trouble. Minerva nodded. Professor, a small voice said. Yes, Hermione? Is there a way to control magic without a wand? Minerva was surprised at the question, though she supposed she shouldn't be given the girl's background. It was yet another question that a pure blood wouldn't even think to ask about. If you mean accidental magic, then yes, she explained. As you grow older, you will find it much easier to control your magic when you are feeling strong emotions. However, if you mean controlling it to use it, that is a rare talent, and not my field of expertise. Professor Dumbledore would have first-hand experience with it, but few others would. She paused as she saw Harry looking at her eagerly, and she remembered what Albus had said about the normal rules not applying to the boy. Although, I suppose if anyone could manage it, it would be the boy, who mastered the Animagus transformation at age 5, and his highly gifted sister. She said with an inward smirk, Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be returning to class. Good afternoon. She left the premises and apparat back to the gates of Hogwarts, wondering if she had just created more headaches for herself down the road. Meanwhile, Hermione had dragged Harry back up the stairs enthusiastically. He braced himself as he recognized the look his sister got whenever she was on a mission. Harry, how did that accidental magic feel to you? She asked when they had retreated to the privacy of her room. I don't know, her brother said. Kind of like tingling, like in my arms, like sort of an electric feeling. Yeah, that's how I felt, too. I bet if we can figure out how to control that feeling, we'll be able to do magic without a wand. Harry thought about it. Maybe, he said, but Professor McGonagall says it's hard. So, she doesn't know how you can turn into a cat, either. But neither do I. Well, it's still magic, Hermione insisted. Do you feel the same when you change? He hadn't really thought of it that way before. A little, I guess, but in my chest more, and it's kind of hidden, like I have to go and find it. And then I have to concentrate on my cat form. I think we should try to learn it, she insisted, matter-of-factly. Maybe it's easier than Professor McGonagall thinks, and it could be useful later. Harry knew better than to try to argue with his sister on that. November 1987. Harry scrambled up to the top of the jungle gym. Climbing was second nature to him by now, and his dad had even suggested he take up rock climbing, although no one else in the family was quite up to that. Hermione, Paul, and Tiffany followed him up. They had all become decent at climbing the metal bars in an effort to keep up with him, though of course none of them could. On some days, the foursome climbed up and down all over the jungle gym, or migrated over to the swings, or went out and joined the football game in the field. Other days, like today, they just sat on top of the jungle gym and talked. Paul was regaling them with stories of his cousin's wedding, which by all accounts had been barely controlled chaos. First, the sound system failed entirely. Then the groom had very nearly thrown up at the altar, and the organist had mixed up all the songs. Then, of course, there was the fact that the wedding cake had collapsed due to what his irate aunt had called a bloody design flaw. But when he told them how his crazy uncle had got drunk and started belting out show tunes to the entire reception, they lost it. Harry and Hermione clung tight, but Tiffany started laughing so hard that she lost her balance and fell off her bar. Paul's shout of Tiffany was immediately followed by Hermione's shout of Harry as her brother lunged for their friend at an angle that seemed sure to knock him off as well. Paul and Hermione reached out to them, and the playground monitor ran to help, but none of them could get close enough past the bars. But everyone in sight stopped and gasped as they saw what happened next. Harry was hanging upside down, his knees wrapped around the bar, with Tiffany swinging safely by her hands at the end of his arms in what any Quidditch fan would have identified as a perfectly executed and very difficult Serafini snatch. "Whoa," Tiffany said, looking up to see Harry's face. "Titch, thanks, Harry," she stuttered. She wrapped an arm and a leg around the bars and started to slowly climb down, having had enough heights for one day. "How did you do that?" she asked when she was back on terra firma. "Yeah, that's what I'd like to know," the playground monitor said as she checked them over. "I don't know. I just kind of did it," Harry said sheepishly. "Those are some good reflexes, kid. You should go out for tennis or something." Harry nodded, thinking from what he knew of the wizarding world that he would probably be more interested in them or something. April 1988. The Granger family was out shopping for some new summer clothes when they happened upon a strange-looking individual. They immediately noticed two unusual traits about the little man. First, he was wearing all purple and bore more than a passing resemblance to the Mad Hatter. And second, he was conspicuously bowing to Harry. Either one of those things by itself would have been enough to scream wizard. Excuse me, do we know you, sir?" Dan said, approaching the man. "Oh, no, you wouldn't, of course. Diggle's the name, Dedalus Diggle," the excited man said. He shook Dan's hand before zeroing in on Harry. "Delighted, Mr. Potter. Just can't tell you." He shook the 7-year-old's hand so vigorously that Harry considered utilizing a karate move to get out of it before his mother pulled him away. Pleased to meet you, sir," Harry muttered, a little shaken. "Yes, we appreciate the sentiment, Mr. Diggle, but we are trying to keep a low profile here," Emma said. "Oh, of course. No one will hear anything out of me. My lips are sealed. Thank you," she said curtly. They decided to move on to the next shop, away from the well-meaning but overeager fan. Thank God they're not all like that, they thought. August 1988. Hermione stared at the torch she had set up on her bedside table, trying to feel the energy flowing around her. After comparing notes with Harry, they had determined that the most common effect of accidental magic they had experienced was flickering lights, and they also knew that strong magic interfered with electricity, so it was a natural idea. She decided to start small, and her first experiment in controlling wandless magic was to try to turn a torch off and on again. She had started working on it off and on during the school year, and pestering Harry to do the same, but she had concentrated on it in earnest during the summer. Often, she didn't even get the torch out, instead just focusing on sensing her own magic. It was hard work, since her magic was normally buried so deep that she couldn't feel anything, except when she was too upset to pay attention to it. Harry, even with his control of his animagus ability, wasn't doing much better, but with careful meditation, recalling how she had felt during the great storm, she slowly brought it to the surface. They had received an unexpected help from the wards around the house, since they began paying attention to them. Both children soon found that they could feel a slight tingle of magic every time they passed through them. That went a long way toward being able to identify the feeling of their own magic. Though it was still difficult, Hermione now thought that she could sense the subtle feeling of magic flowing through her body, extending from her fingertips and encircling the torch in thin filaments. She grasped at the feeling and tried to channel more power into it. She felt the magic waver, nearly losing her grip, but it strengthened, and after carefully increasing the pressure without moving the switch, the light bulb in the torch winked out. Yes, unfortunately, with her flow of magic forced open, Hermione's excitement had a stronger effect than she expected. The torch bulb exploded with a small pop, and the overhead lights flickered across the entire second floor. Hermione, her mother knocked on the door. "What's going on?" "Hermione," Harry said from behind her. "I could feel that from my room." "Feel what?" Emma said, suspiciously. Well, this could get awkward, they thought. July 1989. "Hey, Mom, check it out." Harry held up his hands, one above the other, with a pound coin floating and spinning in between them. After nearly a year's worth of work, he and Hermione successfully taught themselves to release their magic without destroying anything, mostly, and they soon turned their attention to levitation, the next obvious thing that Hermione suggested. They started with small things like scraps of paper, paper clips, and feathers before moving up to slightly larger pens and coins. The results still weren't entirely reliable, and it usually took them some time to get it started, but they were making great progress, with Hermione consistently coming out a little ahead, to no one's surprise but her own. Their parents had tolerated these studies, despite the extra headaches they sometimes caused, since they knew it would be useful later, but this was not the best time. "Harry, quit fooling around. The Tonkses will be here soon," Emma ordered. "Sorry, Mom." He snatched the coin out of the air and pocketed it before going back to cleaning. He reflected that it was unfortunate that they hadn't figured out a way to clean the living room with magic. Hermione's efforts to speed up scrubbing the kitchen with magic similarly failed. Thankfully, conventional methods got the job done soon enough. Outside, Ted and Andromeda Tonks approached the Granger house with their confused, pink-haired teenage daughter in tow. Dora Tonks wasn't sure what to expect when her mother said that, as a reward for passing her OWLS and mostly staying out of trouble this past year. though that had more to do with being too busy studying for OWLS. I think you're ready to see what's been going at the secret meetings I've been going to for the past few years. Dora was a little annoyed. Since she had been looking towards an aura career for years, she knew how to keep a secret. But she was mainly torn between curiosity at what kind of secret meetings her parents could be going to and the worry that, even if secret, her mother's political meetings were likely to be profoundly boring. But all that was replaced with utter confusion when her parents apparat her to a Muggle neighborhood south of London. This didn't look like politics. Few politicians would be willing to stoop to this, even among the liberals. Moreover, they seemed to be approaching a house with a mailbox marked the Grangers, which wasn't any wizarding family she'd ever heard of. Then she crossed the property line and promptly froze in shock. Whoa, none of my friends have their houses protected this much, she said as she felt out the wards. Not even Jason Denbright. The Denbrights were one of the richest families that had resisted He Who Must Not Be Named's call during the war, and they had shelled out for what she had thought were pretty good wards, but not like this. She could swear she saw her mother smirk at her. What was this place? The whole setup screamed deep cover, probably someone in hiding since they were so far from any other wizards. Amazingly, the obvious answer given her mother's position eluded her, mainly because she didn't pay enough attention to her mother's political work, and to the extent she did, she had no sense of her consulting with anyone. Her mother knocked on the door, and a man about her parents' age answered it, wearing Muggle clothes. "Hello, Andy, Ted," the man said warmly. Andy? No one called Dora's mother Andy. Not even her father called her mother Andy. And Aunt Narcissa had got out of the habit, too. The only living person who called her that was supposed to be rotting in Azkaban. "Good afternoon, Dan," Andy said, apparently unperturbed. "This is our daughter, Nymphadora." Dan had looked at her strangely when she felt her hair bleach white in surprise. She willed it back to her normal bubblegum pink as she stammered out, "JJ, just Dora. Please. Watcher, Mr. Granger." She stepped forward and shook his hand. "It's good to finally meet you, Dora," he replied. "Please come in." He led them into the living room, where the rest of the family was waiting. "Dora, I'd like to meet my wife, Emma, our daughter, Hermione, and you can probably recognize our adopted son." She spotted the scar right away. "Bloody hell, it's Harry Potter," she yelled, very nearly falling over. Harry's eyes went wide as he stared back at her, and the rest of his family flinched. "Bloody hell, your hair turned green," he yelled back. "Language," all of the other females in the room said at once. Dora's hair had not only changed to a bright electric green, but was also sticking out in all directions as if it were electrically charged. With difficulty, she forced it back to normal. Then she laughed. She had just managed to surprise Harry Potter as much as he had surprised her. This meeting was looking up already. "Dora is a metamorphmagus," her mother explained. "She was born with a rare ability to change her physical appearance at will. It can get a little out of control when she gets excited, though." She rolled her eyes at her mother and matched her mousy brown hair. Then she did something a little harder and copied both Harry's messy black hair and his facial features. She winked at him before shifting back. Harry laughed at that. "Can you look like a cat?" he said. "Harry," Emma scolded, but Dora was more than willing to take the challenge for him, and it was better than the boys at school usually asked to see. "Cat, huh? That's a tough one," she said. She had to do it step by step to get it right, first growing brown hair all over her face, then changing her nose and mouth to a cat's muzzle. Then the hard part, She pushed her ears up into large triangles on top of her head and morphed her eyes to vertical pupils. She held the pose for a moment before releasing it, her face snapping back like a rubber band. She took a deep breath of relief and shook her head to clear it. "Wow, cool," Harry said. "I grew my hair back once, but I think it was accidental magic." "Probably," Andy said. Dora's hair changed color to whatever she was looking at for 8 months. After she was born, Dora was quick to change the subject. "So, Harry," she said, leaning towards the boy and working up the nerve to ask it, "how did you end up here in the Muggle world?" Harry told her the story, with just a little help from his parents, she thought, with a start. That was unexpected. He explained how he had been placed with a Muggle aunt and uncle who were so mean that he ran away from home, eventually winding up with the Grangers, where his adoptive sister was a Muggle-born witch. Dora was sure there was more to it than that, but the pieces still fell into place. She had heard the rumors that Harry had been placed with a Muggle family, so he would have been raised with relatively little knowledge of the magical world. Though surely more than nothing, he was Harry Potter after all. As his proxy, her mother was probably his main contact. And of course, she would let a famous little boy call her cousin Andy. "Well, it looks like you've done pretty well for yourself," she told him. "Blimey, do you know how big this news is going to be when you go to Hogwarts?" "Unfortunately," Emma groaned. "Oh, sorry. That's why Dumbledore wanted him in the Muggle world in the first place," Andy said. "It's not about hiding anymore, so much as it's about giving him some space. Dumbledore set up the wards, didn't he?" Dan and Emma looked surprised that she made the connection so quickly, but the children just nodded, knowing that she would have felt them upon entering. "So what's new on the other side?" Dan changed the subject. "The other side?" Dora thought. That was a new one. "Well, the most important news is that Minister Bagnall announced her retirement. So, there's going to be an election next spring," her mother said. "Unless Dumbledore surprises everyone and actually runs this time. It looks like the leading candidates are Barty Crouch, the head of Magical Law Enforcement, and Cornelius Fudge, the head of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. It's hard to say who will win right now, and I'm not sure who I'm voting for either." Crouch took a tough line on the Death Eaters in the war, but he also sent his own son to die in Azkaban on, honestly, kind of shaky evidence. He's become known as rash and belligerent, but Fudge, by all accounts, is ineffective, wishy-washy, and a politician's politician. He's been courting the moderates in the Wisengamot so far, but he looks like the type who will be easy for Lucius Malfoy to buy out. It sounds like either candidate would be a step down," Dan observed. "Sadly, yes. Bagnall's done a pretty good job. I've tried to ask Amelia Bones. She's the head, or Augusta Longbottom, and Elphia's Doge to run, but none of them will touch it with a 10-foot pole. Well, you always say if you want something done right, do it yourself," Dora said, rolling her eyes. Her mother had been complaining about the election all month. Andy glared at her. "And then Harry would need a new proxy. We need Enid Croker-Free to cover the black seat. So the next in line would be Arthur Weasley. And frankly, as good as he is behind the scenes, they'd eat him alive in the chamber." Dora noted that she conveniently left out that she wouldn't touch the minister position with a 10-foot pole either. She heard Dan mutter something about small-town politics under his breath. "Anyway, I have a couple of initiatives I'm trying to push up to before the election, but you can read about those later," Andy said, handing over a sheaf of papers. "So, any plans for the rest of the summer?" "Yes, we're going to Italy next month," Emma said. "Oh, wonderful," Andy replied. "I haven't been since I was a girl." My favorite was Magical Naples, but the Muggle sites are beautiful, too. Dora soon struggled to keep up as her parents asked the Grangers about their plans, and then about the children's time in school, and their various exploits. Not having gone to Muggle primary school, she wasn't familiar with some of the jargon, but she quickly got that Hermione was the quiet, bookish one, while Harry was the more outgoing one. Good, he's going to need it, she thought. But both of them, by all accounts, were very bright and surprisingly normal. She hadn't quite expected Harry Potter to be like the books said, but it was hard not to picture a great wizard waiting in seclusion until the time he was needed, like Merlin. Dora was interrupted from her thoughts when Hermione started asking her what Hogwarts was like. Well, it is the most magical place in all of Western Europe, she said. All towers and moving staircases, and floating candles and ghosts and talking portraits. Talking portraits? Wow, this was too easy with Muggle-borns. I bet you're excited to start learning magic when you're old enough. Aren't you? Hermione blushed uncomfortably at that. Harry grinned nervously, and then said, "Can we show them what we've been working on? Mum? Please." Their parents looked at each other, and Emma said, "Oh, I suppose so. It's not really a secret." Harry smiled broadly. He took a coin from his pocket and placed it in his palm. He waved his other hand over it and started whispering to himself, "Come on, come on, come on." Dora watched, wondering if he was actually going to do what he looked like he was trying. But with his continued effort, the coin rose into the air. Bloody hell, Dora yelled. "Sweet Merlin," her mother said. Her father fell back on his Muggle upbringing with, "Good Lord, Dan," and Emma started laughing at the Tonkses, which surprised them almost as much. Hermione stared intently at the coin and then, extending 2 fingers, slowly levitated it towards herself. Their visitors looked back and forth between the 2 children, open-mouthed. "Really?" Dan said, "You're the ones who live in a magical world, and you find that impressive?" Wandlessly, Andy said, "At not quite age 9 and 10? Yes. Most people never even try wandless magic, and almost no one gets good at it. But wouldn't it be useful?" Hermione said, "What if you lose your wand?" Losing your wand is a really serious, or at least the way most people think of it. It is. It basically means you've lost. Well, if you could levitate your wand back to you, you wouldn't have to lose. Dora took an immediate interest in that. She was fast catching on to the Muggle-raised children's ability to point out the obvious. She bet Mad-Eye Moody could do wandless magic just fine. But how can you even do that? Haven't you got a warning for underage magic? Andy shook her head. No, it's wandless magic. It'll show up as accidental magic at the ministry. Oh, now you tell me, Mum. So how did you learn it? Did you get a book or something? Oh, no, they taught themselves, Emma said. Really? Emma, Hermione nodded. It took us almost 2 years to learn this, but it's getting easier. You have to feel for the magic and sort of shape it to do what you want. We practiced by feeling our wards, Harry added. Well, I know what I'm doing for my NEWT Charms project now, Dora said. I can't believe you kids are learning magic before you even start school. Well, we do need to train, Hermione said firmly. Train. We want them to be as well trained in self-defense as possible, Dan explained soberly. Just in case Voldemort ever comes back. Dora let out a loud yelp and fell out of her chair. Dumbledore's influence, her mother said before she could cause a bigger scene. Blimey, Mum. Warn me next time. The Grangers suppressed a snicker at her expense as she climbed back into her seat. Anyway, that's why they've been taking karate since we adopted Harry, Dan continued. What's karate? By the time the demonstration was over, Dora decided that at the rate these children were going, she might be taking lessons from them one day. Both of them were brown belts, now, whatever that meant. Harry was a few months ahead of Hermione, but the speed and force with which they both moved were dazzling. Then Harry goaded their father into letting them use boards. When both children snapped 3/4-inch thick planks of wood clean in two with blows that Dora was sure could equally break her arms, she fell off her chair again. No doubt, if she went up against either of them without a wand, she would assuredly get her arse kicked. The wizarding world was in for a big surprise 2 years from now. Chapter 12. December 1989. There are worlds out there where the sky is burning, and the sea's asleep, and the rivers dream. People made of smoke, and cities made of song. Somewhere there's danger, somewhere there's injustice, and somewhere else the tea's getting cold. Come on, Ace, we've got work to do. Ace totally would have been cooler with super cat powers, Harry said. Well, of course you'd say that. Hermione shot back. I think it's better that she resisted violence and let the doctor solve it. Girls, he muttered under his breath. Well, she put her hands on her hips. Isn't the show about brains over brawn? Anyway, I certainly think so, Emma defended her. Harry mumbled something and turned away with a very feline look of ignoring them. You're not going to start going on about the thrill of the hunt, are you? Hermione said anxiously. Maybe, Harry said, staring back at her. He focused and tried to morph just his eyes and his teeth to cat form, like the master, but from Hermione's reaction, he didn't think it was working. His sister rolled her eyes at him. I'm just glad you're too small to hunt anything bigger than a squirrel. Harry grinned evilly at her and hissed slightly. How fast can you run, sister? Hermione ran up the stairs with Harry chasing her. Kids, behave, their mother yelled up after them. The lights flickered from hastily cast wandless magic. It still wasn't very powerful in direct effects, but the spillover could still be strong when the children got overexcited. A moment later, a mewling black and white kitten ran flat out back down the stairs. Emma took the first couple of steps up, then stopped and shook her head. No, I don't want to know. April 1990. That Saturday was easily the hardest and longest Harry had ever pushed himself. Much harder than his week's wandering as a kitten long ago, harder than his most rigorous efforts to train himself in magic. He had been specifically preparing for this day for a solid month. It was a full day of demonstrations, assessments, strength tests, and sparring matches. Paul and Tiffany had shown up to cheer him on, and Grandma and Grandpa Granger had come down from Manchester to see him, even though Grandma mostly hid her eyes whenever he was sparring on the floor. Cousins Ted and Andy were there, too, and even old Miss Wilkins stopped by near the end of the day to see how Here One Time Case was doing, though no one was sure who had told her the test was that day. Sensei John commented that Harry seemed to be a very popular boy. His family silently recollected that he didn't know the half of it. The day nearly ended in disaster early on when he landed a badly misaimed strike on his sparring partner, and pain shot up his arm. He knew enough to know that a botched strike like that could have broken his wrist, but after a few minutes of recovery, it seemed to be intact. An ankle rolling out from under him nearly floored him again, but he knew how to fall to avoid putting too much pressure on it, and he bounced right back up. Most of Harry's demonstrations did go well, but it was still incredibly hard work. By the end of the day, his arms were aching from the strikes, and he was sure his legs were going to give out, but he somehow managed to keep his feet. His final sparring match of the day came up against one of the other equally tired candidates who had been running the gauntlet all day, a boy who was for years his senior. Making the grade didn't depend on his winning the match, but it did depend on showing appropriate competence, even after everything else. They put on their safety gear and bowed to each other, and then the match began, with fists and feet flying. Andy and Ted had been impressed with the children's demonstrations before, but seeing Harry hold his own like that against an equally trained boy twice his size, moving like a trained-er, even after a longer day than any battle of the war had been, brought the thought of the boy who lived legend back to their minds. The difference was that he had done this himself by hard work. If he couldn't escape the legend, they thought, then at least he could make it his own. An hour later, the candidates were lined up for the promotion ceremony. Most of them had passed, but not all. Sensei John stood up and spoke to the crowd. Today, we recognize 6 students who have completed the mental, physical, and technical requirements for promotion to the rank of First Dan, commonly known as a first-degree black belt. This rank is both a sign of skill and achievement and a call to continued study and self-improvement. Please step forward when I call your name to receive your belt and certificate. Sarah Armstrong, Charles Connor, Kathy McCoy, Adam Nicholson, Harry Potter. Harry's family and friends cheered as he stepped forward, and his father took pictures as he removed his brown belt, and Sensei John tied a black belt around his waist. And I will add that Harry is the youngest First Dan recipient we've had in 3 years. Congratulations, Harry. Harry bowed to Sensei John and hugged him in thanks. He returned to the adulation of his family, humming to himself, as Tyler Spencer was the last to receive a belt that day. Congratulations, Harry, Hermione said, hugging him. I just hope I can get mine before we go to boarding school, she said with a glance around. Of course you will, Mione, Harry told her. You've still got over a year. But I'm not even at first Q yet, she said. But you test next week, and you'll definitely pass. No one else has the moves memorized as well as you do. She smiled weakly. She'd been training for her test as much as Harry had been training for his. Thanks, Harry. I think this calls for a celebration, Dan said. What do you say we go out for barbecue? Really? Yes, Harry yelled, leaping in triumph. With his strong taste for red meat, he always enjoyed the one American-style barbecue restaurant for miles around. The rest of his family had never seen the appeal, but this was a day worth celebrating in his preferred way. June 1990. The Granger family strolled past the rides during their annual trip to Blackpool Pleasure Beach, heading back for another spin on the Wild Mouse, a ride Harry insisted was very aptly named. Dan and Harry were bigger fans of the roller coasters than Emma and Hermione, but they all had a lot of fun whenever they went, and Harry especially couldn't get enough of them. After everything he had heard about Quidditch, he was eager to learn to fly, and this was the closest he was going to get until he could get his hands on an actual broom. They paid no attention to the gaggle of boys, and a couple of adults passing them in the other direction until one of the boys yelled out, "Come on, we have to get to the avalanche." "Hold your horses, Dudley," a stern voice sounded from a woman who was clearly unhappy with having to chaperone. Harry froze stiff. He knew those voices. And today was the 23rd, wasn't it? "Dudley," he squeaked out. The boy who was shouting stopped and turned to look at him. Harry also snapped around to face the boy, who immediately spotted the scar on his forehead. "Harry," Dudley Dursley said in shock. Dudley wasn't fat anymore. He was still a little chunky, but he looked to be in decent shape and was dressed up more than was really ideal for an amusement park. What was that? A large, dominating woman with shoulder-length blonde hair and a slight mustache stepped forward and looked down her nose at Harry. Marjorie Dursley. She also recognized the scar and the awful messy hair, and a scowl crossed her face. Harry hunched over, staring up at the woman, unblinking, bared his teeth, and bent slightly at the knees in preparation to flee. He had to fight his first instinct to change to cat form and run away, and his second instinct to throw out a wild karate kick at the pair. "Harry, calm down," Hermione ordered, taking him by the shoulder. His family knew that pose too well, the human version of a scared angry cat pose. It had surfaced a few times when he had first started sparring in karate, and it had never ended well. Unfortunately, his former aunt couldn't keep her opinion to herself. "Harry Potter," she said disdainfully, "I didn't think I should ever see you again. You're the little brat who gave my brother so much trouble." "Aunt Marge," Dudley said nervously, trying to warn her off Harry's obvious anger. He didn't really know about magic per se, but Vernon had made it abundantly clear to his son that it was Harry's freakishness that had got him sent to prison. "Excuse me, madam." Dan stepped in front of Harry, looking her straight in the eye. "I'll thank you not to talk to our son that way." Marge Dursley was not accustomed to people standing up to her. "So you're the adoptive parents then?" she said, taking the same tone with Dan as she had with Harry. "I do hope you're keeping that boy in line. I can't endorse my brother's methods, but the boy was nothing but trouble from the start." Dan bristled. "The only trouble that boy ever had was how your brother treated him, Miss Dursley. He's always been the best son we could have hoped for with us." Marge wasn't backing down. "If that's so, then you're lucky," she said. "Trouble runs in his family. Comes from the mother, of course. I see it all the time in dogs. I'm sure you know about that worthless drunk. Died in a car crash, and then her sister." "Don't talk about my mother like that." Harry screamed. The air began to swirl loudly around them. "Harry, stop!" Hermione yelled, jumping in front of him. "Aunt Marge, watch out." Dudley whimpered. "He's going to use his freakishness." Emma wrapped her son in a hug from behind. "Harry, calm down, it's okay." Hermione felt Harry's magic subside, and then whirled around to face his relatives. "Both of you leave Harry alone," she said. Aunt Marge was unimpressed. "And just who do you think you are, little girl?" "I'm Harry's sister, Hermione, and I'm a more powerful freak than he is." Dudley went very pale and whispered something that sounded like "Mimblewimble." Dan intervened again before Marge could say anything further. "And if you won't listen to her, you'll listen to me. Leave my family alone." She finally broke under his stare. "Come along, Dudley," she said, grabbing her nephew by the wrist and dragging him back to the group. "There's no need for us to associate with these people. Loon's the lot of them." She kept muttering under her breath, but Dudley looked back to them and nervously called out, "Harry, I'm sorry about before." He turned away and kept walking. He might not like his cousin, but he couldn't help but feel a little solidarity with him, since Aunt Marge was always so fond of insulting both of their mothers in the same breath. December 1990. "This is the last easy chance we'll have to tell them," Dan said, whilst pouring himself a cup of tea. He was sure he was going to need it. "I know," Emma replied. "I wish it didn't have to be at Christmas, too, but it's getting harder for them to come around at any other time. Dan, we have this conversation every year. I know it'll have to be Christmas if we tell them at all." It's going to be hard to spring on them. You know how hard it was for us. How could I forget? But I can't stand keeping secrets from my parents anymore. They deserve to know their grandchildren are magical. You're not going to tell them everything, are you? Emma said. About Voldemort and all that. No, I don't think they need to know all the details. But it's bad enough the kids won't be able to use wands outside of school, according to Andy. Mom and Dad should at least be able to know where they're going to school and why. And are we going to have the kids demonstrate their wandless magic for them? Well, that was the idea. Look, they haven't destroyed anything in months, and they're good enough at it now to do it convincingly. Isn't that about what you said last year, Dan? Maybe, but you can't deny they've got better. Emma, I think they're ready. Emma sighed. I'm sure they are, but I'm worried about how your parents will react. You know, they're more traditional than we are about that kind of thing. And with Harry's history, I know, dear, but I really think if we explain it, Mom and Dad will understand. Emma sat down and took a sip of tea. Well, you're right. It is the last Christmas before they go to school. I guess we can warn the kids, and if they're okay with it, we'll tell them. Dan kissed her on the cheek. Thank you, dear. The only other question is, do we tell them before or after Christmas? She laid her forehead on her hands. In other words, do we risk ruining Christmas or pull a bait and switch on them? Or you could say, do we get it out of the way early or wait until the holiday stress is over? Not helping, Dan. Well, the kids are old enough to make their own decisions now. Come on, let's go talk to them. They headed out to the living room, where the kids were watching the tail end of whatever the television show du jour was, which didn't seem to have impressed them. I still can't believe they haven't made any more Doctor Who, Hermione complained. Well, there was that Search Out Science episode, Harry said, which was completely ridiculous. Honestly, why wouldn't the robot be able to figure out the puzzles? And Ace doesn't make sense on a quiz show either. I just hope they get the show started again before we go to Hogwarts. Don't worry, we can always tape it, Dan interrupted. Hermione, Harry, we need to talk. The children decided, even after their mother's warning, to tell their grandparents before Christmas on the evening they arrived. After dinner, they all sat around the living room with a few candles lit for the season, and Dan turned off the telly for a serious discussion. Mom, Dad, listen, he said, struggling to meet their eyes. There's something we've been keeping from you, something pretty major. Dan, what's wrong? Grandma said. Nothing's wrong, Mom. That's not what I meant. He took a deep breath. The truth is that Hermione and Harry are magical. Grandma and Grandpa both broke into an uncertain laugh. Magical, Grandma said. What do you mean? I mean, Hermione is... He still thought the term was unfortunate. A witch and Harry is a wizard. They can do magic. Magic, Grandpa said. You mean like a stage show? He stopped as Hermione waved her hand towards an empty teacup in smallest swish and flick pattern, and it rose into the air. Harry followed suit with the saucer. Oh my goodness. The children floated the teacup and saucer around the room. Grandpa frantically ran his hands all around them to check for wires. Even after all this time, these were still about the largest things they could levitate, but they could at least do it on command. Now, and Hermione reasoned that if it was enough to pick up a wand, that was the most important skill they could learn. How? But that's impossible. No, it's magic, Hermione said proudly. Grandpa sat open-mouthed. He tapped a finger against the teacup, and it drifted away. You did that just by waving your hand. We'll be able to do more when we get wands, Hermione said. We'll be old enough to buy wands next summer. So this is real magic, Grandma said. You can wave a wand and say a braca. No, for voices shouted. The teacup and saucer fell. The saucer hit the corner of the coffee table and cracked in two. Sorry, Harry muttered in embarrassment. He picked up the two halves of the saucer and set them together on the table. He ran a finger over the crack, and the pieces fused together again. Grandma's and Grandpa's eyebrows shot up. No, I'm sorry, Dan explained. I should explain. We told you that Harry's birth parents were killed in a terrorist attack. But the truth is that it was a magical terrorist, and he used a dark spell that sounds a lot like that word. He's gone. Now, basically. But it's still not a word that you want to say around magical people. Oh, that's terrible. I'm so sorry, Harry, Grandma said. Harry blinked at her slowly, and then nodded, snapping back into human etiquette. Luckily, as far as we know, alakazam, bippity-bop-pitty-boo, hocus-pocus, open sesame, presto-chango, and simsalabim are all complete nonsense, Emma said, trying to lighten the mood. Cousin Andy had been quite amused by that list. We have been working on some other real spells, though, Hermione said eagerly. Grandma and Grandpa looked rather uncomfortable, but they nodded for the children to continue. Hermione pointed at one of the candles, and it blew out. Harry repeated her action with another candle, though noticeably slower. And between them, they extinguished all of the candles in the room. Then Hermione extended her hand toward the first candle and, with a look of concentration, snapped her fingers. The candle lit up. They didn't get all of them on the first try, but all of the candles in the room were soon burning again. Their grandparents sat silently. Hermione then held up a sheet of paper from a notebook and, with a two-fingered swipe, cut it in half. Harry successfully repeated the feat. With a little more practice, that'll be great for chopping vegetables, their mother said. Okay, that's enough, Grandpa said sharply. Look, Dan, I don't fully understand what's going on here, but this isn't safe. I mean, dabbling in the occult, conjuring spirits. Dad, it's not that kind of magic. Dan was silently relieved that his father's reaction wasn't any worse. They're not conjuring spirits or anything like that. They were born with it. It's genetic, Robert, Emma admitted. Harry's birth parents were magical, and so were my grandparents on my mother's side. But this defies the laws of science. It's not natural, Grandpa insisted. Harry stiffened but said nothing. Only as we know them, Emma countered. You know, Dan and I are trained in the sciences. Believe me, we were as shocked as you are. But electricity, television, computers, they all would have been called magic 200 years ago. We still don't understand how the brain works or how life began, but we probably will one day. Everything we've seen so far seems to suggest that there's nothing really supernatural about what wizards call magic. It's just science that we don't understand yet. She right, Dad, her husband said. We've seen some magic ourselves, and we've read a lot about magical history, and it reads a lot more like inventions and machinery and computer programs than it does mediums and occult rituals. We honestly believe that it could be broken down scientifically if we had the opportunity. Grandpa leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes, trying to process what he had just seen. But why didn't you tell us? Grandma exclaimed. We wanted to, Vera, Emma explained. We very nearly did last year. But wizards have laws to keep magic a secret from Moo, from non-magic people. She was amazed at how easily she fell into the jargon after this many years. Technically, we're not even supposed to tell you, but they'll look the other way because you're close family. You certainly can't tell anyone else. And more to the point, Dan added, we wanted to wait until Harry and Hermione were good enough at magic to demonstrate it to you, Dan added. It's taken them all this time just to get this far. And believe me, they've barely got started. Wait, laws. Grandpa said, there's a whole society with its own government, Dad. There's about 10,000 of them in Britain. That's why we wanted to tell you, Emma said. Next fall, the kids will be going to a magical boarding school in Scotland to learn actual spells. It's supposed to be the best in the world. You deserve to know where they're going and what kind of education they're getting. Grandpa sighed heavily. A school? A government? Magical science. He was silent for a long time. Well, you're right about one thing. It will be great for chopping vegetables. The tension broke. The other adults started laughing, and the children broke into broad smiles and leapt up to hug their grandfather. Dan and Emma all but collapsed into tears when they went to bed that night over how well Robert and Vera had taken the news. The next few days were filled with wonder and laughter as the two of them were regaled with tales of the magical world. Dan and Emma told them the official story of how they had met Harry and about his cousins and the few other magicals they had met. The children shared the more humorous episodes they had read in A History of Magic and their favorites from the tales of Beetle the Bard that Cousin Andy had sent them last year. And, of course, they answered the older Grangers' many questions about Hogwarts and the magical world in general. When Christmas morning came, two owls appeared outside the kitchen window. Ted and Andy had sent Hermione an autographed copy of Hogwarts, A History by Bathilda Bagshot, and had sent Harry an autographed copy of Quidditch Through the Ages, which was somewhat more impressive considering they had never even heard of Kenilworthy Wisp. Dora had sent each of them a box of Honeydukes chocolate, which even Harry had to agree was some of the best he'd ever had. An attached note said that the candy was safe for Muggle consumption, prompting some concern that there might be some out there that wasn't. In the end, it was universally agreed in the Granger household that this was the best Christmas ever. January 1991. Today, we recognize 3 students who have completed the mental, physical, and technical requirements for promotion to the rank of First Dan. Sensei John repeated the standard speech. This rank is both a sign of skill and achievement and a call to continued study and self-improvement. Please step forward when I call your name to receive your belt and certificate, Hermione Granger. Hermione ran forward eagerly, barely containing a squeal of glee that really ought to be beneath her maturity level, she thought. She also very nearly bowled over Sensei John when she hugged him after he gave her black belt. Hermione is the second black belt in her family, he said. Her brother, Harry Potter, made First Dan last year. Sadly, Hermione and Harry will be leaving us this fall when they go to boarding school in Scotland. They have been 2 of the most dedicated students I have ever had the pleasure to teach, and while we'll be sorry to see them go, I'm sure they will be continuing their training with the same enthusiasm they've put into the last 5 years. Yes, Sensei John, Hermione said firmly. Her family smiled knowingly. July 1991. Why, Professor McGonagall, what a surprise. Good morning, Mrs. Granger. I hope this is not a bad time, said the witch, who was uncharacteristically dressed in Muggle clothes that, if a little old-fashioned, looked perfectly normal. Not at all. Please come in. Emma led her to the kitchen where the rest of the family was eating breakfast. Oh, "Good morning, Professor," Dan said when he saw her. "Good morning, Professor," the children echoed. "Cup of tea?" Emma asked. "No, thank you. I'm afraid I can't stay for long." "Harry, Hermione, I'm here because I have something very special for both of you." She drew 2 envelopes from a sheaf of parchments. "These are your Hogwarts acceptance letters." Both children gasped in delight and rose from their seats. They waved their hands toward McGonagall, and the letters levitated out of her hand and across the table, where they snatched them out of the air. Her eyebrows rose in surprise. These two were becoming entirely too proficient for their own good. "Children, that's not polite," Emma scolded. "Sorry," they mumbled. McGonagall lapsed back into her stern professor voice. "Mr. Potter, I am certain that you and your sister are going to be just as much a handful as your father and his friends were. Merlin help us all." A nervous laugh circled the room as Harry and Hermione read their letters. "We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Harry asked in confusion. "Oh, you won't need to worry about that. I had to remind the headmaster that you don't actually have an owl," McGonagall said. She turned to the rest of the family. "There is an orientation to the magical world for Muggle-born students on Saturday beginning from King's Cross Station in London, which I encourage all of you to attend. You will be able to do your shopping at that time. And I will, of course, accompany you personally to fend off Harry's admirers." Dan and Emma quickly looked over the letters. "Thank you, Professor. That's very generous of you. We'll be there, of course," Dan said. "Excellent. I apologize for cutting this short, but I have 5 more visits to make today, and all of those will require a great deal more explaining." The Grangers all nodded knowingly, thanking the fates that they had got their introduction to the magical world out of the way when Harry first showed up on their doorstep. "We'll see you Saturday then," Emma said. "Indeed. Good day." She showed herself out. "I can't believe we're finally going to Hogwarts," Hermione exclaimed. "I can," Harry teased her. "We've known about it for years, but we never get to see it. And Hogwarts. A history says it's unplottable, so we couldn't even find it without using magic. And we haven't even been to magical London yet." "Well, we'll all get our chance this weekend," Emma said. "We should probably send a letter to Cousin Andy. I'm sure she'll want to know about this, Dan." Her husband was still looking over the letters. "Is it a bad sign that this supply list actually makes sense to me?" he said. Emma laughed. "Get used to it, Dan. We're in this for the long haul. Now, yes, dear." Chapter 13. The Grangers arrived at King's Cross Station early on Saturday morning. And in a rare occurrence, possibly the only time it would happen, they knew less than the other Muggle-born families did. For starters, it seemed odd to be meeting at a train station when the shopping was in London anyway, which the others had presumably had explained to them. They reached platform 10 early. They weren't sure how they would identify the other Muggle-born witches and wizards before McGonagall got there. Harry and Hermione couldn't sense magic unless someone cast a spell, or if Harry changed to cat form, but they needn't have worried. When they reached platform 10, there was a well-dressed couple and a tall, dark-haired boy wandering around the area, looking confused. "Oh, my goodness," Emma said. "Is that Sir William Finch-Fletchley?" Dan looked closely at the family. "Yes, I think it is." "Who would have thought?" "Who's he?" Hermione asked. "We've seen him at charity functions a couple of times," her mother answered. "The Finch-Fletchleys are very active in London society. They do have that new-to-magic look, though." Dan walked up to the man in a suit and said, "Excuse me, Sir William? Are you waiting for Professor McGonagall here? The Finch Fletchleys turned to see the newcomers in surprise. Yes, we are, Mr. Granger. Daniel Granger. I think we may have met at some function or other. Could be. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Granger. This is my wife, Phyllis, and our son Justin. Likewise, Dan said. My wife, Emma, our daughter, Hermione, and our adopted son, Harry Potter. They both start at Hogwarts this year. The Finch Fletchleys raised their eyebrows at how Dan had singled out Harry, but they were interrupted before they could get an explanation. Hogwarts, a voice called from down the platform. Is this the Hogwarts group? Yes, come on over, Emma said. A family of 4 approached them, and a boy with dirty blonde hair was introduced to Harry and Hermione as Kevin Entwistle. His sister, Annabelle, appeared to be a couple years younger, but excitedly told anyone who would listen that she was a witch too. A few minutes later, a single mother came hurrying up to platform 10 with 3 children in tow. They introduced themselves as the Boot family. Terry Boot, the oldest, looked excited, but the younger pair seemed to be annoyed that their mother had dragged them out of the house on a Saturday. They were definitely the most dressed-down family on the platform. Even after all these years, Harry could easily tell that all 3 children were in second-hand clothes, though they at least fit properly. They had just got through the latest round of introductions when there was a loud crack at the corner of the platform, and Professor McGonagall appeared with a father and daughter, who promptly tumbled to the ground in a heap. My apologies, McGonagall said as they staggered to their feet. Portkey travel can be difficult for the uninitiated. She scanned the small crowd that had gathered around her. Good, it appears that we're all here. I would like to introduce Malcolm and Sophie Roper. The Perks family was not able to join us today. Thank you all for coming. This is the official orientation for all Muggle-born and Muggle-raised, she added, eyeing Harry, students attending Hogwarts this fall. Now, the first order of business is to acquaint all of you with the way your children will be getting to the school. The Hogwarts Express leaves at precisely 11 o'clock on the 1st of September from Platform 9 3/4. I have all of your tickets here. Several heads turned back and forth between the signs for Platform 9 and Platform 10. McGonagall handed the tickets to the parents and led them a few paces to the barrier. The entrance to Platform 9 3/4 is concealed by the barrier here. A witch or wizard, or anyone wearing an anti-Muggle charm, can simply walk through the wall onto the platform. Like this, she turned around and walked forward. There were gasps of astonishment when she reached the wall and disappeared. A moment later, she came back out of the wall and faced the group. I would like all of you to step through the barrier so that you know what to expect. Many people prefer to do it at a run until they get used to it. There were nervous glances around the group, as no one wanted to step forward to try it, but Harry and Hermione looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders. It wasn't as if this was the weirdest thing they'd ever done. They took off and dashed through the barrier before anyone could speak. Their parents rolled their eyes and followed them at a brisk walk. They emerged onto a spacious and brightly lit train platform with what looked like a solid brick wall at their backs. There was no train at the platform, and the row of little shop stalls that lined the platform was empty, but they could tell it would be quite the sight when all the students were there, going off to school. The Finch Fletchleys nearly ran them over when they emerged from the wall behind them. Adventuresome pair you've got there, Granger, Sir William said. Oh, you have no idea, Dan replied. Although we've seen stranger things. We actually found out about magic a few years ago from, a freak coincidence. Really? Must be nice. The rest of us only found out on Wednesday besides what we guessed. I really wish they would have told us sooner. When your son starts setting new clothes he doesn't like on fire with his mind, magic is about the least frightening answer you can think of. Did you ever have anything like that? Dan raised an eyebrow and considered advising his children to keep a safe distance from Justin Finch Fletchley, but he truthfully answered, "Trust me, we've seen stranger." "Ahem," McGonagall said after all of them had come through. "Thank you." On the 1st of September, the signage for the Hogwarts Express should be self-explanatory. We will now proceed to Diagon Alley, which is the main magical shopping district in London. It is just a few blocks walk to the east. Follow me, please. I wish I could do magic now, Annabel Entwistle complained as they left the station. I have to wait 2 more years to get a wand. The 2 younger Boots siblings nodded in agreement. Harry and Hermione slipped back to walk beside them. Actually, Harry whispered, we've been learning to do magic without wands. Really? Annabel whispered back. How do you do that? It helps if you have something magic to practice with, Hermione explained. You have to feel for how the magic feels. It's kind of tingly and electric, Harry added. Or like when you do accidental magic. Once you can feel it, you can try to control it, but it takes a while. It took us over a year. Oh, Annabel said, disappointed. Well, I'm still going to try it. The others agreed. Harry grinned, wondering if they had just started a new trend. McGonagall led them down the street until they came to a small pub that, even to magical sight, looked a tad on the seedy side. Hermione and Harry hesitated in front of it. They knew that from the moment they stepped into the pub, Harry was re-entering the magical world, and nothing would ever be the same after that. This is the Leaky Cauldron, Professor McGonagall said, where the entrance to Diagon Alley is located. Mr. Potter, you and your family please stay close to me. I think you can guess how this will go. What's that about? Justin called after them as the Grangers braced themselves. Oh, my sister's very famous, Harry said over his shoulder. Hermione smacked him on the arm. Pratt, my brother's actually a well-known war hero, she corrected. That, of course, seemed just as made up to the others, but they would find out soon enough, like it or not. They stepped into the pub. The place was just as dark and shabby inside as out. A group of old women were sitting down to lunch in one corner, and a group of old men in another. A man in a familiar purple top hat was sitting at the bar, causing the Grangers to groan inwardly. Several people looked over and waved happily to the new crop of students coming in. The bartender had to be over 100 years old, if Dumbledore and Bathilda Bagshot were any indication. He was completely bald, hunched over the bar, and he adjusted a set of wooden teeth with a knobby hand that everyone prayed he washed regularly. Good morning, Minerva, the old man said. Taking the Muggle-born students out today. Yes, Tom, just passing through, McGonagall answered, trying to hurry Harry along. Unfortunately, Tom had already fixed his eyes on the boy's forehead. Bless my soul, it can't be. The entire pub went dead silent. Tom leaned closer, squinting. Then he jumped and stumbled out from behind the bar. It is Harry Potter, returned at last. Welcome back, sir. Welcome. Tom was crying as he shook Harry's hand. There was a great clatter of chairs being knocked down and feet tripping over one another as Harry suddenly found himself mobbed by the entire patronage of the Leaky Cauldron. His family and McGonagall tried to keep a hold of him, while all of the other Muggle-born families were unceremoniously shoved back to the walls. So proud to be meeting you, Mr. Potter. All of a flutter. Sir, such an honor. Doris Crockford, Mr. Potter. I can hardly believe you're finally back. Thank you so much, Mr. Potter. You saved us all. Sir, I just know my family was next on you-know-whose list. Mr. Potter, you gave us all hope. The crowd was pressed in too close for Harry to do anything but shake any hands that got close enough. A few karate chops would be useless against this crush, and his father had him tightly by his other arm anyway. He barely noticed McGonagall shouting. He was in imminent danger of being ripped from his parents' grasp and lifted on the crowd's shoulders when she drew her wand. Bang! A bright flash and a shower of sparks streamed from the end of McGonagall's wand, and the crowd backed off. Mr. Potter is just now becoming reacquainted with the magical world, she said with a voice that could cut steel, and he could do without this excessive and misplaced adulation for a victory that was, in all likelihood, his late mother's doing. He also has a great deal of shopping to do today, as I might add, do the several Muggle-born students whom I am escorting, and we really must be getting on our way. At that speech, the patrons sat down in shame, though they still stared and craned their necks to get a glimpse of the boy who lived. The pub was filled with whispers about Harry Potter and you-know-who as the group made their way to the back. Good God, you would have thought Paul McCartney had walked in, said Sir William Finch-Fletchley. Granger, is Harry really seen as a war hero here? Unfortunately, Dan replied, but he was only a year old at the time, and he's been laying low in the Muggle world ever since. Long story. You'll find books about it in the shop. More eyebrows were raised as the other families wondered just what had happened with this boy. Hermione was shaking as she stood by her brother's side. I apologize to all of you for that, McGonagall said as they squeezed into the small walled courtyard behind the pub. The patrons of the Leaky Cauldron tend to be the more excitable sort, but I'm afraid I underestimated their reactions. The people in Diagon Alley should be more sober, at least. And Mr. Potter, I really do believe things will be better for you once the novelty's worn off. Now, then, to get into Diagon Alley, you need to find the brick 3 bricks up and 2 across from the rubbish bin. Tap the brick 3 times with either a wand or one of your charmed necklaces, like so. A small hole opened in the brick in question and widened until it became an archway wide enough to walk 4 abreast. Thoughts of the mob behind them were momentarily pushed aside as the group beheld the wonder of Diagon Alley. It was by far the most magic even the Grangers had seen. Along the crooked cobblestone street were shops selling all sorts of items from cauldrons to telescopes to broomsticks to barrels of bat wings to things they didn't even recognize. Owls of every description winged their way through the air with letters in their beaks. Little outdoor stalls sold food and magazines and all sorts of little charmed trinkets whizzing through the air or hopping in little circles along the ground. The colors were dazzling, if rather gaudy in some places. When they had all seen their fill from the archway, the group stepped out into the alley so they had more room. The arch closed behind them. McGonagall began handing out sheets of parchment to each family. These are maps of the alley, she explained. I would advise you all to stay in Diagon Alley and not to venture into Knockturn Alley, which is quite frankly what you would call a bad sort of neighborhood. I will be accompanying Mr. Potter and his family personally for the afternoon. I trust you can each handle your own shopping, although if you need help, most of the shoppers and shopkeepers in the alley are usually helpful to Muggle-born students. You will, however, first want to follow us to Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Some of the shops accept pounds, but you will at some point need to convert them to galleons and, optionally, open up an account. To be safe, You will probably want to convert 30 galleons for supplies and any other purchases you wish to make. Afterwards, we will meet up at Fortescue's ice cream parlor at 5 o'clock. Are there any questions? No? Then follow me, please. She led the pack of Muggle-born families down the alley. A number of people spotted Harry and pointed him out, but seeing him flanked closely by 3 adults, one of whom they knew for a strict professor who was now brandishing a wand with a fierce look, they kept their distance. A little ways down the alley, they came to a towering marble building that looked like something transplanted from ancient Greece. Standing beside the main doors were 2 strange little humanoid creatures in scarlet and gold uniforms. They were rather unattractive creatures, bald with pale, dome-shaped heads, long pointed noses and ears, and very long fingers that ended in yellow claws. They were barely 4 feet tall, but the large, wicked battle axes they carried dispelled any doubt that they meant business. The newcomers hesitated before coming near. Gringotts is run by the Goblin Nation, McGonagall explained. They look intimidating, but if you deal with them politely, they will reciprocate. She walked toward the doors and bowed to the guards, who bowed in return. One of the guards made a subtle gesture, and the doors opened on their own. The other visitors bowed as they passed the guards. The Grangers began to wonder silently, though. A history of magic spoke far more about goblin rebellions than about the creatures running the banks. A pair of silver doors flanked by another pair of guards led into the building from a small foyer. On the doors was engraved, "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take but do not earn must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there." "Hey, I like that," Harry said. "I should put that on the door of my room or something." "Huh? Your room?" Hermione shot back. "You're the one who's always taking my books." "They're not just your books, Mione." "Kids, not now." Emma cut them off. They entered through the silver doors. A long row of counters lined each side of a large, if dimly lit chamber. Dozens of goblins sat behind them, figuring and ciphering and weighing coins and jewels. Behind the counters, tellers were leading witches and wizards through doors to stone passages that must have led off to the vaults. McGonagall made for one of the counters seemingly at random. "Good morning," she said. "Harry Potter needs to access his vault, and I suspect his adoptive parents would like to open one for his sister." The goblin eyed said adoptive parents with suspicion. There were enough people coming in lately pretending to be Harry Potter to get access to the Potter vault. "Do you have his key, madam?" he asked McGonagall. She pulled a small gold key out of her handbag and placed it on the counter. The goblin picked it up and recognized its magical signature at once as a genuine Gringotts key. "Excuse me a moment," he said. The Grangers looked at each other in confusion. Behind them, the other families had fanned out to convert their money. A minute later, the teller returned with a stack of papers. Dan and Emma were surprised to see the one on top was a copy of Harry's Muggle adoption papers. Under that was what looked like an account statement written in a strange, angular script on parchment. "How interesting," the teller said as he examined the statement. "Yes," Dan said. The teller looked up and stared at him with black eyes. It would appear that a portion of the Potter fortune was set aside in trust by James and Lily Potter for education costs, tuition and supplies, both for Harry Potter and any adoptive siblings of his. Dan's and Emma's eyes went wide. You mean Hermione's education is completely paid for," he said. "May I?" McGonagall said, looking pointedly at Harry. At a nod from him, she examined the statement for herself. "It would appear so, Mr. Granger. There are 5,000 galleons in this allocation. Easily enough to put 3 students through Hogwarts or 2 through a mastery." Dan and Emma stared at each other and started laughing, prompting annoyed grunts from the tellers. Hermione began crying and hugged her brother. Of course, they could have supported both children through school on their own if they had to, but it was wonderful to see that Harry's birth parents had been so considerate to pay for the children of any family that had taken him in. Harry had to wonder if some of that money had once been intended for Dudley. Almost certainly not intended, he decided, but they must have considered the possibility. Dan took the statement to see it for himself, and Hermione broke away and stood on her toes to look. "And how much is a galleon?" "Exactly," he asked. "The current rate is 51.25 pounds. The goblin huffed. Hermione looked at the bottom line and let out a loud squeak. 80,000 galleons. Harry, you're a millionaire." Harry stumbled and braced himself against the counter. "I am." "The Potters have always been a fairly wealthy family," McGonagall explained, like most of the members of the Wisingamot. A low growl made them jump as the goblin cleared his throat. "If you're quite ready, Grip Hook will escort you to Mr. Potter's vault. Follow me, please," a gruff voice said from beside them before they could delay any further. Grip Hook led the Grangers and McGonagall out of the marble chamber to a dark stone passageway. He then stepped into a mine cart and motioned for the others to join him. Even McGonagall looked uncomfortable as they did. They soon found out why, as the cart took off down the track, running as fast as any roller coaster, and far less securely, steering itself through a maze of twisting passages and a dozen different forks. They could just make out the tunnel as it was lit by flaming torches, and some of the stalactites appeared to come perilously close to the riders' heads. Hermione screamed most of the way, and her mother wasn't much better off. Somebody really needs to introduce the magical world to the health and safety executives. Dan shouted as the cart jerked around a particularly tight corner. Grip Hook responded by letting out a low, guttural laugh. The cart leveled out over an underground lake in an enormous cavern, and the Grangers finally calmed down and looked about in wonder at the massive columns that stretched from floor to ceiling and stalactites and stalagmites that grew nearly as far. Not far past the lake, they finally rolled to a stop. "Here it is," Grip Hook said. "Vault 687. He unlocked the door, and a suspicious green smoke briefly billowed out. Even after seeing how much money Harry had on paper, the Grangers gasped when they saw the inside of the vault. Gold coins were stacked up almost as tall as Harry, and there were multiple piles of mingled silver and bronze. A stack of life-sized magical portraits leaned against one wall. The one on top showed what they guessed was a Potter ancestor from the 17th century sleeping in a gilded chair in front of a picture window. That same chair, they soon realized, was sitting in the opposite corner of the vault with several other pieces of antique furniture. A wardrobe stood beside the door, which they found contained several very expensive-looking dresses and dress robes, including a wedding dress, all surprisingly well preserved. Several large boxes were stacked against another wall. Harry opened one of them with his family watching over his shoulder. They gasped again when they saw what was inside. 20 generations worth of family jewelry in gold and silver and stones of every color. "Wow, Harry, you've got enough stuff here for a whole ball," Hermione said before squealing with delight when she saw the true prize in the vault. a box underneath the jewelry labeled Rare Books. The family bookworm was a little disappointed when she found that a majority of the rare books were not in English, but the ones they could interpret were intriguing. There was an autographed first edition of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, an older tome on the same subject called Rare Arcane Faunae of Western Europe, treatises on alchemy by Nicholas Flamel, Paracelsus, and Judah Lowe, something that from the pictures looked like an ancient runic copy of Tales of Beetle the Bard. A book, in a language they couldn't identify that seemed to be about wands. Surprisingly, a copy of James V. I's Witch Hunting Guide, Demonology, and, most astonishingly, a book called Magici Lucis et Opticarum by Sir Isaac Newton. Hermione, we have a lot of shopping to do. We can always come back another time, Emma told her daughter gently. Hermione reluctantly tore herself away from looking through the remaining books, insisting on taking with her, with Harry's permission, only a 19th century text called Magic of the World's Cultures. Meanwhile, Emma counted out 60 galleons from the stacks and stashed them in her purse. How much are the other ones? She asked. 17 sickles to the galleon, 29 nuts to the sickle, Griphook said curtly. What prime numbers? Dan said. Yes, the goblin replied, as if it were perfectly reasonable. Come on, if you're finished. After another very rough cart ride back to the front, Dan and Emma opened an account for Hermione, putting in most of the money they had brought for supplies, leaving 10 galleons for general spending money and the extra books Hermione was sure to want, before finally stepping back, blinking, into the sunlight. First-year students will require 1. 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 2. 1 plain pointed hat, black, for day wear. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. For 1 winter cloak, black, silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. After grabbing lunch at one of the shops, the Grangers proceeded to Madame Malkin's for their uniforms. Madame Malkin, to her credit, was calm, professional, and saw them through quickly without letting anyone approach Harry. The fact that Professor McGonagall was hovering over her shoulder might have contributed to that a little. 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2, set. 1 set of glass or crystal phials. 1 set brass scales. Potage's cauldron shop had a few of the well-wishers from the leaky cauldron hanging around it, but they were still keeping their distance from McGonagall. Dan and Emma weren't too happy about the requirement of a pewter cauldron. Shouldn't be brewing anything in something that melts that easily, Dan said. But that was the requirement. And they were reassured that the cauldrons had fire protection charms. They went with the collapsible variety, since they knew all the spare space in the trunks would be filled with books. 1 telescope. The whole family had more than a passing interest in space, so they checked out all of the options. Harry was drawn to a high-end model with a 5-inch lens, a tripod, automatic star alignment, and magical contrast enhancement. But on the advice of the very eager shopkeeper, he accepted the 2-inch student model that he could actually carry up to the top of the astronomy tower. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomsticks. Come along, Harry. Do well this year, and we'll think about getting you one next summer. Students may also bring, if they wish, an owl or a cat or a toad. Are you going to take Rowena with you? Emma asked. I don't know. I've been talking to her, and I don't think she wants to go, Harry said. Oh, why not? She's getting kind of old. I think she's 13, and that's like 70 in cat years. I don't think she wants to move at her age. That's probably for the best at that age, Harry, Professor McGonagall said. I would recommend that you buy an owl. though. It would be very helpful for sending messages, and having your own, they will usually be more loyal and reliable than the school owls. That sounds like a good idea, Dan said. Would you like an owl, kids? Sure. Yeah. They went over to Elop's Owl Emporium, which was too dark to see in properly, but that meant that the owls were awake and active. Harry immediately gravitated toward a beautiful snowy owl, and no one could fault his choice, even if she did have a bit of a chip on her shoulder around him. After all, given Harry's youth, she was probably the superior predator of the two. What are you going to name her? His father asked. How about Helga? Harry said. The owl gave him what he could swear was a disapproving glare. I don't think she likes it, Harry, Hermione said. I think she looks more like a Hedwig. Who? Hedwig of Vienna. She invented the flame-freezing charm to fight the Inquisition. The owl hooted at Hermione, and did she just nod her head? See, she likes it. All right, you win, Hedwig, Harry told the owl. One wand. A tinkling bell announced their entrance into the shabby little shop. It was like no other place the children had visited. It was positively humming with magic from the thousands of wands stacked from floor to ceiling, like the singing of a great choir. Far away, Hermione thought she could hear a particular note rising above the rest, but they both felt that they could almost swim in the magic. As they took it, in an old man with wild white hair and unblinking silver eyes looked up from where he was carving a piece of wood. Good afternoon, he said. Hello, the Grangers replied. Yes, I thought I'd be seeing you soon, Mr. Potter, he said. You have your mother's eyes, you know. It seems like it was only yesterday when I sold her first wand. You remember her? Harry said. Oh, I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. He began to lean closer to Harry as he spoke. Emma unconsciously tightened her grip on her children. The old man was starting to get creepy. Your mother's wand was 10¼ inches willow and unicorn hair, nice and swishy, great for charms work. Your father's wand, on the other hand, was 11 inches mahogany and dragon heartstring, pliable and excellent for transfiguration. Harry backed away as the man came almost nose to nose with him. He seemed to be staring at his scar. But I'm terribly sorry. He seemed to snap out of it and turn to the rest of his family. I don't believe we've met. Mr. Ollivander, these are Harry's adoptive parents, Dan and Emma Granger, McGonagall said. Their daughter, Hermione, is also starting at Hogwarts this year. I see. I have seen some other Muggleborns come through here today. Well, then let's get you out of the way first, my dear. I suspect your brother may have more particular tastes, not helping the creepiness. Emma thought. Which is your wand arm, Miss Granger? Well, I guess it's this one, Hermione said, holding out her right arm. Very good. Mr. Ollivander pulled out a long tape measure, which leapt from his hand, and began measuring her arm. The tape measure held a quill with its far end like the tail of a snake, and was writing figures on a ledger. A very complex business. Wand making. Ollivander monologued in that strange, almost sing-song voice of his. It is the wand that chooses the witch or wizard, rather than vice versa, at least if it is done properly. The wand wood will be sensitive to your temperament and personality. We use dozens of types of wood here. Of course, only the highest quality wood is made into an Ollivander wand, and no two Ollivander wands are alike, just as no two trees are alike. The tape measure took the distance around Hermione's head, and then measured the distance between her nostrils. But each wand also contains a core of a powerful magical substance. We use the heartstrings of dragons, the tail hairs of unicorns, and the tail feathers of phoenixes. It is the wand core that is sensitive to your natural magical talents. Every wand has different magical talents of its own, and it will desire to find a match who shares them. Only when matched to the wand that chooses you will you be able to cast spells to your full potential, whereas any other wand will resist your command. Just when Dan and Emma were starting to wonder if Ollivander was balmy talking about wands having minds of their own, he stopped the tape measure with a snap of his fingers and went back into the stacks. He didn't even look at the measurements. They had no idea how he could pick out a wand from all the possibilities, but just a few moments later, they heard him cry out, "Oh my, could it be?" He came back, removing a light-colored wand carved with an intricate leafy design from a long, thin box. "Vine wood and dragon heartstring," he said excitedly, placing it in Hermione's hand. 10 inches. Go ahead, give it a wave." Hermione felt that distinct high note of magic rise to a fever pitch. When she took the wand in her hand, she felt as if her whole arm was electrified. She knew instinctively, even before she waved it, that it was the one for her. But she still gave the wand a tentative flick, and a stream of pure white sparks shot from the end and spread out in a ring around the room. She jumped back with a squeak and nearly dropped the wand, but Ollivander's face lit up. "Oh, marvelous," he exclaimed. "Fine will show, by far the most eager of all woods, though it's very rare that I've seen such a connection before even touching it. I could already feel it humming on its shelf, something I have only felt twice before in all my years of wand crafting." "Really, sir?" Hermione said. "Oh, yes. You must be very in tune with your magic to make such a strong connection. That is a powerful wand, Miss Granger. A wand of hidden depths and great vision, undoubtedly like yourself. I will be eager to hear of your exploits in the coming years." Hermione grinned at the compliment, though her parents were skeptical. That description sounded more like a horoscope than anything else, though Harry's ordeal would soon show them how difficult finding a match could be. Now, for Mr. Potter. The old man started up his tape measure again. Ollivander didn't find Harry's wand on the first try, nor on the second or the third. In fact, the pile soon grew to over 2 dozen. Every wand Harry tried gave off a quiver of magic, but it always felt cold or dulled or sharp, like a slap across his hand. And they all seemed to push away from him, some less and some more, like the wrong pole of a magnet. He was starting to understand what Ollivander said about unsuited wands resisting him. "Mr. Ollivander, has your family really been making wands since 382 BC? Hermione asked to pass the time. "Of course," the old man said without slowing his pace of testing wands. "Well, not precisely. Modern wands were not invented until the 12th century. The earliest wizards used large staffs, but the first Ollivander came to Britain with the Romans and settled here to take advantage of the high quality of the local trees. We are one of the oldest families in Britain." "Wait, the Romans?" Dan said. "The Roman conquest wasn't until 43 AD. Ollivander gave him a bemused look. In frustration, Harry tried to force his magic through one of the wands. It backfired, blasting out of his hand with a little flash of light and stinging his hand. Ollivander turned back to him. "Tricky customer." Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere. I wonder, now." "Yes, why not?" "Unusual combination. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. Harry took the wand. He felt a sudden warmth in his fingers. He raised the wand above his head, brought it swishing down through the dusty air, and a stream of red and gold sparks shot from the end like a firework, throwing dancing spots of light onto the walls. Mr. Ollivander cried, "Oh, bravo! Yes, indeed. Oh, very good. Well, 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 how curious. How very curious. Sorry, but what's curious?" Mr. Ollivander fixed Harry with his pale stare. "It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand, when its brother... Why, its brother gave you that scar." Harry flinched back and to the side, cat-like, as he rarely did anymore, and fixed his eyes back on the wand maker. The others sucked in a breath. "What does that mean, sir?" he asked, nearly hissing the question. "That is for you to decide, Mr. Potter. The wand chooses the wizard, remember, but it is the wizard who must choose how to wield it. But I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great." Harry took his wand uneasily, pondering the old wand-maker's words, and the Grangers paid 7 galleons apiece for the pair. That seemed like quite a lot for something as delicate as a stick, but Ollivander assured them they were charmed to be considerably stronger than ordinary wood. They left the shop in silence, even Professor McGonagall, wondering just what kind of consequences might come about from Harry's unique match of wand. First students should have a copy of each of the following: The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk; A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot; Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling; A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch; 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philidaspore; Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger; Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander; The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. They already had one copy of A History of Magic, but the others were all lined up for incoming students at the front of the shop. Most of the course books were quite large, but they were also used over multiple years. But even after picking them up, Hermione, and the others for that matter, wanted to browse the store. She quickly grabbed a copy of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2, the only additional book for second years, to work ahead, while Harry, perhaps influenced by Mr. Ollivander's words, collected the 2 other defense textbooks used by the upper years. Dan and Emma, determined to broaden their knowledge of recent wizarding events, picked up The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts and Great Wizarding Events of the 20th Century. They later found Harry standing frozen in front of a prominent rack of books in the children's section. "Harry, we have to go soon," his mother said. "What is it?" Harry just pointed to the sign above the rack, The Harry Potter Adventures. Oh, my... They were children's books, written on a Year 5 or 6 reading level. There were 9 in the series, supposedly detailing each of the years from 1982 through 1990. The cover of each book showed a boy who actually looked reasonably like the real Harry, minus the glasses, having magical adventures in a different exotic location around the world. Harry Potter in the Congo? Harry Potter and the Temple of Doom? Harry Potter on the Rio Bravo. Hermione read off some of the titles. Modern Magical History says he was sent to live with Muggles. She complained to their mother. Don't they know this has to be complete fiction? Oh, come on. You know that's just a cover story, said a little red-headed girl who came up and looked over the shelves. Ooh, they have the new one. Harry Potter Down Under. She grabbed a copy and Harry quickly followed suit. The cover showed a 10-year-old Harry Potter standing in a desert, wearing an Akubra hat, carrying a platypus on his shoulder, and leading a Tasmanian tiger on a leash. "Okay, that doesn't even look like me," he said. "Well, it kinda does," Hermione replied. "I've still never been to Australia." They heard the little girl suck in a breath. Harry turned to face her, and she gasped and staggered backwards, clutching the book to her chest. "Ginny, get your book and come on. I have to start dinner at home." A plump woman with long, frizzy red hair came up behind her, dragging an equally red-haired set of twins by their wrists. Ginny stuttered, pointing at Harry. "Oh, my," the woman said. "Blimey. Are you?" one of the twins said. "He is, aren't you?" the other finished. "Fred, George, don't bother him," their mother scolded. "Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Potter. I'm sure you have more interesting things to read than these things." "Huh? Oh, actually, I was just going to get myself a set," Harry said idly, trying to ignore the fact that random adults kept calling him Mr. Potter. He started taking a copy of each book from the shelf. "Really, why?" Emma said. "Well, I want to find out what people are saying about me. Harry Potter reading about." "Harry Potter," the twins said. "Brilliant. Best prank we've seen all summer. Boys, come along," their mother ordered. She dragged them away. Ginny gave Harry a lingering look over her shoulder as she followed. "Well, I think that's enough books for one day," Emma said. "Let's go find your father and pay for them so we can get back to Professor McGonagall." A half hour later, the Muggle-born group shared a laugh at the Harry Potter books over ice cream after hearing a more subdued retelling of the true story. Even Harry laughed at how absurd the stories were that he found whilst thumbing through the books. But underneath the humor, there was an edge of concern. Just what was the magical world expecting from Harry Potter? And how would they react to the real truth? Chapter 14. "Good evening, Minerva. I trust the orientation went well," Albus said as Minerva sat down heavily across the desk from him. "As well as could be expected, I suppose, Albus," she said. "I was forced to fend off Harry Potter's admirers on several occasions. The boy is understandably uncomfortable with his fame. Better that than reveling in it, I should think," Albus said. "I have seen far too many go down that road. I am sure he will adjust in time, though I wonder if perhaps it would have helped to have Hagrid escort him." Minerva rolled her eyes. Hagrid was imposing, but he wasn't exactly one to know when to take a firm hand. Be that as it may, there was one thing that worries me greatly. "Oh, what is it?" "When we purchased Harry's wand, Albus, Ollivander told us that the wand that chose him was brother to you-know-whose." The headmaster raised an eyebrow and glanced at Fawkes, who nodded and trilled softly. Of course, something like that would happen with the prophecy and all. He knew that wand well. He had inquired with Ollivander about it personally. To his mind, though, it was the choice of wood that concerned him more than the brother core. Hollywood was volatile, impetuous, and short-tempered, traits he would have hoped to have been calmed by the boy's life with the Grangers. Yet Phoenix Feather did carry the calm and detachment of its giver. Together, if they could be controlled, they made a quester's wand, and a powerful one at that. That was a trait young Harry would need. "I do not think that is too surprising," he said carefully, "for several reasons. We have already seen that Harry's fate and Voldemort's, unfortunately, are inextricably linked. That this wand chose him is only another sign of that. I see no reason for additional concern at this time. We should merely continue to keep an eye on the boy Minerva gave him a stern look, but she seemed to accept this for the time being. What of his sister's wand? He asked curiously. It will be interesting to see how the two of them fare together. Magically? Vinewood and dragon heartstring, she answered. Ollivander saw the connection before she even touched it. How interesting. That was more surprising than Harry's wand, Albus thought. Another uncommon and strong combination, if he remembered his wand lore correctly. Vine was known for movers and shakers, and when combined with such a strong connection and especially a dragon core, indicated great talent. With Hermione Granger standing at her brother's side, they would truly be a force to be reckoned with. Albus had a feeling this was going to be an eventful 7 years. The Grangers were very surprised when Cousin Andy showed up unannounced on Monday morning, and even more surprised when asked why she was there, she held up a newspaper with an admittedly blurry moving picture on the front page that showed the four of them walking down Diagon Alley with Professor McGonagall. I think you'd better read this, she said. The Daily Prophet, Monday, July 29th, 1991. Harry Potter Returns, by Rita Skeeter. Harry Potter, the boy who lived and savior of the wizarding world, has not been seen in public since his stunning defeat of He Who Must Not Be Named nearly 10 years ago. That all changed on Saturday, when young Mr. Potter made his long-awaited return to Wizarding Britain, venturing out into Diagon Alley to purchase his supplies for his first year at Hogwarts. It appears that the boy who lived will indeed be attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year, fulfilling the hopes of many, although the security around him remains very tight. We can deduce both of these facts from eyewitness reports that Potter was closely guarded the entire day by Hogwarts Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall, who was seen hexing any admirers who dared approach him. Hogwarts Headmaster and Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore has refused for the past 10 years to reveal anything about Potter's whereabouts, leading many in the community, including the Prophet, to ask why. Death Eater activity has been virtually non-existent since the fall of He Who Must Not Be Named, and Dumbledore's continued insistence that said Dark Lord may not be dead is a view now shared only by a few. Potter no longer appears to be in such danger as to warrant his tight security, as Dumbledore claims. Does Dumbledore have ulterior motives for keeping the boy so isolated? Is he perhaps grooming a successor who shares in his political views, or an ally to expand his already extensive network of influence in the wizarding world? We at the Prophet demand an accounting for Dumbledore's actions. Meanwhile, as to Potter's actual whereabouts, we have few clues. Inside sources at the Ministry of Magic claimed shortly after his parents' deaths that he had been placed with a Muggle family, possibly relations of his Muggle-born mother, Lily Potter, née Evans. However, many others speculate that Potter has been traveling the world and learning arcane magic, and that the popular children's book series, The Harry Potter Adventures, contains more than a little truth, something that series author Wendell Summerlad has never explicitly denied. But a new and intriguing clue came on Saturday, as multiple witnesses claimed to have seen the boy who lived shopping with the family of an unidentified Muggleborn, who is also starting at Hogwarts this year. The Hogwarts Muggleborn student orientation was also held on Saturday. Unfortunately, the security around the boy meant that this family could not be approached for questions, but this reporter was able to obtain an exclusive comment from famed wand maker Garrick Ollivander, who sold both Potter and his companion their first wands. Oh, yes, she was definitely a Muggle-born girl. I would have recognized her parents otherwise. And a fine young witch she was, too. I could tell she was very gifted just from the sight of her. Yes, I think we can expect great things from both of them. Ollivanders said. Was Harry Potter indeed raised by muggles, as the Ministry sources say? Is it merely coincidence that they appear to have a witch in their family as well? Or has the boy who lived already succeeded in acquiring a girlfriend before his 11th birthday, breaking the hearts of young witches everywhere? Neither Mr. Potter nor his proxy on the Wizengamot, Andromeda Tonks, who is presumed to be his point of contact with the wizarding world, could be reached at press time. We at the Prophet wish Mr. Potter a happy 11th birthday this Wednesday, wherever he may be staying, and a successful first year at Hogwarts. And we would also like to extend an open invitation for an interview to Mr. Potter and Madame Tonks to tell inquiring minds of the exciting life of the boy who lived. They think I'm your girlfriend, Hermione exclaimed when they finished reading. Wait a minute, Professor McGonagall didn't hex anyone, Dan observed. It's Rita Skeeter, Andy explained. She thrives on speculation and sensationalism. We're lucky that article was as accurate as it was, and we're even luckier that she didn't manage to get a hold of the rest of your names. Ollivander may be eccentric, but he's smarter than he looks. Unfortunately, a lot of people still believe whatever she says. Well, that's just great, Dan said. Not only is Harry famous, but the press can just make things up about him. Is there anything we can do about her? Harry asked. Not much, sorry. Skeeter can be infuriating, but she's wicked smart. She always stops just short of saying anything that's provably defamatory, at least at the time. And she always stops just short of anything that would get her challenged to a duel. Huh? You still have honor duels? Emma said uneasily. The old families still do it sometimes. Although no one's fought an honor duel to the death in decades, if that's what you mean. Anyway, it gets worse. Worse? How? Harry said. Harry, they just told everyone when your birthday is, and that I'm your point of contact. I've got over 100 pieces of fan mail addressed to you already. Harry's eyes went wide. I get fan mail? He gets fan mail? Hermione echoed. Andy shook her head in annoyance. You don't even want to know how much fan mail. Remember, you're famous worldwide for surviving the killing curse. Although Britain's got it the worse for you. There are letters praising your supposed dueling skills. People just hoping to get your autograph. People asking you to make public appearances on every continent, including Antarctica. Pleas for help in fighting petty Dark Lords in Rwanda, Somalia, Iraq, and Colombia. Honestly, you're better off not seeing or thinking about them. Harry looked genuinely shocked at these revelations and was forced to nod in agreement. If those were the kinds of letters he got, he was probably better off not knowing. Oh, and you've got acceptance letters from literally every school of magic in the world except the training camp in North Korea. And he added, I could show you those if you like, but we've already discussed our options with Professor Dumbledore. Emma confirmed. But why don't the owls come here then? It all goes to my office at the Ministry. It's standard practice for Wizengamot members. I'll show you how to arrange direct delivery of letters from your friends and family. Thank you, Harry said. The important thing, though, is that we need to decide how to respond to this. The fan mail. The easiest thing would just be to donate anything that comes in that way. But for the article, my plan was to write a letter to the editor asking people to respect Harry's privacy. The question is how much you want to reveal in that letter. My recommendation would be as little as possible. Really? Dan said, not even the girlfriend part. Hermione protested. No, for 2 reasons. 1, it'll show that we're serious about the privacy part. And 2, I know it sounds counterintuitive, but we'll get better penetration if we let it sit for a few weeks and have the truth come out in a breaking news story, rather than a letter to the editor now. Dan considered it. I guess we can trust your judgment on that for the time being. You know more about the wizarding press than we do. But please let us know if they write any more stories about Harry. I'll do you one better. Harry, I was going to tell you for your birthday, but I've bought you 2 subscriptions to the Daily Prophet, one for school and one for your parents at home. Like it or not, you'll need to keep up with the goings-on in the magical world from now on. Thanks. There's another part, too. Andy turned to Dan and Emma. I know it's short notice, but Ted and I would like to invite all 4 of you to come to our house next Saturday and spend a week there. Dan and Emma were pretty well gobsmacked by that one. A week? Emma said, Why, that's very generous of you. I suppose we could rearrange things at our practice, but what brought this on, may I ask? Simple. Harry's the head of a noble house, and while people will generally understand about him raised by muggles, he and Hermione will both need to know how to navigate the waters. Harry, Hermione, you will be going to school with children of suspected Death Eaters. They haven't caused too much trouble in the past, but you'll definitely need to watch out for them. You'll also be going with children of noble families, and most of the students will be more familiar with the magical world than you are. So Ted, and I would like you to spend a week with us so you can learn about life in a magical household and about how to interact with people in that environment. I doubt politics is much more interesting to you than it is to me, but it is something you need to know about. So what do you say? I think you had Hermione from Learn, Harry said with a grin. Hermione shot him an annoyed look. Staying a magical house? Of course. Can we go, Mom and Dad, please? Well, it sounds like it's pretty important, Dan said. Andy, that really is very generous of you, and we'd love to join you for a week. Great, Andy said, smiling for the first time that morning. She handed them a card. Here's our address. It's in Muggle London, so you should have no problem finding it. There's just one other thing. Yes. Remember a few years ago when we discussed magical guardianship? They remembered. They had wanted to get Dumbledore off the paperwork from the start. Andy had advised them not to put any activity on Harry's file to avoid unwanted attention. Of course, Emma said. She took out some papers. Well, now that Harry's been revealed to the magical world, there's no need to hide our arrangements. If you still want, I'd be happy to take over as both his and Hermione's magical guardian. Now, Dan and Emma smiled broadly. We'd be honored if you would, Dan said. I'm glad Harry has such a good family in your world to rely on. Well, it may have been twisted a bit over the years, but family is very important in our world. In both worlds, really, it's not just a witch and wizard thing. It's the way things are supposed to be. I quite agree. They quickly signed the paperwork and hammered out the arrangements for the following week. But as Andy turned to leave, though, Emma stopped her. What is it? Something in that article, Emma said. I get that it's tabloid journalism, but still, all this time, we've mainly been seeing Dumbledore's view of things. Do you think it's possible Voldemort might actually be dead? A shadow crossed Andy's face, and she didn't speak for a minute. I think it's better safe than sorry, she finally said. I know even a lot of Dumbledore's fans don't believe him anymore, but still, if he is gone, the worst that can happen in all of this is that Harry and Hermione will be more prepared to defend themselves than 19 out of 20 wizards in our world. But if you're asking if I think he's still around somewhere, then probably yes. I'm just not ready to believe it's over yet. With that, she went on her way. The Daily Prophet, Wednesday, July 31st, 1991. Letter to the editor by Andromeda Tonks. The Prophet is correct in surmising that I, or rather my office at the Ministry, am Harry Potter's point of contact with the magical world, as his proxy and his nearest magical relative who is not in Azkaban. This was a natural choice, and my office serves as his standard owl post forwarding address for anyone not among his personal contacts. Mr. Potter would like to thank the Wizarding World for its birthday wishes and would like to announce that he will donate all monetary and other gifts forwarded to my office to St. Jerome's Magical Orphan Trust. To all those who sent pranked, jinxed, booby-trapped, or cursed letters, they were, of course, intercepted, and we will find out who you are. That said, Mr. Potter and his guardians value both their privacy and their security, and we ask the Wizarding World to respect their wishes. Neither he nor I will be giving any interviews at this time. Mr. Potter is very busy becoming reacquainted with Wizarding Britain and preparing for his studies at Hogwarts, and has no interest in speaking to the press except on his own time. We would also like to clarify that Professor Minerva McGonagall did not hex anyone in Mr. Potter's presence, although she did keep close to him to prevent undue disruption to his school shopping. We hope that the Prophet's reporting of Mr. Potter's affairs will be more accurate in the future, and we will be watching this matter closely. Happy birthday, Harry, the children's two best friends exclaimed. Thanks, guys. Come on in. You changed your hair, Tiffany observed. Yeah. After his incident at the Leaky Cauldron, Harry had started more carefully combing his wild hair down into bangs to cover his scar. After all, what was merely interesting in the Muggle world netted him a lot of uncomfortable looks at best in the magical one. What do you think? As ridiculous as ever, she replied. Predictably, bangs or no, it still looked like he hadn't combed it at all. With all the Hogwarts business going on, it had been decided to make Harry's 11th birthday a small affair, with only his family and his closest friends present. He led Paul and Tiffany to the kitchen, where lunch had been set out buffet style, and they filed into the living room to talk. They mostly made small talk, but it wasn't long before the uncomfortable subject came up. So, you two are really going off to boarding school all the way up in Scotland? Paul said as he dug into his second slice of pizza. Hermione said carefully. Harry's a legacy student from his birth parents, so we both got a scholarship. Wow, that's great, Tiffany said. She had put down her plate for a moment to pet Rowena, who had taken a liking to her over the years. And what was it called again? Hogwarts School for Gifted Youngsters. Harry repeated the cover story they had devised. Their blonde friend giggled, and Paul guffawed. Seriously? They need a better name. That sounds like a lamer version of X-Men. Hermione rolled her eyes. I know it sounds a little strange, but they're supposed to be really good. Well, that's great for you. It's too bad we can't all be at the same school again. Though, they already hadn't seen all that much of Paul over the past year, as he was a year ahead of them and had started secondary school that year. Do you know if they take transfers? No, sorry, Hermione said. They're really exclusive. I only got in because of Harry's legacy status. I doubt that, Paul retorted. Our Hermione could get into any school in the world. Hermione blushed at that. For magical schools, Harry thought it wasn't far from the truth. Well, good luck up there, Paul said. It just won't be the same without you, mate. Yeah, the same here, Harry admitted. But hey, we can still write. Besides, Paul, at least you still have me, Tiffany said. She leaned playfully against his shoulder, and Harry and Hermione noted with interest that for the first time they could remember, he didn't immediately push her away. Once the pizza was gone, they quickly proceeded to cake. and opening presents. Paul had got Harry a couple of video games, which he, of course, wouldn't be able to play at Hogwarts, but he didn't tell him that. Tiffany had got him a miniature combination chess, checkers, and backgammon set, which would be a more useful outlet for his strategic side there. Hermione's gift was a copy of Jurassic Park, which she failed to understand the boy's interest in, but was happy to get for her brother. But his parents' gift was the most practical, a very nice gold-plated mechanical watch, and they later revealed they had bought Hermione a similar one as an early birthday present for her, to tell time in the absence of electricity. They hung out and talked for most of the afternoon, but the Grangers were partly glad to get the party over with. They still had a lot of preparations to make for the coming week. "No, you fool," stuttering like that will only raise their suspicions, especially Snape's. "My apologies, Master. You'll have to at least appear to be doing your job properly for this to work. I'm sure you can match the competence of the previous dupes Dumbledore has hired." "Yes, Master." The Grangers barely had time to look over the newspaper the next morning when they heard a whoosh of flames from the fireplace and scrambled from their breakfasts to see a bearded face surrounded by emerald green flames. "Professor Dumbledore, what's wrong?" Emma shouted. In the past 6 years, the living room flue had never once been used without Dumbledore informing them beforehand. "I apologize for calling on you so suddenly, Mr. and Mrs. Granger," a tired-looking Albus Dumbledore said. "And no, I do not believe there is cause for immediate concern." No one missed the headmaster's careful use of the word immediate. "What is it?" Dan said. With a sigh, Dumbledore continued, "Some years ago, I agreed to inform you at once if there was any suspected Death Eater activity. The Grangers put 2 and 2 together." Harry paled a little, and Hermione grabbed her mother's hand for support. "The Gringotts break-in," Dan said grimly. "You think they were involved?" "I do. Now, as the article reports, nothing was stolen. This is strictly confidential, mind, but there was already some concern about the item in the vault that was broken into, and it was moved to a more secure location earlier yesterday. I believe this foiled whatever plans the Death Eaters may have. But the fact that they were so bold as to stage an unprecedented break-in at the Wizarding Bank indicates a larger game may be afoot. Is there anything we need to do?" Emma said. No. There is nothing to worry about on your end. I have taken steps to ensure your address in the Muggle world does not become widely known, and your children will be quite safe at Hogwarts. After all, it is the oldest and strongest magical fortification in Britain. Merely be watchful, and I will keep you apprised of any updates." Emma pressed her mouth together, rather like Professor McGonagall frequently did, but Dan said, "Very well. Thank you informing us. You're quite welcome." With that, Dumbledore's face vanished from the flames. "It figures," Emma said. 6 years of nothing. And then not a week after Harry reappears to them, something happens. "I know, dear," Dan said with a sigh. "But he does seem to be on top of it for now. I think all we can do is watch and wait." The week at the Tonkses passed quickly, despite the intensive crash course on everything from politics and etiquette among the noble houses to the inside scoop on the goings-on at Hogwarts, mainly courtesy of Dora. Harry and Hermione weren't too pleased that they had to worry about navigating around certain students and professors for that matter, but they supposed every school was a little like that. They held a small celebration that week in honor of Dora scoring high enough on her NEWTS to get into Auror training. She had even received a special citation for successfully summoning her wand to her hand at critical point in her defense exam, for which she thanked Harry and Hermione profusely. that had been enough for Mad-Eye Moody to select her as his personal protege, his last before he planned to retire. If you learn one Wandless spell, his letter had said, that's the one. The Grangers all enjoyed being in a magical house. Even compared with modern technology, the various enchantments around the house still made cooking and cleaning easier. Harry and Hermione were fascinated by the assortment of charmed knickknacks, Dora's old magical toys, and the magical plants in the garden. Dora was all too happy to demonstrate some magic to them and give them a sneak peek at their classes. She also led them around the property so that they could feel out the wards and compare them with their own, which she agreed would be a useful skill in a number of fields. They mostly stuck around the house, but they did make one trip up to Diagon Alley. Hermione still wanted to take a full inventory of the items in Harry's Gringotts vault, especially the books, and a time when the Tonkses could come and have 3 wands out around Harry was as good as any. You know, I still don't really understand about why the Goblin Rebellions are such a big deal in the magical world, Dan said as they walked down the alley. You trust the goblins to run your financial system now, and it looks like they're doing a decent job of it. A better question would be, why do the pure-blood supremacists trust the goblins to run the bank? Andy countered quietly. The rebellions are ancient history. The last one was the one led by URG, the Unclean, in 1724. The thing is, most of the purebloods still view goblins as inferior, but they're lazy, so they push off the financial work on them, just like they push off the housework on the house elves. House elves? Hermione asked. Oh, you haven't read about those? Well, that's a whole other can of worms there. Anyway, my theory is that they think they're so superior that they can control the goblins now, which ought to be laughable to anyone who's actually met a goblin. The 2 families bowed politely to the guards as they entered the marble building. The place was more subdued than before, as goblin and wizard alike were still reeling from the news of last week's break-in, and security was very tight. A significant number of goblin warriors armed with their wicked axes were guarding the entrances to the tunnels. Once inside, though, Dan found an open counter and, remembering Andy's advice on goblin etiquette, something else few purebloods bothered with, had Harry's vault key out already before speaking. Excuse me, Harry Potter would like to access his vault. The goblin teller quickly looked over a key and passed the group on without incident. And after another harrowing ride on the mine cart, they reached the Potter vault. Dora and Ted then went on to the Tonks vault to make a withdrawal, since Harry's vault was cramped enough with 5 people inside, and Dora needed to do some shopping for her auror training. So this is the Potter family fortune, Andy said as Hermione made a beeline for the books. I've never seen it myself, although the Blacks had a lot of similar things. Well, we've decided to make a full catalog, in case we need to find something quickly later. Of course, but do let me check some of these things over before you handle them. I wouldn't expect the Potters to have any cursed items, but you can't be too careful in these old vaults. Andy went through the box of jewelry first, since those were the ones most likely to have enchantments on them, quickly waving her wand over each piece. Many of them turned out to have some spell on them or other, mostly fire protection charms and anti-theft jinxes. There was a pair of bracelets with an attached note saying they were charmed to protect the wearers from a few common jinxes, which interested Dan and Emma. However, Andy soon figured out that those jinxes were in fashion in the early 1800s and were no longer very common. She did find one booby-trapped black family heirloom from Doria in the box, a tiara that was cursed to give blisters to any muggle who touched it. Andy set it aside, saying that the goblins could remove the curse for a fee. Meanwhile, Hermione was writing down the title and author of each and every book, carefully copying down the runes for the languages she didn't recognize. Harry and Dan looked over the wardrobe and the antique furniture. "What about the portraits?" Emma said, looking at the stack of frames leaning against the remaining wall. They must have been salvaged from the house," Andy said. The portrait on top still showed a middle-aged man sleeping in a chair. He looked like a classic early 17th century lord, wearing a tight-fitting doublet and breeches embroidered with a dizzying floral pattern. He had long, sandy-colored hair down to his shoulder, worn with a wide mustache and a pointed goatee. He sat in front of a picture window that showed an idyllic country scene. "Who is he?" Emma asked. "I don't know. I don't recognize him." "Well, let's wake him up and ask him." The Grangers hadn't seen a talking portrait up close before. The Tonkses didn't have any family portraits of anyone they considered worth keeping, so they all stopped what they were doing to watch. Andy knocked on the painting's frame a couple of times, but the sleeping man didn't respond. She knocked harder and called to him, but there was still nothing. She drew her wand. Sometimes when these things are inactive for so long, they don't. She waved her wand, and a stream of sparks hit the man in the face. He jerked awake and flailed his arms as he nearly fell out of his gilded chair. "Ah, me, who dost wake me?" he cried with an accent that sounded vaguely, but not quite, Scottish. "Prithee, who is there?" The Grangers stood in amazement as the man seemed to approach them from the chair and look about the vault, as if the frame were a window. Andy turned to Harry. "Well, he's your painting." He uneasily stepped forward and said, "Hello, sir. I'm Harry Potter." "Harry," the painting said, looking closer. "Oh, thou art the same. Thy face is thy good father's." He then reached out and knocked on his frame from the inside. "Awake, my friends, awake. 'Tis a joyous day. The prodigal son has returned." From behind the frame, there were suddenly the grunts and moans of other people waking up. "Melania? Where is my Melania?" The bottom frame, "Husband," a muffled voice said. Andy sprang into action. "Dan, Emma, set them side by side. There's only 4 frames. There should be enough space." She, Dan, and Emma carefully moved the large frames off the stack as the children watched. They were, after all, large enough for a life-sized portrait to sit comfortably in. "I should warn you," she said, "the paintings aren't really alive. They just perform a very good imitation, as you'll notice if you talk to them for more than a few minutes, although they do retain much of the memories of their subjects." In the 4 paintings, now set beside one another, there was first the sandy-haired man with antiquated speech, then an old man whose gray hair stuck out wildly wherever he had any, which was mostly around the sides of his head. Part of his frame appeared to have been damaged by fire. Then there was an old woman with Andy's angular cheekbones, and finally 2 witches were picking themselves up off an 18th century sofa, a tall black woman and another with flowing blonde hair, very pale skin, and piercing blue eyes. The black woman rose to her feet and, to the Grangers' amazement, crossed through the intervening 2 frames to sit on the sandy-haired man's lap. But through all this, Andy was fixated on the older woman. "Great Aunt Doria," she said. "Andromeda?" "Andromeda Black," the woman said in a soothing voice. "Yes, I remember you. And this is baby Harry. I can hardly believe it. It's certainly he, my dear," the old man said. "He has Lily's eyes. I'm sorry, but who are you?" Harry said. "Harry, these 2 are portraits of your grandparents, Charles and Doria Potter," Andy explained. As for the others, I don't know. Ah, Belladonna Black. Madam, the blonde woman said. Nay, green grass. You are a black as well, then. I was. It's Andromeda Tonks now. And you, Andy said, turning to the other couple. Ah, pardon our manners, milady, the sandy-haired man said, bowing. Wulfric Henderson Potter, at your service. And she here is my good wife, Melania. Harry, I see now thou art a fine young lad, Melania said. He is a pretty lording, Wulfric Henderson Potter said. Prithee, Harry, what year is it, and how do you call your companions? It's 1991, Harry said. And these are my parents. All of the portraits gasped in surprise. Ah, we're Harry's adoptive parents, Dan clarified. Daniel and Emma Granger. And this is our daughter, Hermione, Wulfric said wistfully. A sad tale's best for winter. I have one of sprites and goblins. Hermione blinked a few times. That was not the kind of greeting she was expecting, painting or no. But damned if she didn't know the winter's tale backwards and forwards. As soon as she came to her senses, she answered, Let's have that, good sir. Come on, sit down. Come on, and do your best to fright me with your sprites. You're powerful at it. There was a man. Nay, come, sit down. Then on, dwelt by a churchyard. I will tell it softly. Yond crickets shall not hear it. Come on, then, and give me in mine ear. Wulfric laughed, and the other portraits laughed with him. Although, if one listened closely, their laugh sounded somewhat canned. This is the prettiest low-born lass that ever ran on the greensward, he said. Thou art a fine student of the great playwright. Hermione smiled, not describing my namesake on that one, but thank you, sir. Harry, meanwhile, was grinning ear to ear at being able to meet his ancestors. Or at least something close to them. Can we put them in our house, he said. Oh, many thanks if you could, said Belladonna Black. 'Twould be good to escape the darkness of this vault. I'm sorry. I don't think so, Emma said. We live in a muggle house. We have nowhere we could put you where visitors wouldn't see you. Well, actually, Andy said, I think we could put them up in our house. That way you could at least see them when you visit. Really? Certainly. Harry can ask the goblins to deliver them. For a fee, of course. Madam Melania, where is your frame? I'm afraid it was destroyed in the explosion, Charles said, motioning to the burnt corner of his own frame. She escaped by hiding with her husband in his frame. Donna's husband, Perseus Black, wasn't so lucky, I'm afraid. Belladonna Black sniffed a little. Very well. These 4 frames, then, Andy said. We have room for those. Thanks, Cousin Andy, Harry started to say when he was cut off by a scream. Mom, look at this. Hermione, what is it? Emma said, frantically. Her daughter had started poking through the books again. Had she found a cursed book? But Hermione was beaming and holding up an enormous and very thick volume bound in leather. Mom, it's a complete first folio. What? The book was in fair condition. The binding was worn and cracking, and the pages were yellowed, though not yet too brittle. Emma took it in hand and gingerly opened the cover. Sure enough, there was the bard himself on the title page. And below were the words, London printed by Isaac Iagard and Ed Blunt, 1,623 inch. Oh my God, it is... Ah, thou hast found the folio. Good lass, Wulfric said. Thou shouldst find the sonnets there as well. if they have survived. The sonnets. Hermione eagerly dove back into the box and rummaged around until she pulled out a much smaller booklet, the cover of which read Shakespeare's Sonnets, Neuer before imprinted, and at the bottom, the date, 1609. But what really caught her eye was what was on the inside of the cover. It's signed, she said in awe. Signed, Emma asked, to Wulfric Henderson Potter and Melania Shacklebolt on the iolious occasion of your marriage. She read off, Be not self-wild, for you are much too fair to be death's conquests and make worms your heir. William Shakespeare. Then she stopped cold when she glanced at the printed dedication page. Wulfric and Melania were showing wide, those slightly fixed smiles to her as she made the connection. Wulfric Henderson W.H. The Potter ancestors nodded, and she went weak at the knees. Any Shakespeare scholar would have killed to hold what she held in her hands right now. The first folio alone was easily worth 20,000 galleons, but a far rarer copy of the sonnets signed to the fair youth and the dark lady themselves. That was beyond price. As the full implications hit her for the first time in her life, Hermione Granger fainted. Hermione was safely curled up on the sofa back at home with a fairly large book when Harry plopped down next to her. What are you reading? She glanced at him over the top of the book. Magical Drafts and Potions. I thought you already read that. I did. I wanted to read it again. Harry pushed the book down in front of her. Hermione, are you trying to memorize your course books? He asked. Her memory was pretty good. She only had to read something about 3 times to learn it by heart. But still, no, she said uncomfortably. She lifted the book up to block off her face from him. Harry pushed it down again. Hermione, maybe, she admitted, but I just want to make sure I'm prepared enough. Mione, has anyone else ever memorized their course books before to prepare for Hogwarts? It can't hurt, can it? She snapped as she lifted the book up again. He pushed it back down. It can if you go mad first. You need to lighten up a little, sis. We both know you're going to make the best grades in class already. We don't know that yet, Harry. And besides, I think we're going to need to go over this book a couple more times. It's really hard to follow. I didn't think so, Harry teased. It's just like a cookbook. Hermione glared at him. It's not just a cookbook. It's supposed to teach the principles behind potion making so you can adapt to changes and new situations, but it does a really bad job of explaining why things work the way they do. And from what Cousin Dora said, it doesn't sound like Professor Snape will be much help either. Harry let out a mock gasp. Did you just criticize a teacher? Who are you, and what have you done with my sister? She smacked him on the arm. Prat. And most of the other course books seem a little amateurish too. Well, you heard what Mom and Dad said. The wizarding population is so small they don't have that many books to work with. Even the best over there is only above average by Muggle standards. Yeah, I know. At least we're supposed to be going to the best school around. Hermione finally willingly put the book down. Maybe I have got a little uptight about it, she admitted. A little, Harry said with a grin. Okay, a lot. As usual, she smacked him in the arm again. Okay, I'm done. Hey, play me a chess. A wicked grin crossed his sister's face. Only if you're ready to lose. Chapter 15. Platform 9 3/4 was a bustle of activity on the 1st of September, filled with hundreds of families sending their children off to Hogwarts. Owls hooted in their cages. Cats caterwauled in their carriers or just wandered between people's legs, and a chatter of voices filled the air. A giant scarlet engine stood at one end of the platform, followed by half a dozen old-fashioned-looking passenger cars. Along the back wall, a little row of vendors was selling magazines and charmed trinkets and breakfast sandwiches, mainly to the parents. Harry and his family were pleased to see that there was too much activity here for anyone to give him much notice. By unspoken agreement, the Grangers headed for the less crowded part of the platform near the rear of the train. They were sure the whole train would fill up eventually, but it would be good to get on board and stake out a compartment early. "This one looks good," Dan said as they came to a compartment in a last car. His children nodded noncommittally. "All right, let's get you two loaded up." Harry put Hedwig in first. "Good. Now give me a hand with the trunks." Harry lifted Hedwig's cage into the train and then crouched on the lip of the door and helped his father lift his trunk and then Hermione's aboard. Books were heavy things, after all. He hopped down to hug his parents a final time before they set off. Emma grabbed them both in a hug and struggled to avoid breaking down in tears, and she discreetly scratched Harry behind the ears. "Good luck up there, kids. We'll miss you. We love you both." "We love you too," Hermione exclaimed, being the less composed of the two. Harry whispered his agreement. Dan was a little more restrained than his wife, though he wrapped an arm around each of their shoulders in turn. "Harry, do your best to find some real friends who aren't just fans," he said. "I will." "And Hermione, just because you're not at home doesn't mean you can go crazy with the sweets, Dad. And both of you remember what Cousin Andy said. Lay low with the Wandless magic, at least till you see how people react." They nodded to him. "Be sure to write us," Emma added. "That goes double if there's any funny business. And I'm sure the Tonkses will want to hear from you, too." "We will, Mom," Hermione said. She and Harry climbed back onto the train. As they stood on the threshold, Dan recited, "This above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow, as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. Farewell, my blessing season this in thee. Most humbly do I take my leave, my lord," Harry said with a laugh. "Goodbye, Mum. Goodbye, Dad. We'll see you at Christmas," Hermione called. And they went into the train, rolling their trunks into the compartment and sliding them under their seats. "Harry, look, I think it's the Weasleys," Hermione said as they settled in. "Where?" "There, behind you." Harry stood and turned around, looking out the window to see a family of redheads heading toward the train. He remembered what Cousin Andy had said about the Weasleys. "Arthur Weasley's been a very valuable ally to me. Granted, he's not much for speeches, and people always underestimate him because he's only the head of misuse of Muggle artifacts, but he is a stalwart supporter of Muggle rights, and he is brilliant at behind-the-scenes maneuvering. I've been working with him on a Muggle Protection Act that I think we actually have a chance of getting passed by spring. His family's really great, too, from what I hear. You can't miss them. Just look for the biggest group of redheads." The Grangers all looked at each other. "Do they have a set of twins?" Hermione asked. "Why, yes. Have you seen them?" "Yes, in Flourish and Blots. Their daughter was buying the newest Harry Potter book," she said with a touch of annoyance. "Well, that's going to happen," Andy admitted. Half the little girls in the country read the Harry Potter adventures. Even Dora read the first few. Hey, Harry Potter on the Orient Express was pretty good, Dora had protested to the amusement of the others. Soon the last students climbed on board, and the train began to move. Things had been quiet so far, but only a couple of minutes later, the compartment door opened, revealing 3 red-headed boys, including a pair of twins, standing outside. "You guys mind," the youngest one said. "All the others ones are full." "Go ahead," Harry said politely. "Well, look who it is," one of the twins said. "Who?" the younger boy asked. "Harry Potter," the other twin said. Harry was still wearing his hair in bangs to try to cover his scar. He had even let it grow out over the past month, even though that made it all the more unmanageable. But none of that helped with a certain pair of twins who already knew what he looked like. "What? Really?" The youngest redhead stumbled as he sat in the opposite corner from Harry. Harry suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. "Yep, that's me," he said. "How do you do, Mr. Potter?" the first twin said with somewhat exaggerated formality. "I don't believe we've been officially introduced," the other added. "My name is George Weasley, and this is Fred, and this is Ickle Ronnie," Fred said. "It's just Ron," the other boy said quickly. "Pleasure to meet you," Harry replied. "I've heard a little about you, actually. My cousin, Andromeda Tonks, is working with your father on the Muggle Protection Act." The twins looked at each other in surprise. "Oh, he's heard of us, George." "Only good things, I hope." "Fred." "Wait a minute. You just said you were George." Hermione spoke up for the first time, pointing to the one, who now appeared to be Fred. "Of course not. That's silly. I'm Gred," he said. "And I'm Forge," said the other. "And you would be," they said together. "Oh, this is my sister, Hermione Granger," Harry answered for her. That response managed to shock even the infamous Weasley twins into silence, but Ron blurted out, "Sister? Harry Potter doesn't have a sister." "He most certainly does," Hermione said. "My parents adopted him when we were little." "A sister," said Forge. "Now, that's the best prank we've heard all summer," Gred continued. "It's not a prank," Harry protested. "Oh, but it is. You disappear for 10 years and then show up with a sister. That is genius. It's even better because it's true." Harry and Hermione shared a nervous look. It was going to be an interesting year with these two around. "So then you really were raised by Muggles?" Ron said. "Boy, is Ginny going to be disappointed." "Well, I was," Harry answered. "I didn't even know about magic or what happened to my birth parents till I was 5. "What didn't anyone tell you about? You know who?" His voice dropped to a whisper. Harry shook his head. "No, I was raised by my Muggle aunt and uncle at first, but they didn't really want me. When I was adopted, Professor Dumbledore came and told us about Voldemort." All 3 Weasleys gasped loudly, but then, incredibly, they saw both Harry and Hermione roll their eyes at them, as if speaking the most feared name in magical Britain were completely unimportant. Hedwig hooted once from her cage in the other corner. "You said his name." Ron squeaked out. "Well, sure, Dumbledore always says it, but he's Dumbledore. You of all people." "Honestly," Hermione interrupted, "fear of a name only increases the fear of the thing itself. I figured that out when I was 6. The twins glanced at each other. "I think we may be out of our depth, George," Fred apparently said. "Indeed, Fred," George answered. "Well, good luck, Ron," he said with a grin. "We're going to go find Lee Jordan." He brought a giant tarantula. Ron shuddered as they left the cabin. Things were fairly quiet after that. Harry explained to Ron as much of his life story as he was comfortable revealing. Ron got a little confused the first few times Harry referred to his adoptive parents and Mom and Dad, but he was fine otherwise. Hermione excitedly talked about all the magic she wanted to learn at Hogwarts, which did put him off a little. Ron told them about all his brothers and his little sister, although he seemed a little bit cagey himself. Harry could understand, though. He knew the Weasleys weren't exactly wealthy. It turned out Ron didn't know much about his father's Muggle Protection Act, although he said he thought it was a nice idea. They spent part of the morning just watching the countryside pass by. Hermione had it in her head to try to figure out where Hogwarts was from the nearby landmarks, but Harry doubted that would work. Then a clattering cart full of sweets rolled by at 12:30, and a woman who bore more than a passing resemblance to Harry's and Hermione's grandma called to them, "Honeyduke's Express. Anything from the trolley, dears?" "No thanks," Ron muttered, his ears turning a little pink. "I've got sandwiches." "You go ahead, Hermione," Harry said. "You sure?" she asked. Harry nodded, and Hermione went out to look over the cart. "Oh, Harry," she called back, "they have pumpkin pasties and licorice wands." "They do." Harry jumped up to join his sister. Pumpkin and licorice were among the few sweets that held any interest to his feline tastes. He grabbed some of each, while Hermione bought herself some cauldron cakes and what Harry considered an excessive quantity of chocolate frogs. Meanwhile, Ron had unwrapped a lumpy parcel. He half-heartedly dissected a sandwich as the other two sat back down. "Ah, man," he complained. "I keep telling Mum I don't like corned beef." "Ooh, I love corned beef," Harry said. "Trade you ones." Ron stared at him. "Are you messing with me?" "No," Hermione said, shaking her head. "My brother's not exactly normal." "Really, have a pot eye," he said. "Okay." Ron handed over a sandwich in exchange, which Harry eagerly bit into. While they were eating, a fat, gray rat lazily crawled out of Ron's jacket and started nibbling on the edge of one of his sandwiches. "Oi, Scabbers, get off." Ron wasn't actually eating the sandwich, but he still picked it up and tore off a piece of the crust for the rat, rather than let him keep nibbling at it. "Sorry, this is Scabbers. I got him from Percy, 'cause he got an owl for becoming a prefect," he told the others with annoyance. Scabbers glanced over at Harry and froze stiff, possibly because Harry had also locked eyes with him and looked ready to pounce. Neither one of them moved as an uneasy silence stretched. You okay, Harry?" Ron asked. Harry shook himself out of it. "Huh? Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm just more of a cat person." It was only because he'd been using that joke for years that Hermione didn't laugh. Scabbers grabbed the crust of bread in his mouth and scampered back into Ron's jacket. "I thought you could only have owls, cats, or toads at Hogwarts," Hermione said. "Nah, they mean you can only have one of those three," said Ron. "You can have smaller pets, though." They finished their lunch, with Ron eating all of the extra sweets that Harry and Hermione decided they didn't want. The countryside out the window became hillier and more forested as the train rolled north. Surprisingly few people poked their heads in that afternoon to try to meet Harry, but there was one bigger group after a while. Ron was in the middle of a long monologue about Quidditch that only Harry was really interested in when the compartment doors slid open, and three boys strutted in like they owned the place. Two of the boys were thick-set and seemed to have a permanent scowl. If they were first years, they were quite large for it, and looked more like bodyguards than students standing beside the boy in the middle. That boy was pale and had bleach blonde hair and an air of superiority. Harry and Hermione recognized him at once. Cousin Andy had shown them a picture of her estranged family and pointed that boy out, offering one word of advice about him: avoid. "So, everybody's saying that Harry Potter's in this compartment," the pale boy said, looking at Harry. "Is it you?" "Yes," Harry said, trying to decide whether to be more concerned with him or his two minions. "Oh, these are Crabbe and Goyle," the boy said lightly. "And my name's Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Now Harry was sorry he hadn't tried to introduce himself as Bond, James Bond. Ron stifled a snigger at the introduction, and Draco Malfoy looked ready to make some disparaging remark or other to him, but Harry cut him off, drawing on the rules of etiquette that Cousin Andy had drilled into him. He stood up and responded, "Draco Malfoy, heir to the noble and most ancient house of Malfoy. You've heard of me?" Malfoy replied with a smug expression, "Your family's hard to miss, Mr. Malfoy, what with as many things as your father's got named after him." Ron was shocked by the apparent praise, but Malfoy didn't fail to notice the slight, condescending tone in Harry's voice. "My father is a well-respected philanthropist," he said, turning up his nose ever so slightly. He shot another pointed look at Ron and said, "You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Mr. Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." He offered a hand to Harry. Harry clasped his own hands firmly in front of him. "That's very generous of you, Mr. Malfoy," he said serenely, "but I think my sister, and I can already tell the wrong sort, sister." Malfoy glanced in confusion at the only girl in the compartment. "Adopted," Harry and Hermione said in unison. Malfoy eyed the two of them suspiciously, as if something had thrown off his calculations. "Well," he said, "I guess we'll find out soon enough." Then, "I guess we will," Harry replied. "Come on, let's go," Malfoy said to Crabbe and Goyle. Harry and Hermione breathed a sigh of relief as they left, while Ron looked amazed. "Blimey, Harry, how'd you do that?" he said. "I didn't think anyone could make a Malfoy back down like that. Cousin Andy taught us how to deal with people like him. You just have to know how to talk to them. Basically, just pretend you're better than everybody else, and then act really sarcastic about it." They all shared a laugh at that, and Ron did a surprisingly good impression of Malfoy's voice. "Oh, yes, I'm Draco Malfoy. And my whole family's been in Slytherin for over 900 years, hasn't yours?" They all laughed some more. "Merlin, why'd anybody actually want to be in Slytherin?" "Merlin was in Slytherin," Hermione observed. "Well, maybe, but they're all just a bunch of snakes now. Never was a dark wizard or witch in Britain who wasn't in Slytherin. They're not that bad." Hermione protested. "Cousin Andy was in Slytherin, and she's really nice." "Yeah, and Sirius Black was in Gryffindor, and he turned evil," Harry added. In Ron's pocket, unnoticed even by the boy himself, Scabbers relaxed and went back to sleep. "Well, I guess he was," Ron admitted. "But still, my whole family's been in Gryffindor. I'd hate to wind up in Slytherin. Do know what houses you want?" "I think I'd like Gryffindor," Harry said. "Both my birth parents went there." "I do think it sounds like the best one," said Hermione, "but Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad. Do you know how they sort us, though?" "Hogwarts. A history didn't say." "No, sorry. They never tell the first years. Fred said we have to wrestle a troll, but I think he was joking." "Wrestle a troll," yelled Hermione. "You don't think?" "No, of course not," said Harry. "Even Dumbledore's not that crazy." They were deep into the mountains by now, and the daylight was starting to fade. Presently, though, they passed into a wide valley with some small, shimmering locks in the distance. "Harry, I think this is Glen Moor," Hermione exclaimed. "We must be really far into the Highlands. Well, they did build Hogwarts far away from Muggle towns, Harry said. We'll probably be arriving soon. Hermione said firmly. She started digging into her trunk. You two should change into your robes. I'll go change in the loo. She pulled her robes out and left the compartment. Ron stared at Harry. Is she always like that? Harry sniggered a little. Yeah, mate. Better just do what she says. A few minutes later, the three of them were all changed. Hermione opened the compartment door again, only to jump back as she was nearly knocked over by her brother as he pounced at her. Whoa, watch out, he said. Harry. But Harry stood up in front of her holding a large toad. You nearly stepped on it, he explained. Hermione grimaced a little as they went inside. Harry put the toad on the seat between him and Hedwig's cage. The owl seemed to scoff at it. A few minutes later, a nervous-looking, round-faced boy who had poked his head in earlier came back around, searching the floors of the compartments. Harry remembered him at once. Hey, mate, is this your toad? He said. Trevor. The round-faced boy dashed into the compartment and picked up the toad. Thanks a lot, mate. My gran would have killed me if I lost him. Oh, I'm Neville, by the way. Neville Longbottom. Harry sprang to his feet. Neville Longbottom, heir to the noble and most ancient house of Longbottom. Neville stood up straighter, trying to appear properly noble, but he still looked pale and nervous. Why, yes. Pleased to meet you. I'm Harry Potter, and this is my sister, Hermione Granger. He offered his hand to the boy. Neville's eyes widened, and he shook Harry's hand vigorously. Lord Potter, I am honored to meet you, he stammered. No titles outside the ministry chambers, Neville. Just call me Harry, the sometime Lord said with a chuckle. Wow. Thanks, Harry. No problem. Your gran's been a big help to my cousin, Madame Tonks. Oh, all right. Gran introduced me to her once. Oh, and this is Ron Weasley, Harry added. I think he's a cousin of yours. Well, I guess we're all cousins around here. Anyway, come on, have a seat, Harry insisted. Neville sat down next to him, his head spinning, carefully holding his toad in his lap. So why'd you bring a toad, anyway? Ron asked. Mind, I got stuck with my brother's rat, so I can't talk. My great-uncle Algie gave him to me, Neville explained. Him and Gran are old-fashioned about that kind of thing. I mean, he is useful for some things. Toads are magic-resistant, so they're good for testing spells and potions on. Really, said Hermione. I never knew that about toads. I knew cats could sense magic, and owls carry letters. Yeah, I guess a lot of people had toads in my gran's day, Neville said, shrugging his shoulders. I'd rather have brought a cat, though. Harry had been pleased to learn that so many witches and wizards were cat lovers, even if it wouldn't do him much good in practice. Neville certainly seemed to be a lot nicer than Draco Malfoy. Harry pondered how these two heirs of most ancient houses were so different from each other. The most ancient houses, Andy had explained, the original founders of the Wizards' Council. There were 12 of them originally, but there's only 6 left, and even those are dying out. It might only be 2 in another century. Well, if I may be so bold, Dan had said, if what you've told us about pure-blood families is true, it sounds like inbreeding is catching up with them. Oh, you're not the only one who thinks so. That's what Hippocrates Smethwick's been saying his entire life. I doubt it's a coincidence that the most ancient houses of Smethwick and Monroe are still doing well, when they're the only ones that aren't pure blood anymore. Even Dumbledore will tell you the same if you press him on it, but most of the old families still care more about purity. More than that, even, Ted had told them. It's something of a tradition for most ancient houses to have children at the same time, even when they don't like each other much. In the old days, it made it easier to arrange marriages, but they still do it today. That's why they have 3 children in your year. Of those 3 children, Harry could already tell Draco Malfoy was a smarmy, get-like-the-worst of the self-centered politician's cousin Andy had to deal with. But Neville Longbottom, it seemed, was the exact opposite. He came from a powerful family, but he was badly lacking self-confidence. Harry was sure Neville had learnt plenty more etiquette than he had, but he was tripping over himself in an actual conversation. He would need a lot of encouragement if he was ever going to hold his own against the likes of Malfoy, and with the political feud in which their families were locked, he would need it sooner rather than later. It wasn't much longer before the train slowed to a stop. Hermione declared that they were probably near the northwest corner of the Upper Highlands, but Harry suspected she was just guessing by this point. It had been too dark to see out for a while. People pushed their way out of the train onto a platform that was much smaller and more cramped than the one in King's Cross. A fair number of people were already there, students whose families lived in Hogsmeade, and who almost never took the train except for the first years in the traditional ritual of getting to know each other. The older students all seemed to be heading off in one direction, toward where Harry could just make out some black horseless carriages, but the first years were hearkened to a deep booming voice and a lantern that bobbed high above their heads. Furs years. All the Furs years over here. Now. Hermione grabbed Harry's hand to try to stay together and ran up to the front of the line, but they both stopped and looked up in awe at the holder of the lantern, a giant man whose face was almost hidden in a massive, shaggy mane of black hair and a great big bushy beard. He looked down and spotted Harry at once. "Harry," the huge man said. "Harry Potter. Last time I saw you, you was just a baby. Great to see you again. Look just like just your dad. You do, but you've got your mum's eyes." Was everyone who knew his parents going to say that? "Nice to meet you, Mr. Oh, sorry." He drew himself up, and his voice boomed out over the crowd. "My name's Rubius Hagrid. Ya can just call me Hagrid. I'm keeper of keys and grounds here at Hogwarts. I'll be taking ya up to the castle. Furs years follow me. Mind your step. Now." Hagrid led them up a winding path through the trees, chatting with Harry as they walked. "Well, Dumbledore asked me to take ya from your parents' house to your relatives after that night," he said. "Was sorry to hear they treated ya mean. I was. If I'd known." A dark look crossed his face. "It's all right," Harry said after an awkward pause. "It worked out pretty well in the end." Hagrid smiled down at him through his tangled beard. "Yeah, that it did. I see. Right lucky of ya to get a sister out of the deal." He looked over at Hermione. "Granger, isn't it, miss?" "Yes, sir. Hermione Granger," she replied. "Pleased to meet you. All right, just around this bend. Now," Hagrid called. Even Harry and Hermione gasped when they saw Hogwarts Castle for the first time. They had seen some Muggle castles, and they didn't hold a candle to it. It was vast, towering, and sprawling over the high mountain on which it sat overlooking a lake, and its many towers gleamed with firelight against the starry sky. They all loaded into boats to cross the lake. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville got a boat together, right behind Hagrid's. As they crossed, they could feel the wards of the castle approaching, a virtual wall of magic, ancient and singing with power. Most of the first years didn't notice until it was right on top of them, but Harry and Hermione could feel it coming almost from the shore. When they reached the middle of the lake, they closed their eyes and let the wards wash over them like waves. They were immensely more powerful than the ones on their house. So powerful that they felt refreshing and energizing to the touch, and richly layered with centuries of renewal and improvement. Not just the two of them, but all the first years felt awakened and lively when they passed through, even after the long day. Wow, Harry and Hermione said with a contented sigh, both smiling like they'd been hit with cheering charms. Whoa, what was that? Someone nearby called. Similar words echoed from the other boats. Those were the castle wards, said Hermione. I had no idea they were that powerful. That's right, Hagrid called. No safer place than Hogwarts. Not one. Probably not even Gringotts after what happened this summer. It turned out that they needed that energy boost too. After they rowed the boats into an underground harbor, they climbed a long passageway that left the children huffing and puffing by the time it led out onto the grass in front of the castle. Everyone here? Good, Hagrid said when they arrived. He walked up to a great pair of oaken doors and pounded on them 3 times with his gigantic fist. Chapter 16. The great doors of Hogwarts Castle opened to reveal the familiar face of Professor McGonagall, albeit with a sterner expression than Harry and Hermione were used to seeing from her. She lined up the first years and briefly explained the sorting ceremony and the house point system. A few people screamed as the Hogwarts ghosts made an appearance, mostly the other Muggleborns who hadn't been warned about them, but soon enough, McGonagall led them through another set of double doors into the Great Hall. The Great Hall was as awe-inspiring as their first look at the castle from outside. 4 long tables stretched all the way from the doors to the high table where the rest of the professors were sitting, and thousands upon thousands of candles floated overhead, reaching up to the ceiling, which projected the velvety black of the night sky. Yet this beautiful sight was also a deeply sobering one, all the more so as the hundreds of faces in the Great Hall watched the first years enter in profound silence. For more than a third of the length of those long tables was empty. There was no sound but footsteps as the first years passed seat after seat on the wooden benches that stood empty in front of bare tables with no golden plates and goblets laid out. This absence, as Harry and Hermione and many of the others knew, was a consequence of the war. Not the children who were lost, though there were some, but mostly the ones who were never born. You have no idea how bad it was in those last few years, Cousin Ted had explained. People were dying left and right. The bad guys were winning. You had no idea who you could trust. It was a horrible world to bring a child into. By 1979, the birth rate in magical Britain had fallen by half. The same thing happened in Muggle France in World War I. For some perspective, the average year in Hogwarts is about 80 students, but yours will be the smallest class in centuries. If I've read the numbers right, there'll only be 40 in your year. This was the clearest sign Harry had yet seen of the damage the war had caused. The hellish years leading up to All Hallows' Eve of 1981 had cut a wound in this country deeper than any scar or blasted-out cottage. It was here, touching the very heart of this joyous occasion. And everywhere else there were seats still standing empty, even a decade after the war, haunted by the unborn who were perhaps as numerous as the dead. For the first time in his life, he began to truly understand why the wizarding world was so eager to embrace him as a savior, and why Voldemort's name was still so feared. The thought terrified him. He was only 11. What kind of a savior was he? Harry looked over at his sister. and could tell from her frown that she was rapidly reaching the same conclusions. He had a feeling that Justin, who was in front of him, and the other Muggleborns were also putting the pieces together, but the rest, who already knew about all of this, didn't seem to think much of it. They passed the more numerous older students, and then quickly passed the younger ones. Near the front of the hall, there were a number of empty seats for the new students to sit once they were sorted. Harry could feel all the eyes on him, trying to get a glimpse of the boy who lived. They reached the front of the hall, and Professor McGonagall brought forth a stool on which she placed a tattered old hat. A singing hat, in Harry's opinion. A badly singing hat. A badly singing hat that read your mind and decided which house your personality was best suited for. Harry and Hermione exchanged a look and silently agreed that this was exactly the kind of thing that wizards would come up with. Professor McGonagall now stepped forward holding a long roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she said. Abbott, Henna, a pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails, stumbled out of line, put on the hat, which fell right down over her eyes, and sat down. A moment's pause. Hufflepuff shouted the hat. The second table from the right cheered and clapped as Hannah went to sit down at the Hufflepuff table. Harry saw the ghost of the fat friar waving merrily at her. "Bones, Susan." Hufflepuff shouted the hat again, and Susan scuttled off to sit next to Hannah. Boot, Terry. Ravenclaw. Harry and Hermione applauded as the first Muggleborn in the group took his seat at the second table from the left. Brocklehurst. Amanda. McGonagall called. A girl with blonde hair and a ponytail stepped forward and put the hat on her head. She was the great-granddaughter of Lord Ethelred Brocklehurst, the #1 patron of the Diagonal Theatre. Harry remembered. Amanda Brocklehurst followed Terry to Ravenclaw. Brown Lavender became the first new Gryffindor, and the table on the far left exploded with cheers. Harry could see Ron's twin brothers catcalling. Bulstrode. Millicent then became a Slytherin, eliciting equally loud, competitive-sounding cheers from the table at the far right. Malfoy's lackey, Crabbe, Harry and Hermione noted, was very quickly sorted into Slytherin, while the hat spent quite a bit longer on some of the other students. Soon after, the next Muggleborn, Kevin, went to Ravenclaw, while Justin was sorted into Hufflepuff. Malfoy's other bodyguard, Goyle, was another easy sort for Slytherin. And then Granger, Hermione. Hermione darted forward eagerly. She didn't notice, though her brother did, the intense stares that were directed at her, and the whispers that filled the hall. "I heard she's Potter's sister." "He doesn't have a sister. She's adopted." "No, he's adopted. Wonder where she'll go." She pulled the sorting hat down over her eyes, not quite knowing what to expect, but she gave a start when she heard a small voice speak in her ear. Difficult. A mind that would excel even in Ravenclaw, and a talent for wandless magic. Even. That's rare, and yet enough Gryffindor courage to adopt a brother who was hunted by dark wizards. You would do well in either house. "I'm sure Harry will be in Gryffindor," she thought. "I'd rather go there." "Oh, we'll see about him in a moment," the hat said knowingly. "But if you're sure, better be Gryffindor." Hermione was applauded more loudly than anyone else so far as she stepped down with a broad smile to take her seat at the Gryffindor table. Harry waved to her in congratulations, a gesture that was not lost on those watching. A red-haired prefect who turned out to be the other Weasley brothers shook Hermione's hand enthusiastically when she reached the table. Greengrass, Daphne, a girl with long, flowing hair, as bleach blonde as Malfoy's walked forward with a stately posture. The other scion of a most ancient house in their year. Harry leaned over and nudged Ron. "Watch this one," he whispered. "Her grandfather's the leader of the moderates on the Wisengamot." Harry was dismayed, though, when the hat didn't need very long to sort her into Slytherin. He was hoping she would be the more tractable sort, but the circle of people around her would not make it easy now. When Neville Longbottom was called, he fell over on his way to the stool. The hat took a long time to decide with Neville. When it finally shouted, "Gryffindor," Neville ran off still wearing it, and had to jog back amid gales of laughter to give it to McDougal, Morag. Malfoy swaggered forward when his name was called, and got his wish at once. The hat had barely touched his head when it screamed, "Slytherin!" after him. Lily Moon was sorted into Gryffindor, and Theodore Nott also went to Slytherin. "Watch out for him," Harry whispered to Ron. "His father's a suspected Death Eater." Ron nodded his agreement, but just a few names after that it was Harry's own turn. When Professor McGonagall called his name, the whispers returned with a vengeance. The Harry Potter, 3 sickles on Gryffindor. "It's really him. Did you see the scar?" Harry locked eyes with Hermione to avoid all the other stares as he sat, and dropped the hat onto his head so that it covered his eyes. He waited. "How interesting," the hat whispered in his ear. "An animagus at your age." Harry's heart leapt into his throat. "You can't." "Oh, no, I won't tell anyone, don't worry. But it's a very rare skill. I've only seen it twice before in all my centuries." "You've seen it before. Who? How? I cannot tell you. I must respect all students' privacy, even after their deaths, though the clues may still be out there for you to find." "Ah, but where to put you? Plenty of courage, I see, and not a bad mind either. There's talent and cunning. Oh yes, but not quite the temperament for Slytherin. Perhaps if things had gone differently. Oh, but you could still be great in Ravenclaw. You know." "Are you kidding?" thought Harry. "Me in Ravenclaw and Hermione in Gryffindor? I'd never hear the end of it." He was sure the hat was laughing at him. "Well, then, as amusing as that would be, we'll go with Gryffindor." There was a sound of thunder. All of Gryffindor House rose to its feet as one in wild cheering. A few scattered students rose at the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables, and it quickly turned it into a standing ovation from 3 houses. The Slytherins he saw sat and applauded politely. Fred and George Weasley shouted over the din, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" The hall didn't calm down until Albus Dumbledore stood from his golden chair at the high table and raised his hands, still smiling, his silver hair shining in the candlelight. The great hall was silent again in seconds, and he sat down again without a word to allow the sorting to complete. Harry was both impressed and relieved to see that the old man had an even greater influence in the hall than he did. Harry fought his way through the line of admirers, wanting to shake his hand, as Professor McGonagall called the next name. He took the open seat next to Hermione. His sister hugged him and whispered congratulations. "Harry, you too, Hermione," he whispered back. Sally and Zacharias Smith both went to Hufflepuff. They were from different families, Harry remembered, which was sure to cause some confusion. Zacharias was from the noble house of Smith, the first and largest of the families descended from Helga Hufflepuff, while Sally, it was believed, traced her family to a Muggle-born Smith a few generations back. Soon after them, the sorting wrapped up with a very relieved-looking Ron Weasley joining Harry and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, and Blaise Sabini going to Slytherin. No sooner had Ron got past his brothers and sat down on the other side of Harry than Albus Dumbledore again rose to his feet, looking positively joyful. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: nitwit, blubber, oddman, tweak. Thank you." Harry and Hermione exchanged a nervous glance while everyone else cheered. Hermione turned to Percy the prefect and said, Is he all right?" That was strange even for him. "Oh, he's always been a bit mad," Percy said nonchalantly. "But he is a genius." Harry and Hermione felt a soft wave of magic unlike any they had felt before as the tables in front of them magically filled with food, delivered up by the house elves from directly below them in the kitchen. Cousin Andy had explained to them about house elves. All the Grangers had been quite unhappy to learn about the existence of an actual slave caste in the magical world, not to mention the fact that their existence was barely acknowledged in the history books. But Andy had convinced them, with difficulty, that this was one aspect of the status quo that would not be productive to fight. The records are sketchy, but it's believed that house elves were bred in Germany from wild elves starting under Clovis I. The wild elves were more intelligent and docile relatives of the Erkling, but they died out in the 1600s. I know it sounds awful today. Believe me, it was questioned even in the founders' time, but they really are bred for service. Given the choice, they almost always prefer it to freedom, so long as they're treated well. I've never had one since I left home, nor did the Potters, as far as I know, but trying to push that stance widely would not be the best way to help them. "Awesome," Harry exclaimed, far more focused on the food than on where it came from. He couldn't remember ever seeing so many kinds of meat on one table before: roast beef and steak, pork chops, bacon and sausage, roast chicken, and lamb chops. He started loading up on everything. "Oh, boy, now they've got him going," Hermione groaned. Everyone was tucking in, but the only person who looked more enthusiastic than Harry was Ron, though the redhead was a good deal less discriminating. "You should get some vegetables, Harry," she told him without thinking, prompting snickers from those sitting around them as she spooned some peas, carrots, and potatoes onto each of their plates. Their parents had recruited Hermione to their cause of getting Harry to eat normal human fare, almost from day one. She supposed she should be glad he was at least using the tableware and hadn't grabbed a lamb chop by the rib and bit right in. Harry took a swig from his goblet, and his eyes lit up. "Hermione, it's pumpkin juice." "Pumpkin juice," she said skeptically. She cautiously took a sip herself. It was pumpkin juice, all right. Two things that shouldn't go together in her opinion, though she supposed she could get used to it. Of course, her brother loved it. Thankfully, he toned things down after his overexcited start. "You know, that hat tried to put me in Ravenclaw," Harry told her when he had calmed down a bit. "It did?" Hermione squeaked slightly. "Yeah, but I told it it'd be ridiculous for me to be in Ravenclaw while you were in Gryffindor." Her mouth dropped open. "Harry, I only asked it for Gryffindor because I thought you'd wind up here." "What? So you mean we both could have been in Ravenclaw?" Harry said, laughing. I guess so, but I still think Gryffindor is the best," she said. "I like Professor McGonagall. And Dumbledore may be a little barmy, but he's still pretty smart." Harry had to agree with that. The rest of dinner went well, except for when nearly headless Nick flipping his head off in front of the first years and put them all off their appetites for a few minutes. Hermione briefly wondered how the ghost could control his body with his spinal cord severed, but quickly dismissed this as a ridiculous question. Obviously, The magic of spirits didn't require such things. Although, "Excuse me, Sir Nicholas?" she asked. "Yes, my dear," the ghost said, obviously pleased to have someone call him by his proper name. "If you don't mind my asking, sir, how can you speak if you're intangible?" "What?" Sir Nicholas said in confusion. "Well, it's just that you have to have some kind of physical influence on the world around in order to vibrate the air to make sounds." She became aware that everyone was staring at her, including Sir Nicholas, who looked thoughtful, as if no one had ever thought to ask him that in the past 5 centuries. "Well, I suppose I must," he said tentatively, "though I've never felt it. Myrtle is the only ghost in the castle who's had any success at haunting things." "Who's Myrtle?" Hermione asked. She was sure there was no ghost by that name mentioned in Hogwarts. A history. "Oh. She haunts the second-floor girls' loo," Percy said quickly, "but she's not much for conversation." No one had a satisfactory explanation for why a ghost should haunt a bathroom, so Hermione let the matter drop. She talked to Percy about lessons, and she and Harry had to explain more than once how they had come to be siblings. But by the time dessert came around, they started to learn about other people's families. "I'm half and half," said Seamus. "Me dad's a muggle. Mom didn't tell him. She was a witch till after they were married. Bit of a nasty shock for him." The others laughed. "That doesn't sound very nice," Hermione protested. Seamus looked a little annoyed at her, but he explained, "Well, it's the statute of secrecy. You have to do it that way." The purebloods at the table nodded like it was perfectly reasonable. "What about you, Neville?" said Ron. "Well, my gran brought me up, and she's a witch," said Neville, "but the family thought I was a squib for ages. My great-uncle Algy kept trying to catch me off my guard and force some magic out of me. He pushed me off the end of Blackpool Pier once I nearly drowned, but nothing happened until I was 8. Great-uncle Algy came round for dinner, and he was hanging me out of an upstairs window by the ankles when my great-auntie Enid offered him a meringue, and he accidentally let go. But I bounced all the way down the garden and into the road. They were all really pleased. Gran was crying. She was so happy. And you should have seen their faces when I got in here. They thought I might not be magic enough to come, you see. Great-uncle Algy was so pleased he bought me my toad." The round-faced boy's story elicited some laughter, but he became nervous when several people looked appropriately appalled by it, especially the muggle-raised ones. "What?" "Neville." Harry tried to broach it tactfully. "Your family was more happy that you could do magic than that you weren't hurt, getting dropped out an upstairs window. And your grandmother is supposed to be the head of the Liberals on the Wisengamot?" He mentally added, "Well, Neville stammered nervously. "It's not about that so much, but it's just that with my parents." He stopped and swallowed hard. I might as well be the last of the Longbottoms. See? If I weren't magical, the line would die out." "Ugh, do they really?" Hermione started, then stopped, trying not to offend the boy. It sounded like the politics of the old royal families of Europe. Neville shrugged his shoulders apologetically. Dessert was soon winding down, and Harry surveyed the high table, wondering how they would be dismissed. He didn't know most of the professors by sight, although the tiny Professor Flitwick was easy to spot from Cousin Dora's description, as was the bored, sleepy-looking Professor Binns, the only one at the table who was see-through. Presently, though, his eyes ran over a pair of teachers he hadn't paid much attention before, one with long, black, greasy hair and a hooked nose who was listening to the mutterings of a pale young man in a purple turban. It happened very suddenly. The hook-nosed teacher looked past the turban straight into Harry's eyes, and a sharp, hot pain shot across the scar on Harry's forehead. Ouch. Harry suddenly clapped his hand to his forehead, just above his right eye. "Harry, what is it?" Hermione said. And nothing. She wasn't buying it. Seeing him glance around at the others at the table, she leaned in to whisper to him. "Harry, that wasn't nothing," she said. "No, really it's gone now," he whispered back. "It still wasn't normal. Has that ever happened before?" She doubted it had. She'd never seen Harry slap his hand to his scar like that in the 6 years she'd known him. And scars weren't supposed to be painful. Not old ones, anyway. When Harry seemed reluctant to answer, she asked, "What happened? What were you doing?" "Nothing. I was just looking at those two." He pointed up at the high table. Hermione's eyes narrowed in suspicion as she appraised the two teachers he was indicating. "Percy, who are those two on the end there?" she asked. "Oh, that's Professor Quirrell in the turban. He teaches defense against the dark arts," Percy explained formally. "And that's Professor Snape in the black. He teaches potions, but everyone knows he wants Quirrell's job." Well, that was suspicious, indeed. "Harry, which one of them?" "I don't know. It was probably just a coincidence," he protested. "I think we should tell someone." "Mione, I'm fine. Really, look, if it happens again, I'll ask the nurse. Okay?" Hermione grumbled and let it go, but she resolved to keep an eye on both Snape and Quirrell when Harry was around them. Neither one sounded like someone to get too close to from what they had heard, especially Snape. Snape was Dumbledore's spy during the war. Andy told them. It's not something they like to advertise, but it's public record. He's an admitted Death Eater who switched sides near the end, and Dumbledore vouched for him personally to keep him out of Azkaban. The thing is, Snape remains a close personal friend of the Malfoy family, and is notorious for showing favoritism to Slytherin students, especially children of suspected Death Eaters. "Yeah, that's putting it mildly," Dora had said. "He's a greasy git who'll take points just for looking at him funny, and Merlin help you if you get on his bad side. I saw him actually sabotage people's potions, but no one could prove it after. My daughter may be a bit overzealous in her characterization," Andy had cut in, "but unfortunately, I know at least some of it's true. People file complaints against him every year, but it seems like the only thing Albus Dumbledore and Lucius Malfoy can agree upon is that they both want Snape teaching potions. You need to be especially careful around him. Harry, he was in school at the same time as your parents, and I've heard he and your father got on pretty badly. Yes, if someone had a motive to hold a grudge against Harry Potter, Hermione decided it was probably Professor Snape. Harry himself, on the other hand, though he would rather have just forgotten about the whole thing, had a different concern on his mind. "Oh, and the defense professor," Dora said. "Be really careful around him. Whoever it is." "Why?" said Harry. "The defense professorship is cursed," Andy said. "Cursed? Yeah, or at least everyone thinks it is," Dora answered. "It was even when we went there," Andy added. "No defense professor has taught for more than 1 year, since 1958. They say, Dora started, but her mother shot her a look. I mean, Voldemort did it because Dumbledore turned him down for the job. Ever since, something bad always happens with the defense professor every year. There's been ones who got sacked for teaching blatant lies, accidentally injuring students, deliberately injuring students. Dora, her mother warned, sleeping with students. Dora, what? It's true." Andy opened her mouth to speak, but Dora tacked on. Both genders. It's Professor Quirrell this term. Andy huffed. He taught Muggle studies for years. He won't be doing anything like that. She turned back to the Grangers. The bigger worry is the ones who meet with an unfortunate accident. Lost a limb to a carnivorous plant, mauled by a kelpie caught in an explosion that also injured several students. We had one just fall out his office window, Dora added helpfully. And the worst part is most of them are no good at it, 'cause no one who is crazy enough to take the job. The point is, Andy said in annoyance, the defense professor's bad luck, no matter who it is. From what I hear, Quirrell's very nice, but be very alert if he does anything potentially dangerous. It might not be his fault, but it could still backfire horribly. Harry hadn't been sure before, but right now that seemed like very good advice. Eventually, the desserts disappeared, and Dumbledore stood up to make his start-of-term announcements, which all sounded quite reasonable except for the very painful death awaiting anyone who dared to intrude on the right-hand corridor on the 3rd floor. And then the headmaster proved his madness again by having the school sing a song with no melody before sending everyone off to bed. "Percy," Hermione said, pulling Harry up to the front of the line to the dorms. Dumbledore wasn't serious about the 3rd floor. Was he? Knowing Dumbledore, she thought he probably was, but she still felt she had to check. "He must be," Percy replied. "Dumbledore may be a little off his rocker, but he never pulls pranks. It is odd, though. You'd think he'd at least tell us prefects why. But why would he tell us like that at all? I bet it won't be 24 hours before someone goes up there." "Oh, don't worry, Miss Granger," he said. "We prefects will keep everyone in line." They made it up to Gryffindor Tower, and Percy pointed them up to their bedrooms, which Harry thought was now an excellent place to go. He wasn't used to eating that much or that late. "Well, I'm beat," he said. "Good night, Hermione." He could tell from the look on his sister's face that she was still concerned about him, but he was glad when she didn't mention it. Stifling a yawn, she said, "Good night, Harry," and headed up the girls' staircase. Harry was annoyed to find he had to climb another 7 floors to get to his room. He hoped he could get to bed quickly, but his new roommates looked like they had plenty of questions. He started unpacking his trunk with what he would need for the night. "What the?" he exclaimed, dropping something to the floor with a clatter. "What is it?" said Ron Weasley. The other boys crowded round to see. Harry picked up his picture frame off the floor, the one containing the photograph of the Potters on his first birthday. It was moving. James and Lily Potter were smiling and waving at him from the picture frame, while baby Harry wriggled in their arms. They didn't speak, and their behavior seemed to repeat, or nearly repeat, after 10 seconds or so, but it was incredible seeing them in motion. "How is it doing that?" he wondered. "What do you mean?" Ron said, "They all do that." "No, I've had this on my nightstand for 6 years, and it's never moved before," Harry replied. "Well, that's weird. Where'd you get it from?" "From Dumbledore." "Oh, he must have frozen it. So it didn't move in a Muggle house. Well, that Dumbledore is pretty smart." "Yeah," Harry said equivocally and mentally added, "most of the time." One of the few people who didn't go straight to bed that night was Draco Malfoy. He got out his parchment and quill so that he could post a letter home the first thing in the morning and inform his parents of some unexpected developments. "Dear Father and Mother, I have, of course, been sorted into Slytherin, as have Knot and Greengrass, though Greengrass has been keeping her distance from most of us except for her friend Tracy Davis. I approached Harry Potter on the train, as you requested. Predictably, he rejected my offer, but he was more polite than I expected about it. and he knew who I was, at least by name. He had already met the Weasleys by the time I found him, and there are rumors that he was palling around with Longbottom, too. However, you've probably heard, or will soon hear, that Potter showed up with an adoptive sister. His sister's name is Granger, and I'm almost positive she's Muggle-born. The rumors say Potter himself was raised by Muggles, but he's clearly had some kind of training too, and I bet it was from Aunt Andromeda. How else would he know who his allies are so fast? Unfortunately, it looks like the chance to turn Potter to a more favorable attitude has passed. With Muggle connections, his support of Annie's Muggle Rights Act is already assured. Potter and his sister both went to Gryffindor, although the hat didn't decide right away for either of them. Longbottom went there too, though I don't know why when he was such an obvious Hufflepuff. Your loving son, Draco. Chapter 17. Harry and Hermione woke tired the next morning. Both of their roommates had kept them up late with questions, although Ron Weasley hadn't been too bad after already having spent the whole day on the train with them. It wasn't the best way to start the school year, but they had slept quite well in what time they had. There was something about being surrounded by the magic of the castle that felt warm and comforting, almost like being home after a long holiday. They met up in the common room to go down to breakfast together, relying on strength in numbers. This proved to be wise, since they already had to politely parry away some overeager admirers in the common room who hadn't got a chance to meet Harry the previous night. Then, as they walked through the corridors, they were sure they saw some of the passing faces twice or even 3 times, doubling back to get another look. They allowed Ron and Neville Longbottom to walk close by them, though, since those two were somewhat less starstruck than everyone else. One of the more impressive sights at Hogwarts was the morning post-delivery, when well over 100 owls came winging their way into the Great Hall, dropping off letters and parcels to the students. Hedwig flew down and dropped off a copy of the Daily Prophet, and Hermione fed her some bacon. "Ha," Harry said, looking over the paper. "We're not all over the front page." The sorting was pretty late. I guess not even magic could help Rita Skeeter get a story to press that fast, Hermione mused. "But I'm sure we'll be in there tomorrow. Or at least you will." "Oh, you'll be in, too, Mione. Remember how Cousin Andy said everyone would go nuts over the boy who lived raised by Muggles story?" She remembered. The timing was certainly unfortunate. The sharks would be circling from all sides to tie the story to their position on the Muggle Protection Act. It was tempting to think one heartfelt speech from Harry Potter would be enough to put it over the top, but then there would also be those who lamented that the savior of the wizarding world didn't even grow up in their world, and all sorts of things like that. Well, at least we have one day to just worry about classes, Hermione said. "Excuse me, Mr. Potter." They both turned to see a smug-looking blond boy with an upturned nose, one in yellow-trimmed robes. "Allow me to introduce myself," the boy said. "My name is Zachariah Smith." Harry rose to his feet and forced a smile. "Ah, that would be Zachariah Smith, scion of the noble house of Smith," he asked. "And direct descendant of Lady Helga Hufflepuff," Smith added. "A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter." He grabbed Harry's hand and squeezed it tightly. "Likewise. My sister, Hermione Granger." Harry motioned to her. "Miss Granger." Smith shook her hand, too, which she returned limply. "Sometime, Mr. Potter, I would like to hear the story of how and why you managed to slip the watch of all of magical Britain to live out in the Muggle world," he continued. "And what's wrong with the Muggle world?" "Well, that was mostly Dumbledore's doing," Harry said. Harry and Hermione were relieved when Percy Weasley came around, saying, First years, I have your timetables here. You'll need to be getting yours too, Mr. Smith. Of course. I'll see you in class, Mr. Potter, he said with a smile before walking off. Harry suspected that the Hufflepuff blood was the only thing that had landed the arrogant boy in his ancestor's house. And he wasn't exactly highly ranked, either. After all, he was 10th in line for the Smith seat? But he did seem to know the etiquette, so that would probably count for something. After the timetables were passed out, all the students left breakfast early to go back to their dorms for their books. Harry and Hermione dashed up the 14 flights to their rooms, surprising a number of other students who weren't in such good shape from years of karate by passing them in the other direction on the way down. Led mostly by Hermione's eagerness, they were the first ones to make it to their first class, Transfiguration. That was lucky of them, as they later learned firsthand how uncooperative the castle's moving stairs and trick doors could be. And the Transfiguration classroom was, indeed, empty, save for a gray tabby cat with black rectangles around its eyes sitting on the teacher's desk. "Good morning, Professor," Harry said with a smile. The cat meowed at him. "Are you planning on surprising the class?" he continued. The cat caterwauled briefly. "I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that." The cat repeated the message with a slightly harsher tone. "Oh, of course." He turned to Hermione. "She said it's a good way to spot troublemakers." "Like me," he said with a chuckle. They heard the sound of footsteps outside, and the cat twitched an ear toward the door and then hissed at Harry. "All right, we're sitting down, Professor," he said. They took the 2 seats in the front corner as the other students started filing in, a few of them looking curiously at the cat. Hermione leaned toward him and whispered, "I still don't get how you can do that." "Just practice," Harry said smugly. Of course, the truth was that he probably could never have learnt to interpret meows without doing it with a cat's sense of hearing first. Human ears were just barely up to the task, but it was always good to find something he was better at than his sister. The classroom, like the Great Hall, stood half empty, making it hard to tell if everyone had arrived. It seemed like a bleak way to go through school for 7 years, but that was the way of things. The final bell rang, but no one did anything until nearly a minute later, when Ron Weasley ran into the classroom, looking around nervously. "Oh, good. Professor McGonagall's not here yet," he said with relief. Harry caught the cat's eye and turned to Ron. "Ah, sorry, mate," he said, pointing to it. With that, the gray tabby leapt off the desk, and in a blink was replaced by the tall, stern form of Minerva McGonagall. The rest of the class gasped and applauded, while Ron let out an astonished wicked. "Thank you for that assessment, Mr. Weasley," McGonagall said. "Do please take your seat, and try to be on time in the future." Harry and Hermione were eager to get started on Transfiguration, since the wandless magic they had. Learnt was pretty much all charms, but the class was less hands-on than they had hoped. Professor McGonagall made them take a lot of complicated notes before handing out matchsticks to turn into needles. By the end of the lesson, though, Harry had managed to turn his matchstick silver and pointy. It wasn't easy to feel for his magic and shape it through his wand in such a different way than he was used to, but he was still well ahead of almost everyone else in the class. Predictably, Hermione had him beat. She'd nearly completed the transformation to a needle, producing a piece of metal the right size and shape, and only failing to make the eye. McGonagall smiled as she showed their work to the class and awarded the pair 5 points to Gryffindor. But it was the second class of the day, a double defense against the dark arts period, that they were most looking forward to. After 5 years of karate, both of them, though especially Harry, were ready to start learning magical self-defense. It was nothing like they had expected. The Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs sat down scattered around the defense against the dark arts classroom. This was one of the larger classrooms, with the teacher's desk sitting in the back and a large open space in the front, presumably for practical demonstrations. A Muggle archery target stood against the far wall. Professor Quirrell was a pale, quiet young man with sharp, penetrating blue eyes. He wore close-fitting robes that still admitted quite a bit of movement, and a purple turban, the tail of which was draped around his shoulders. As soon as the bell rang, he rose from his seat and walked in silence to the head of the class. He stood straight, but stiff. Most of the class thought he was understandably nervous about starting his first day as the defense professor. "Welcome," he said in a soft voice that surprisingly sounded more confident than he looked. "Welcome to your first defense against the dark arts class. I am Quirinus Quirrell, formerly professor of Muggle Studies. For the past year, I have traveled the world to gain practical experience for my new posting. You will no doubt be wondering what horrible fate will befall me this year. However, as I am on a 1-year contract, you may rest assured that I am keeping my options open." A few people giggled. "I'll just take attendance before we get started." He called the roll from a small scroll that he drew from his pocket. He stuttered when he came to Harry's name, and an almost frightened look flickered across his face for a moment. But he kept on going as if nothing had happened and put the scroll away. "The world," Professor Quirrell said dramatically in that soft voice of his, both magical and mundane, "is a dangerous place. The dark arts are first and foremost among these dangers. Most of you will already know this well." His eyes passed across Harry's. "The fact that classroom after classroom of this school stands half-empty shows that clearly the fact that the ministry is still reeling, that the Auror department is still short-staffed after 10 years, the fact that this nation is littered from one end to the other with widows and orphans with broken families, and with the gravestones of ones that were wiped out entirely, is testament to the danger of the dark arts." A Hufflepuff girl with a round face and auburn hair whimpered softly. Neville Longbottom was shaking. Harry glared openly at Professor Quirrell and started contemplating whether he could use his influence to get him sacked right away. However, and this one word was the first time Quirrell had raised his voice in his entire speech, "we are currently in peacetime." He let the words hang in the air, and the tension seemed to lessen. He started up again, and the harshness his voice had taken on vanished. "The dark arts are a danger, yes, but hardly the only one. Especially not now, when there has been no proven Death Eater activity for over 9 years. In peacetime, there are more common, mundane, you might even say trivial dangers to worry about, but they should not be ignored. Does anyone know what is the most common peacetime threat to witches and wizards, at least to the 80% of you, who do not live in Hogsmeade?" A couple of hands were raised. Harry glanced at his sister and saw her frowning. He knew as well as she did that this had not been in the course book. "Yes, Mr. Smith," Quirrell said. "Attacks by Muggles, sir," Zacharias Smith answered confidently. "Correct." Harry gave a start, as did the other Muggle-raised students. This was the former Muggle Studies professor? Well, they could see how it could be true, but still, if he of all people was going to start in with blood prejudice, there would be trouble. Hermione's eyes narrowed, as if she were calculating something. 3/4 of the witches and wizards in Britain live in Muggle cities and villages, Professor Quirrell explained. As much as we pride ourselves on our separateness and secrecy, we live and work with Muggles every day. And it is because of this very separateness and secrecy that Muggles are prone to seeing us as loners, eccentrics, or even freaks. Harry was sure Quirrell looked directly at him at that point. People like that make for easy targets for troublemakers and bullies. That's true in the Muggle world and the magical world. It is not a Muggle condition, but a human condition. But whatever the reason, it means that attacks by Muggles remain the most common peacetime threat to witches and wizards to this day. Harry's mind was reeling. Cousin Andy had taught him the rhetoric. He was sure Quirrell was gearing up for an anti-Muggle rant, and then he just cut it down, almost like he was trying to play two parts at once. And the way he kept glancing at him was putting him on edge. The name of this class is Defense Against the Dark Arts, Quirrell continued, but perhaps a more apt title would be Magical Defense and Survival, because it is concerned with all threats, not just those of the dark arts. With so many witches and wizards living on the outskirts of society, it is important to know how to take care of oneself. And that is what this class is intended to teach. By the standard curriculum set forth by the Board of Governors, which is, in fact, largely unchanged since the school's founding. All students returning home after their first year at Hogwarts should be able to defend themselves in the Muggle world, that is, against both Muggles and non-magical animals. The first-year defense curriculum includes simple jinxes and hexes and their counters, and methods of escape and calling for help, which are usually all that is needed to defend oneself in the Muggle world, and which provide a foundation for more advanced magical defense in later years. We will also cover basic survival skills and an overview of magical creatures this year. You may have wondered why Fantastic Beasts and where to find them was on the book list. The second-year curriculum continues the instruction in proper defense against the dark arts techniques, but also includes detailed units on wilderness survival and Class 2X and 3X magical creatures, something which carries the added benefit of being a good introduction for those of you who choose to take care of magical creatures in third year. The third-year curriculum includes Class 3X and 4X magical creatures and a closer overview of curses in preparation for fourth year, which is when the dark arts begin to be addressed full-time. Yes, Miss Granger? Harry had been so busy taking detailed notes on what the defense professor was saying that he hadn't even noticed Hermione raise her hand. "Excuse me, Professor," she said, "but I think the most common danger in the Muggle world is auto accidents, not assaults." Quirrell stared off into space, looking as if something had short-circuited his brain. With a sudden jerk, he looked back at Hermione. "That might be true for Muggle-born students like yourself," he said sharply, "but as most witches and wizards drive very little, if at all, it's quite rare for them to get in an auto accident." Ron Weasley chuckled softly. Hermione looked downcast, but Quirrell continued, "However, that is the kind of thinking that will be very useful in this class. Defense is about more than just skill with magic. It requires a significant bit of problem solving, and a skill that I consider to be seriously underemphasized by most instructors, which is threat assessment. For example, would anyone care to hazard a guess as to what the most dangerous non-magical animal in Britain is? Everyone looked at each other. This wasn't the kind of thing most of them had ever thought about. Slowly, a couple of tentative hands rose in the air. "Mr. Weasley? Is it snakes?" Ron said, "No, Miss Abbott." Hannah Abbott froze for a brief moment before saying, "Is it wild boars, Professor?" "No." Suddenly, Justin Finch-Fletchley's face brightened, and he raised his hand. "Mr. Finch-Fletchley?" Quirrell said, "Dogs, sir." "Correct." Now, it was the purebloods' turn to be shocked. It was clear from their faces that none of them had even considered the possibility. It may surprise you to learn, Quirrell said dryly that dogs attack more people and kill more people than any other animal in Britain, with the exception of bees, to which some muggles can have a fatal allergic reaction. After dogs are cows and horses, which are occasionally known to trample the careless or intoxicated who venture too close. To be sure, should you come face to face with a wild boar, it would be far more dangerous than any dog. But how many boars versus how many dogs do you encounter in day-to-day life? A couple of people laughed, albeit nervously. It's easy to only pay attention to the big but rare dangers and miss the small but still very real ones that you encounter more frequently. As a result, you can be taken by surprise, and that is the most dangerous thing of all. Threat assessment means figuring out just how dangerous things are and how to respond to them. Another example. You might not expect the defense curriculum to include household charms, but it does. A number of people started at that. Doxies are 3 inches high and can be killed with a rolled-up newspaper, Quirrell said emphatically, but they're also Class 3X creatures. They breed rapidly, fly in swarms, and have a bite that will fester badly if left untreated. Like most magical creatures, they are attracted to magic, and they like to infest magical households that are not adequately cleaned, including houses in the city, including Muggle-born households, he said with an odd grin. Although to a lesser extent, because there is less magic there. That was news to Harry and Hermione, and they could tell it was to the other Muggle-borns too. Their very presence at home would attract magical pests. Why didn't anyone tell them these things? As if sensing their questions, Quirrell gave a slight jerk and seemed to switch gears again. As Muggle Studies professor, I repeatedly suggested a seminar for Muggle-born students to learn important aspects of the magical world like that, which they might not hear elsewhere. The board could never seem to justify the seminars given the low number of students who would be involved, but I think you can imagine how useful they could be. Of course, I would contend that pure-blood students could use a bit of a primer on the Muggle world as well, something else that the board refused to implement. First and foremost, can anyone name the most common peacetime reasons for violations of the Statute of Secrecy? Now, Professor Quirrell was going really far afield, but some of the class thought this was getting fun in an odd sort of way. Between them, they correctly guessed fights between wizards and muggles, careless use of magic around muggles, and magical creatures getting loose, but they were stumped when Quirrell claimed there was another major cause of such violations. Surely you know Miss Bones, he asked. The round-faced, auburn-haired girl whom Harry now recognized as the niece of the new director of magical law enforcement looked very nervous at being put on the spot, but she thought about it and stammered. Aye, is it theft of magical artifacts? Professor? Precisely. Muggle thieves will take anything that looks valuable. A racing broom that might look like an art piece to them. A magical or enchanted appliance that looks like anything electric, magical toys for the children. If you're particularly careless, even your wand. Theft of magical artifacts happens more often than fights, and nearly as often as reported careless uses of magic. And yet, most wizards leave their homes unprotected by so much as a colloportus. Even for those who can't afford professional wards, or perhaps live in apartments where they can't be applied, could do that. A colloportus will foil a muggle lockpick, and will even resist efforts at breaking and entering, but it's very rarely used properly for the simple, foolish reason that it has to be reapplied every time the door is opened, leaving their property and their secrets unprotected because of sheer laziness. Defense of property is still defense, and we will spend a little time on that as well this year. Now, unfortunately, Muggle-born students do not have the option of using a colloportus. That is why a charm trunk is so helpful. something else that isn't advertised to Muggle-borns. Harry was starting to wonder what Professor Quirrell's game was. He seemed to be trying to ingratiate himself with the Muggle-born students, and, in fact, he was telling them things his family should have been told years ago, that not even his Muggle-born cousin Ted had thought to tell them. It was so mundane in this world. But at the same time, Quirrell's attitude toward Muggles seemed more than a little condescending. Harry didn't know much about the Muggle Studies curriculum, though. Maybe that was how they did things. It certainly wouldn't surprise him. Above all, Quirrell said, "I expect each of you in my class not only to learn the required material, but also to understand why you are learning it. It is only by reaching that deeper level of understanding that you will be able to react to new threats and new situations. After all, one of the greatest mistakes you can make is to be always fighting the last war." He was staring at Harry again. They got out of defense at the end of the hour after a rather more normal lecture about the technical details of magical theory that Professor Quirrell assured them would be essential to learning defensive spells later. "Hey, where'd she go?" "Ah, there she is," Harry whispered to Hermione as they made their way to lunch. He led her over to the little auburn-haired witch. "Excuse me, Susan Bones," he asked. She turned to face him. "Eep, Mr. P.P. Potter," she said. "Why am I always mistered around here?" "It's just Harry, Susan. At least if you're not a Slytherin. And this is my sister, Hermione." He offered a hand to her. Susan laughed nervously as she shook his hand. "Pleased to meet you. Sorry, it's just Annie Amelia talks about you a lot. You're a legend in Aura department." Harry and Hermione both rolled their eyes. "Of course I am," he said. "Well, it's not like that," Susan said. "Annie says you prove that you shouldn't let your guard down because anyone can still get lucky." She said this very fast, and she flinched back as if she expected an angry response. Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance with raised eyebrows. "That may be the most sensible thing we've heard all week," Harry said. "It is," Susan said. Hermione smiled. "Susan, our cousin Andromeda Tonks, has had nothing but good things to say about your aunt, and I think if she can see past the boy who lived legend, that's a good sign already." Susan's eyes widened. She looked back at Harry, but saw him nod in agreement with his adoptive sister. She broke into a wide smile. "Thank you, I thought." But she suddenly realized she didn't know what she thought. She'd known on some level that the storybooks had to be completely made up, and that Harry's victory over you-know-who had to have been just luck, but it was still shocking to see the boy who lived dismissing the legend. "It's fine," Harry said. "Are you okay? I know Professor Quirrell was being kind of rough. Was she okay?" "Well, aside from being about faint, probably." "Why, yeah," she stammered. I've heard a lot worse." "Well, I admit it wasn't the nicest way to make the point, but I didn't think he was too bad," Hermione said. "Really?" Harry turned to her. "Didn't you see how he kept staring at me?" "Harry, everyone's staring at you," she said dryly. "No, really, it was almost like he was mocking me every time he did it. But why would he do that? I think you're just imagining things. I like him. He seems really knowledgeable." "You like him? Didn't you hear what he was saying about Muggles?" "I think he was just trying to make a point. He never said anything really against them, and he did teach Muggle studies, after all." "Hermione, you remember what the Tonkses said. The defense professor is always bad news." "Well, he does sound better than most of them, according to Annie," Susan admitted unhappily. "If he's a little unfriendly. It's probably still better than being incompetent." Besides, maybe he'll be okay because of his 1-year contract. Hermione, it's only the first day. You need to give him a chance. Fine, Harry grumbled. Then he stopped short. Oh, Hermione, I forgot to tell you something. What? Not here. Come on, sorry, Susan, private business. He grabbed her by the wrist and dragged her down a side corridor, and then a second one. Only when he was sure no one else was around did he tell his story. Harry, what's so important? Last night, he whispered. The Sorting Hat told me it had seen child Animagi twice before. Hermione's jaw dropped open. It did, she whispered excitedly. There are others? Did it say who? No, it didn't say who, but it implied they're both dead now. And it said the clues may still be out there to find. We should try to find out. Did you tell McGonagall? Not yet. I didn't have time. Well, I think we should tell her on Wednesday. And we should find out who they were. We might learn something useful. Harry smiled at his sister. He'd figured she'd make that her first research project of the year. In the Great Hall, Susan Bones sat down to lunch a little unsettled, but not that much. Children of noble houses had to deal with important private business fairly often. And if the boy who lived really was just a boy, it probably wasn't anything dark wizard-related. Nothing to write home about for now. Draco Malfoy's reply from his parents came at dinner that very night, sparing a few moments to gloat over his classmates that he received special evening delivery, a privilege allowed only to children of noble houses who might need to receive urgent political correspondence. He unwrapped the package of chocolate frogs and opened the attached envelope. A simple bit of sleight of hand his mother had taught him allowed him to pocket the smaller, charmed envelope he knew would be inside without anyone noticing. The main letter was a generic, though heartfelt congratulation for being sorted into Slytherin and an encouragement to do well in the coming year. Nothing suspicious, except perhaps in that it was so ordinary. Unfortunately, he was interrupted from his thoughts when, of all people, Harry Potter himself approached the Slytherin table. Harry was a little nervous about going all the way around the hall toward the end of dinner. He wasn't the only one to move around, but they were few and far between, usually siblings who were in different houses. The Patil twins might have done, but as the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw tables were next to each other, they usually just sat back to back. Harry could feel all eyes on him as he made his way to the first-year Slytherins. That would be an unusual enough move for any Gryffindor, let alone him, but most people would understand what he was doing when they saw it. "What do you want, Potter?" said Pansy Parkinson, a hard-faced girl who seemed to be clinging around Malfoy. "Excuses me, Miss Parkinson," Harry said. "I merely wanted to introduce myself to the scion of the noble and most ancient house of Greengrass, and the heir to the noble house of Knott." Theodore Knott tensed up as if he were about to strike, but Daphne Greengrass rose to her feet and snapped to attention, extending a hand to Harry. "On behalf of the house of Greengrass, I am honored to meet you, Lord Potter." Harry shook her hand. "No titles necessary here, Miss Greengrass, but I am likewise honored to meet you." Draco briefly wondered why Potter was moving so quickly, until he remembered the uproar the morning paper was likely to cause tomorrow, whatever was actually in it. His parents had taught him plenty about first impressions. Theo glanced over at Draco, who nodded to him, something that Harry did not fail to notice. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Potter," he mumbled. Neither of them extended a hand. It wasn't much, Harry knew, but if he could get his foot in the proverbial door early with Daphne, it could be a big help later. Like it or not, he was stuck in the politics of the magical world, and Cousin Andy would almost certainly need Adrian Greengrass Sr.'s vote for the Muggle Protection Act. And then there was the other purpose of this exercise, to give his sister a bit of cover for a more personal matter. With Harry distracting the hall, few people noticed Hermione slipping around to the Hufflepuff table, and approaching the group, she guessed were the second-year boys. "Excuse me," she said timidly. They turned to face in surprise. "I'm looking for Sullivan Folly," a boy with curly brown hair, not too different from her own, spoke up. "That's me." "Hello, I'm Hermione Granger," she said, a bit awkwardly. I believe we're related to each other. Are we?" Sullivan Folly said, "I thought you were Muggle-born, or that's what everyone's saying." "Well, I am, but my grandmother was a squib." Hermione wasn't sure how that would play, but the Hufflepuffs didn't make anything of it. "Her name was Emily Folly." "Great Aunt Emily?" Sullivan said in surprise. "Really? Dad never really talked about her. Is she still around?" "No, I'm afraid not. She died in the war." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But still, we should talk sometime. I'm sure you want to know more about your family." "Sure. How about in the library some day after classes?" Yeah, sure," Sullivan said skeptically. "Oh, I'd better go," Hermione said, seeing Harry break off from his conversation. "It was good to meet you, Sullivan." "You too," he nodded to her. As she walked away and fell in ahead of Harry, she heard excited whispers break out behind her. "You're related to Harry Potter's sister?" Hermione sighed softly. Was it always going to be like this? Draco waited until he was safely alone in his own dorm before opening the other envelope, the one charm for his eyes only, preferably to burn after reading. His parents didn't need an excuse to spoil him, but it was a very convenient way to slip in the real message. "Our beloved son, be assured that Lord Potter's rejection of your advances is no great loss." It was to be expected given his family background, and the contact he has no doubt had with Dumbledore over the years. However, that Potter arrived at Hogwarts with a Muggle-born sister was not expected, and therefore merits careful attention. The fact that both of them were not instant sorts to Gryffindor also begs investigation. If they have any Ravenclaw or Slytherin tendencies, they will soon be apparent and will have to be considered in any plans. Proceed with great care around both Potter and his sister. Watch, listen, and learn before making any moves. Pay particular attention to any interaction that Potter may have with Dumbledore. Based on our own sources, we agree that Andromeda Tonks was closely involved with Potter's training. However, the old meddler plays his cards very close to the vest, and it is surprising that he would permit your aunt's personal involvement. If there is any sort of friction between Potter and Dumbledore that can be exploited, that would be a valuable weapon indeed against the current machinations of the liberals. You should not be too quick to overlook Longbottom, either. The hat sees traits that are hidden from everyone else, and while it may offer a choice, it cannot be bought. The Knots report that he also took the longest to be sorted, which is considered a sign of a powerful wizard. Longbottom should also be observed closely. We know you will not let us down, son. Father and Mother. Draco read the letter over 3 times to be sure he would remember it before tossing it in the fire. He had a feeling things had just got a lot more complicated. Chapter 18. The Daily Prophet. Tuesday, September 3rd, 1991. Boy W.H. Hill lived raised by Muggles. By Rita Skeeter. After weeks of speculation, the Daily Prophet can confirm that Harry Potter, the boy who lived and defeated of he who must not be named, was, in fact, raised by a Muggle family. This was confirmed on Sunday when, according to a number of letters received by parents of Hogwarts students, Potter arrived at Hogwarts in the company of an adoptive sister in his year, a Muggle-born witch named Hermione Granger. This sister is believed to be the same girl seen accompanying Potter on his 2 trips to Diagon Alley over the summer. Both Potter and Granger were sorted into Gryffindor, the same house as both of Potter's birth parents. But this is not the full story. According to the reports, Potter himself claimed to have been raised by relatives of his Muggle-born mother for several years before being adopted by his current family, why Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore, who appointed himself as the boy's magical guardian, would remove him from the closest family he had left and place him with the parents of the first available Muggle-born child his age is unclear, and only adds to the concerns over his control of Potter. Speaking to some of Potter's connections, either magical or Muggle, might shed much needed light on the situation. However, the adults standing around the boy who lived continue to keep the wizarding world in the dark about its savior. Both ministry officials and Dumbledore refused to answer any questions about Potter, and the office of his proxy, Andromeda Tonks, also declined to comment. Several inquiries into the Muggle legal system also failed to produce results, as Potter's records are sealed under the Children and Young Persons Act, which protects Muggle children's identities in legal proceedings. Under current law, the ministry honors this and other Muggle statutes. Mary MacDonald, a roommate of Harry Potter's mother, Lily Potter, née Evans, at Hogwarts, claims that the late Mrs. Potter had a Muggle sister named Petunia, but did not remember anything else about her. Searches for Muggle records of a Petunia Evans or any Grangers matching the description of Potter's adoptive family have so far come up empty. Reactions to the news have been mixed. Liberal Wisengamot member and longtime friend of Albus Dumbledore Elphia's Doge had this to say: "No, I don't know where the boy's been, but what's wrong with him being raised by Muggles? Plenty of Muggle-borns have done pretty well for themselves in this country. However, others are not so sanguine." Conservative Wisengamot member Robert Jugson, too, said, "Well, it's certainly a concern if the savior of the wizarding world wasn't even raised in the wizarding world. In my opinion, there is a cultural divide that Muggle-borns are never fully able to cross, and that may cause trouble should Mr. Potter choose to take his family's seat in the Wisengamot. But sadly, this is just another of Dumbledore's many mistakes in his tenure as Chief Warlock. We at the Daily Prophet continue to demand accountability from Mr. Potter's handlers. How did he wind up in his current situation? Why is he still being kept so isolated? What schemes are Albus Dumbledore furthering through Mr. Potter? Our own investigation of these issues is ongoing. Seriously, Harry complained, "She's making it out like I wanted to stay with my relatives." "Well, why should she know any better?" Hermione said, taking a bite out of her toast. "We haven't told anyone the real story. Maybe I should write them a response, though." "No, Harry, you remember what Cousin Andy said. Just let her handle it. She'll write us if she needs help." "Fine," he grumbled. Harry did get quite a few questions about the article that day, to which he answered truthfully that his adoption was approved by everyone involved, including himself, and that he was very happy with his current family, and that he was unaware of any schemes Dumbledore was using him for. And no, he was most certainly not going to tell them where he lived. They had charms that morning with the Ravenclaws. From Cousin Dora's description, they had heard that Professor Flitwick was an excitable little man with a flair for the dramatic, and he didn't disappoint. When he reached Harry's name on the roll call, he gave an excited squeak and toppled over behind his desk. "Please excuse me, Mr. Potter," he said shakily as he hopped back onto his stack of books. "I thought I saw your father sitting there for a moment. Now, then, where was I? Yes, Dean Thomas, present." Flitwick began with a lecture on the overall theory of charms and why each element of the casting, words, rhythm, inflection, and wand motion was important. Toward the end of the lesson, he taught them the wand lighting charm, which was probably the simplest known charm, depending on whether one counted its counter charms separately. The wand motion was a simple flick, and the incantation was only 2 syllables, lumos. Just like in Transfiguration, much of the class who weren't used to trying to feel or control their magic had trouble producing results. A couple of the Ravenclaws got it right on the first try, but some, like Neville, couldn't produce any light at all. Others would produce light for a couple of seconds before it blinked out, or it would be the wrong color, or in Ron Weasley's case, it was accompanied by an annoying humming sound. Harry and Hermione, however, seemed to have the opposite problem. Harry gave his wand a flick and said, "Lumos." There was a bright but brief flash of light, and a pop like a light bulb burning out. That was strange," he said. "I wonder why it did that." Hermione said, "I don't know. Why don't you try it?" "Okay." Hermione flicked her own wand. Lumos. There was a loud crack like a whip and an even brighter flash like a camera flashbulb which dazzled the room. "Oh, my," squeaked Professor Flitwick. "Too much power, maybe?" Harry suggested. "Maybe." Hermione tried again, giving her wand a light flick and trying to send less power through it. She created a smaller flash like Harry's, but it was still a flash. They both tried a couple more times with similar results, and finally Professor Flitwick said, "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, please stay after class. I'd like to speak with you privately." "Yes, Professor," Harry said. Hermione looked downcast. How could they fall behind like this when it was only the second day? A majority of the other students got the spell to work by the end of class, but Harry and Hermione couldn't seem to manage it. They waited until everyone else had filed out and approached the front desk. To their surprise, Flitwick hopped down off his stack books and sat on the front edge of his desk, swinging his feet slightly. "So, how long have you two been practicing wandless magic?" he asked conversationally. Harry and Hermione looked at each other nervously. "How did you know, Professor?" Harry asked. "Professor McGonagall informed me, of course," he said. "But it was also obvious from your reactions to the wand lighting charm. You aren't the first students to arrive in my class with a talent for wandless magic. Why, your mother, Mr. Potter, was quite adept at it. So, then, how long?" "We started trying about 4 years ago, Professor," Hermione said. Flitwick's bushy eyebrows rose at that. "Really? What spells have you tried?" "Well, we're best at levitation," Harry said. "Ah, and may I see that, then? I guess." They looked around, and Hermione nudged Harry and pointed to a stack of fairly small books. They each waved a hand toward the stack, and the top 2 books levitated off the pile. "Oh, well done," Flitwick cried, clapping his little hands. "Splendid. I haven't seen anyone do that in ages without formal training." Then he seemed to remember something. "Did you, by any chance, help a certain Nymphadora Tonks with her NEWT Charms project?" Harry grinned. "We may have given her a few pointers." Flitwick grinned back, which was a little intimidating, considering he was part goblin and a former dueling champion, to boot. Well, then, he said, getting back to business, the trouble you are having with your Lumos charms is the same problem I have seen from every student I've ever had who is adept at wandless magic. It is, Harry said, I thought we were using too much power, but no, that's not quite right. The difficulty is that you have become accustomed to controlling your magic without a wand, which is a very good skill, but I have found that most people do not have the patience to learn it. We use wands because they focus our magic and allow it to flow more freely, making it easier to learn new spells. The problem you are having is not that you are using too much energy, but that with the freer flow allowed by a wand, you are releasing it too quickly, like a short circuit, Hermione said. Flitwick paused. I'm not familiar with the term. Oh, well, it's the same sort of thing with electricity. Actually, Professor, we did explode quite a few electric light bulbs trying to light them up when we were first starting out, she said sheepishly. Of course, Flitwick said. That's the same principle. You would have needed to learn enough control to tone down the release of energy from accidental magic to controlled wandless magic. Most people simply never learn to call forth that much power at will, but you will need to refine that control further to cast with a wand. It takes only a trickle of magic to cast Lumos. Why don't you try the spell again? And this time, concentrate on releasing the energy more slowly than usual. Okay, Professor, Harry said. He drew his wand, but kept his arm as relaxed as possible, focusing on letting the warm feeling of magic flow out naturally into the magically conductive phoenix feather core, instead of trying to force it out. He gave it a small flick and whispered, Lumos. The tip of his wand glowed with a soft, yellowish light that remained steady even as he waved it around. He laughed when he saw the charm finally work, seeing her brother's success. Hermione screwed up her face in concentration and repeated his feat, successfully casting a steady Lumos of her own. Excellent, cried Professor Flitwick. 5 points to Gryffindor. Harry and Hermione beamed at the praise, but as they became distracted, they both quickly lost control. Within a moment of each other, their lights brightened and then popped out with a flash. Oh, well, of course, you will need some more practice with that, Flitwick said. Now, you probably won't have this problem in Transfiguration, since you are learning to mold your magic there. But in charms where you must cast your magic, you will need to learn to maintain control and to switch quickly between one style and the other. You already know the principles of how to do it, so just keep practicing like that. And come see me if you have any further trouble. I'm sure you'll catch up in no time. Yes, Professor, the children said in unison. Now, I think you two had better run along to lunch. Ta. They nodded to him and left the classroom. Phileas Flitwick smiled wistfully as he remembered how he had helped a certain Lily Evans with the same difficulty, and how she had gone on to become one of his best students. Yes, he thought, these two would be a pleasure to have in his class. 2 other child Animagi. Professor McGonagall said in shock, Are you quite certain, Mr. Potter? Harry and Hermione had arrived to Transfiguration class early on Wednesday morning to catch their professor alone. Now that they had been to all of their classes, once except astronomy and potions, they had a little more time to think about other issues. However, Professor McGonagall thought that it was entirely too early for this kind of news. That's what the hat said, Harry replied. Do you know anything about them? No, I'm afraid not. I thought it was completely impossible until I met you. Did the Sorting Hat tell you anything else? Only that the clues may still be out there for you to find. We were hoping you could help us find them." "Professor," Hermione jumped in, "we thought we could try to look up known Animagi from history and look for clues in their lives, but the records are quite incomplete from before the ministry was founded." McGonagall finished for her. "And that's not counting the ones who never registered at all." And she knew 2 of those who were very close to Harry Potter. "It would still be a good place to start, though. And you may also wish to look at relatives of known Animagi," she said carefully. "It is thought by some that an aptitude for the skill may run in families." "Really?" Hermione said, her mind clearly already running with the possibilities. "That could be very helpful." "Thank you, Professor." "You're quite welcome, Miss Granger. Was there anything else?" "Well," Hermione glanced at Harry and then stepped closer to McGonagall's desk, lowering her voice to a whisper. She said, "If I may, Professor, you did say once that you might be willing to consider teaching a student the Animagus transformation if they had a very good reason." McGonagall opened her mouth and shut it again, racking her brain for any memory of when she might have said such a thing. It vaguely came back to her. Her very first meeting with Harry, who now seemed to be hiding a snicker. Trust Hermione Granger to remember a conversation she'd had 6 years ago, she thought. "It's just that our parents want us to be well prepared," Hermione added. McGonagall doubted Dan and Emma had been consulted about any such preparation, but while Hermione wasn't entirely wrong about her opinion on the matter, now was not the time. "Miss Granger," she said, trying to speak calmly, "this is only your 2nd Transfiguration lesson. When we get to the transfiguration of living subjects in the lessons, you will begin to appreciate the difficulty of what you ask." "Yes, ma'am," she said, clearly disappointed, but then they heard the footsteps of the other students approaching and quickly took their seats. Professor McGonagall rose from her desk and sighed inwardly, trying to carry on like everything was normal and focus on the fact that she still had to teach today. But then, when were things ever normal around Harry Potter? Or, she was starting to think, around Hermione Granger? Lunch was the most spottily attended meal at Hogwarts, with many people just popping into the Great Hall for a quick bite, rather than staying the whole hour. That made it an ideal time to discuss further matters that, while not secret, were somewhat personal, and something Harry and Hermione didn't want publicized too widely just yet. "We really do need to find some place to practice karate," Hermione said over their sandwiches. "We need to stay in form, I guess," her brother said, "but we're not taking lessons anymore, and we already have a lot of homework." She rolled her eyes. Maybe he thought it was a lot. "Maybe just a half hour before dinner each day to run through the forms," she said. "Well, okay, but we need to find someplace out of the way. We don't want to attract too much attention." "I know. That corridor off toward the North Tower doesn't look like it gets used much, and it's close to the dorms. We could check it out after herbology." "Fine," Harry acquiesced. He should have known his sister would already have a plan. After classes ended that afternoon, 2 young Gryffindors wandered around the 7th floor near their dorms to make sure they weren't missing any hidden doors or corridors. The corridor between Gryffindor Tower and the North Tower was dusty and clearly disused. The closest thing around was the staircase headed down to the hospital wing. It seemed like the most obscure area they would find without going to the far end of the castle, to the unused corridors out past the library. It was there that the 2 children, still wearing their school robes, started practicing fighting moves that were rarely seen in the wizarding world except in the Far East. The school robes weren't as convenient for this as their karate GIs, but they were less conspicuous, and they were closer to a real-world scenario. Though, granted, A real-world scenario would probably involve wands. Of course, practicing karate wasn't exactly quiet, even though they were keeping the noise down to a lower level than usual, and they were bound to attract some attention. Sure enough, as they practiced, a woman with a mane of frizzy brown hair, even wilder than Hermione's, and thick glasses that made her look like a giant insect, walked down the corridor from the North Tower, obliviously shuffling some cards. She muttered with a wavering voice. Deuce of swords, strength, ace of swords, knight of swords, the moon, the tower. And death reversed? 2 mighty warriors who will bring victory, one with a great secret, who will escape from certain doom. Now, that's just ridiculous. It was then that she heard the noise, the rhythmic stomping of feet and synchronized ki shouts. And she looked up and saw the strangest thing she had seen in quite some time. 2 11-year-old children, one of them famous for the defeat of the most feared dark wizard of the age, viciously striking and kicking at unseen opponents in near-perfect unison. Before they had time to notice her, Sybil Trelawney turned on her heel and headed back to her tower. "Too much sherry," she muttered. Just a few minutes later, a young black boy with a sketchbook in his hand also heard the noise as he was wandering by from the other direction. Harry saw him round the corner and stopped at once to face him. "Hiya!" his sister yelled as she kept going. "Hermione." She stopped and turned around. "Oh, hello, Dean," she said when she saw the newcomer. Dean Thomas, being mostly muggle-raised, wasn't all that dazzled by the boy who lived, but he certainly knew some impressive skills when he saw them. "Wow, you guys know karate?" Harry and Hermione exchanged a look. Hermione shrugged her shoulders. It was going to get out eventually. Yeah, Harry said. Professor Dumbledore said it would be good preparation for dueling later. Cool. Hey, you guys mind if I draw you? I was just looking for stuff to draw around the castle. I guess not. Hermione, sure, go ahead. They went back to their katas while Dean leaned against the wall and started sketching, though he was a little distracted to see just how much the pair knew. It was 20 minutes later when, sweating and out of breath, but in good spirits, they broke it off to see his own handiwork. "Dean, this is really good," Hermione said. He had captured them in an action pose, in the middle of a powerful, lunging strike, with a victorious expression on their faces. They were sure the sketch was larger than life, but in Dean's own opinion, it wasn't by much. "Thanks," he said. "You gave me a lot to work with. Are you two, like, actual black belts or something?" Harry said casually. "Well, technically they're junior ranks," Hermione corrected. "We probably couldn't fight a trained adult yet, but we did have to learn all the same skills for them." "Wicked. You two want this?" he asked, tearing off the sketch. "I can always draw more." "Sure. Thanks," Harry said. Mum and Dad would like to see it, he thought, and probably better that than finding its way into the newspaper just now. By Friday morning, the whispers were starting to circulate around the school about the pair's muggle dueling practice in the afternoons, but they were surprised and relieved to find they were only catching slowly. A quick word to Seamus Finnegan, whom Dean had tipped off about it, explained why. "Well, you're Harry Potter," the Irish boy said. "Of course you're doing special training." Harry was little unsettled by that. Apparently, what was a surprising skill at age 6, or even 9 for that matter, though Cousin Dora had been more impressed with the board breaking, became more or less expected by age 11, at least if you were the boy who lived. In any case, that morning, Harry and Hermione were surprised for a different reason when Hedwig brought them a letter along with their morning paper. Hermione opened the envelope and, with difficulty, read off the scrawled note. Dear Harry and Hermione, sorry I didn't get a chance to talk to you more at the welcome feast. I thought you might want to hear more about Harry's parents, and I want to hear all about your first week. I know you get most of Friday afternoons off, so why don't you come by for a cup of tea around 3? Send an answer back with Hedwig. Hagrid. Well, that's nice of him, Hermione said. We should really go see him. Yeah, and he's okay with calling me Harry, her brother replied. He took the note and scribbled on the back, Thank you for the offer. We'll see you at 3. Harry and Hermione. Go take this back to Hagrid, please, he told Hedwig, handing her the note. She took off and flew out of the hall. But unfortunately for them, before they got to see Hagrid, they had to survive double potions with the Slytherins. Both Hermione and Harry, and all the Gryffindors for that matter, were on high alert as they entered the dungeon. If Professor Snape was going for an intimidating atmosphere, he had certainly succeeded. It was cold and musty. The walls were dark stone unadorned by the sculpted shapes of rest of the castle, but lined all around with pickled animals and parts of animals floating in jars. Severus Snape, former Death Eater, expert in the dark arts and renowned potions master, swept into the classroom like a black-clad ghost at precisely 10 o'clock and leaned over his oversized desk to call the roll. He paused when he got to Harry's name. Ah, yes, Harry Potter, our new celebrity. That probably wasn't a good sign. Draco Malfoy and his friends Crabbe and Goyle sniggered behind their hands. They knew better than to antagonize Harry Potter too much themselves, but if the rumors were true, they were about to see some real fireworks from someone who could get away with it. Snape stared out at the class with his piercing dark eyes and began to speak in a soft but eerily menacing voice. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, he began. He spoke in barely more than a whisper, but they caught every word. Like Professor McGonagall, Snape had the gift of keeping a class silent without effort. As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop her death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. The class remained silent after he finished. Harry and Hermione exchanged a knowing look. That sounded pretty much how Cousin Dora had described him. Snape was staring at him. Now, he instinctively stared back intensely. Potter, said Snape suddenly. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry had a vague idea of those plants were, having only skimmed 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. He had read magical drafts and potions more carefully, but didn't remember seeing that combination. Maybe it was in there, though, since Hermione's hand shot into the air. Harry shot his sister a skeptical glance. Across the room, he happened to notice that Draco Malfoy now wore a surprised look on his face. He pushed this from his mind and looked Snape in the eye. Trying to answer calmly, he said, I don't know, sir. Snape kept staring at him in a contest that would rival any with an angry cat, and his lips curled into a sneer. Tut, tut. Fame clearly isn't everything. He ignored Hermione's hand. Let's try again. Potter, where would you look if I told you to find me a Bezoar? Hermione stretched her hand higher, but Harry knew this one. Cousin Andy had given him and Hermione each a Bezoar, and requested that they carry them with them, just in case, apparently something that many members of noble families did. In the stomach of a goat, sir, he said, although in the event of an actual poisoning, I think it would be quicker to check the cabinets. The other Gryffindors giggled at this, but Snape was not amused. A point from Gryffindor for your cheek, Potter, he said, and perhaps you can also tell me the difference between nectar and honey water. Hermione started to raise her hand again, but Harry reached over and forced it down. I think they're the same, sir, he said. Correct, Snape grumbled, finally looking away to mask a slight hint of surprise. That is, if the honey is diluted properly. Well, I suppose your knowledge is adequate for a beginner, Potter. And for your information, asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion, so powerful it is known as the Draught of Living Death. Well, why aren't you all copying that down? There was a sudden rummaging for quills and parchment. Harry blinked and glanced back toward the Slytherins and saw that Malfoy and his two minions now looked quite annoyed. The potions lesson actually went better than they had hoped, probably because they knew what to expect. Snape wasn't much of a lecturer, preferring to just wander around and watch as they all worked on brewing the boil-curing potion, of course, criticizing the Gryffindors every chance he got, with Harry and Hermione working together, though there wasn't much he could fault them on, although he certainly didn't praise them, nor anyone, really, except Malfoy. Still, there wasn't much trouble at all until... Hey, wait, does it say to add porcupine quills there? Crack. Behind Harry and Hermione, Neville's and Ron's cauldron melted down, drenching Neville with the unfinished potion and causing him to break out into painful boils. Snape took a point from Ron for not catching the mistake sooner and sent them off to the hospital wing. Luckily, that was the worst thing that happened during the lesson. When Harry and Hermione turned in their sample at the end of class, Snape examined it and informed them, if unenthusiastically, that they would receive an E for it. Classes ended at 2 on Friday. So Harry suggested that they go check on Neville in the hospital wing before going out to see Hagrid. As it happened, he was just about to be released. Yeah, I guess it wasn't too bad because it was a low-level potion, he told them. The more complicated ones can be really bad if they get on you when they're not finished. It's too bad. No one ever does anything about Professor Snape, Hermione complained. He was being really unfair to both of you. Neville nodded in agreement. I didn't think he was that unfair to me, Harry said. What? What about all of those questions he asked you? Hermione said. Well, yeah, but he only took 1 point from me. I was worried it would be a lot worse. Harry, I looked it up. Draught of the Living Death is a NEWT level potion. There's no way he expected you to know that. You did, Harry said with a grin. His sister folded her arms in a huff. But that's the weird part. He continued. Mione, do you remember the flowers at Cousin Andy's house? She remembered. The Grangers had spotted them as soon as they walked in the door. The sitting room at the Tonks house was more richly decorated than the Grangers' living room, with delicate little tables and potted plants and fancier furniture. The Grangers had the money to match it if they wanted, but with younger children in the house, it wasn't worth it. In one corner, they beheld a particularly elaborate arrangement with yellow, purple, and white flowers in a vase. Those are lovely flowers, Emma remarked. Thank you, Andy said. It was actually my boss, Hippocrates Smethwick, who sent them. They're a compliment for my letter responding to Rita Skeeter in The Prophet. They are... Yes, it's the language of flowers. I'm sorry, I never learn it. No, Even in the wizarding world, few do any more outside the old families, but friends in the Wisingamot still use them to send messages to each other. See here, she pointed out some of the blossoms. Sunflower and Willowhub, I admire your bravery. Goldenrain and Marjoram, for dissenting against delusion. Double Aster, I share your sentiments, and Wolfsbane is misanthropy. Together, they're basically, I don't like her either. And then Sage and Loosestrife is our little signature back and forth. It's health plus pretension because we're both healers and politicians at the same time. Emma chuckled at that. Wow, you can say all that just with flowers. Hermione said, there's a book about it around here somewhere. Very popular in the Victorian era. Yes, Hermione said, snapping out of her reminiscing. But what does that have to do with anything? Well, I saw Malfoy's face when Snape asked me that first question. He looked surprised, like Snape did something he hadn't expected. I think there might have been some kind of hidden message in the question. But why would he do that? I think he was just asking you a hard question so you'd trip up, she insisted. I don't know. Neville, do you know the language of flowers? A little, the round-faced boy said. I should probably learn it better. I do a lot of gardening. Do you know what asphodel and wormwood mean? No, sorry. Your cousin would probably know. Yeah, Mione. Did you ever read that book of Cousin Andy's? And no, she said, embarrassed. I didn't have time with all the other books, but I think wormwood means bitterness. I'm pretty sure that's in the Bible. Harry, that could have even been an insult, if that's right. Maybe, Harry admitted. I guess I'll have to write Cousin Andy and ask her. He switched gears. Hey, Neville, we're going out to have tea with Hagrid in a little while. You want to come? I hear he likes having company. Wow. Sure, Harry, Neville said. Thanks. At 5 till 3. The three have made their way out of the castle through the clock tower. Isn't it a bit dangerous having that big pendulum swinging in the middle of the hall? Hermione said. Neville just shrugged. Hagrid lived in a little for him, one-room hut down the hill to the northwest, near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. It didn't look like much, but they supposed that for a really outdoorsy sort of person like Hagrid, it was just right. Harry knocked on the door, but immediately flinched back when he heard a loud barking emanating from inside. Back. Fong. Back. Hagrid's own booming voice sounded. The door opened to reveal the huge man, who was struggling to hold onto the collar of the largest dog Harry had ever seen. Back. Fong. Hagrid yelled again, but the dog kept barking, straining against its collar to make a run at Harry. Fong was a boarhound, and a big one, all black and nearly as tall as Harry, even on all fours. Harry took a defensive stance and hissed loudly, to Neville's and Hagrid's surprise, which seemed to egg the dog on more. Fong, what's got into you? Hagrid said. Harry started to inch away, keeping his eyes on the dog, but Hermione grabbed him around the shoulders to stop him from taking off, running, or worse, transforming. Sorry, she said. My brother's never been good with dogs. Sit down. Hagrid pushed the dog down to its knees. Sorry about that. Fong's a big softy, when he's not too excited. Go on then, let him sniff your hand. Harry positively blanched at the suggestion. For one thing, he barely knew anything about dogs' body language. But Hermione took him by the arm and slowly pulled him forward. Hello, Fong, she said sweetly. I'm Hermione, and this is Harry, just a couple of normal kids. She extended his hand to Fong's nose, but he sniffed once and barked again. Fong. Harry flinched back, but she tried again. This time, Fong licked Harry's hand half-heartedly, and Harry finally relaxed. There. That's all right, then. Come on in, Hagrid said happily. The hut was a cozy place for someone Hagrid's size, if a little odd, what with the hams and pheasants hanging from the ceiling. But it had a bed and something like a kitchenette, and enough space to work. The three children came inside and sat down in two very large chairs. Fong bounded into the extra space in Neville's chair. "This is Neville Longbottom," Harry said, and Hagrid was pouring some tea. "Longbottom," he said. "Good to meet ya. I knew your parents too. Back in the day." You did?" Neville squeaked as he nervously petted Fong's back. "Yeah, I worked with both ya boys' parents in the, back in the war. Can't tell ya too much about that. Lot of it's still secret, Dumbledore says. But they was good folks. All owe them." The details of what had happened to the Longbottoms were one of the few things that Cousin Andy had outright refused to tell Harry and Hermione, only saying with shame that her elder sister had put them in the permanent care ward at St. Mungo's. They had decided not to ask Neville about it. Hagrid passed them each a cup of tea and set out a plate of rock cakes. The children thought he either needed a cooking lesson or 3, or was taking the concept of rock cakes far too literally, but they politely gnawed on them around the edges as they talked. "Well, I knew your mom and dad almost soon as they started here," Hagrid told Harry. "Your dad and his friends were always getting into trouble. Worse than those Weasley twins, even. Seemed like I had to chase Em away from the forest at least once a month. And your mom, she liked to take a walk around the grounds, and she'd stop by to say hello. And, of course, your dad, he would follow her. He was sure he was going to marry her from his first year, but she always thought he was just annoying." Hagrid chuckled at that, and the children joined in. "Ah, but your mom, she was a good soul," Hagrid said wistfully. "Always looking for the best in people. Even tried getting along with your Professor Snape." "What?" Hermione exclaimed. Harry's mom was friends with Professor Snape. Neville paled a shade or two at the mention of the potion's master. "Well, fair a while," he said slowly. "They moved apart, being in different houses and all, and with the war going on. Dark times. That Cousin Andy. That's Andromeda Tonks," she said. "Professor Snape and Harry's dad didn't get along," she continued. "Well, no, I suppose not, but that's in the past," he said, not quite meeting their eyes. "I don't think Snape'll give you any trouble, or any more than anybody else. Anyway, I don't know." She told Hagrid about their lesson with Professor Snape that morning, with Neville uncomfortably filling in his own part, but Hagrid told them not to worry about it. That Snape generally disliked almost everybody. "Then why did he become a teacher?" Hermione asked. Hagrid didn't answer. Neville in particular looked relieved when they changed the subject to something else. Harry and Hermione told Hagrid of their life in the Muggle world, interspersed with him and Neville trading a few stories about Neville's family. It was around when Hagrid entreated Harry to take a second rock cake for the second or third time that Harry noticed a newspaper clipping on the table and idly looked it over. Gringotts break-in latest. Investigations continue into the break-in at Gringotts on July 31st, widely believed to be the work of dark wizards or witches unknown. Gringotts goblins today insisted that nothing had been taken. The vault that was searched had in fact been emptied the same day. But we're not telling you what was in there. So keep your noses out if you know what's good for you, said a Gringotts spokesgoblin this afternoon. You're following the Gringotts story? Harry said. Oh, that. Yeah. Hagrid sounded a bit cagey. Gotta keep an eye on things when there's dark wizards about. Has Professor Dumbledore said anything else about it? Hermione asked. He told us he was looking into it. Harry passed the clipping to Neville. Dumbledore? No. Nope. Says everything's been quiet. Hagrid, I think I saw you in the leaky cauldron that day, Neville said. It was the day after my birthday. Didn't you say you were going up to Gringotts on Hogwarts business? Huh? Well, I, might have done, Hagrid said nervously. Really? Harry asked, Did you see anything suspicious? Nope. Didn't see nothing, Hagrid said quickly. And no need to worry about that here. Ain't no safer place than Hogwarts. No dark wizards'll get in here while Dumbledore's around. Yeah, right, Harry said with a nervous laugh. But despite this, Hermione and Harry were starting to make a connection between two things Dumbledore had said to them. Two things that at the time had seemed unrelated. Hogwarts was the oldest and strongest magical fortification in Britain. The item in the vault was moved to a more secure location. Chapter 19. Dear Mom and Dad, Hermione wrote. She and her brother were seated at one of the back tables in the library, taking advantage of the spare time on the weekend to compose a letter home. They had spent quite a bit of time in the library this week, since the bookworm of the Granger family wanted to get a really good look at the school's massive, by the standards of the magical world, collection of books. She was disappointed to find that all the rare and valuable books were hidden away in the restricted section, but there were still more than enough to keep her occupied. We're sure you've heard all over the Daily Prophet that we've both been sorted into Gryffindor, but since the Daily Prophet also says Harry was forcibly taken from his Muggle relatives at age 3, is a pawn in Professor Dumbledore's evil schemes of world domination, and as a Chudley Cannons fan, we thought we should confirm it for you. Harry chuckled as he read her neat, looping letters upside down. Hang on, let me explain that, he said. Hermione slid the parchment across, and he added a line in his easily distinguished blocky scribble. It's my roommate, Ron, who's the Chudley Cannons fan. It turns out they sort you by having a magical hat read your personality and decide which house best suits you, Hermione continued. But maybe Cousin Andy told you that by now. It told both of us we'd do well in Ravenclaw too, but it put us in Gryffindor because we told it we both wanted to go there. We learned a couple other important things that we can't tell you in a letter. Harry's going to ask Cousin Andy about more secure communications. We like most of our classes so far, except for history and potions. I didn't think potions was so bad, Harry protested. Harry, you can't deny Professor Snape isn't a fair teacher, no matter what else you think about him. Well, no, but I thought the rest of the class was interesting. He barely even taught. Well, it was a pretty simple potion. Neville didn't think so. She dropped the matter and kept writing. Professor Binns is just as boring as Cousin Dora said. I think I was the only one who stayed awake the entire time. I even had to keep elbowing Harry. Well, it wasn't like I missed anything. We've both read A History of Magic cover to cover. Plus, Professor Binns didn't even notice. It's still poor form, and Professor Snape was really unfair, especially to Harry. All right, give me that. Harry snatched the letter away and wrote, Professor Snape wasn't very nice, like Dora said, but I didn't think he was any worse with me than everyone else. Hermione does, though. HMPF. Hermione grabbed the parchment back and added, he quizzed Harry on advanced level questions for no reason. Harry grabbed it again. I think it might have been some kind of message, but we're not sure yet. I told you, if there was a message in that question, it was probably an insult or something. We should wait till we know for sure, Mione. Just think of it like doing research, he said with a grin. His sister rolled her eyes. Professor Quirrell seemed really creepy. He kept writing. Oh, come on, she took the letter back. I think Professor Quirrell is a really good teacher. The only odd thing is he always stutters when he says Harry's name. But he seems really knowledgeable, and he's been teaching us to think outside the box. Harry dragged the parchment away from her again. He's always giving me this creepy stare, though. And he made Susan Bones cry in the first 10 minutes of class. She's the director of Magical Law Enforcement's niece. He was making a point. He wasn't very nice about it. They were practically writing past each other by now, and predictably, it didn't end well. Under the shuffling between their quills, the letter suddenly went spinning across the table with 2 large, black ink blots streaked across it. Harry, Hermione hissed. What? You were doing it too. Harry waved his hand and levitated the letter back to them. Harry, Hermione said more loudly. Shush. Madam Pants warned from the front desk. We're not supposed to be doing wandless magic in public, she whispered. It's okay. There's hardly anyone in here today. But what about the letters? Hey, there's a smudge-removing spell in the charms book. Isn't there? Harry drew his wand. No, not with that. You'll probably set it on fire or something. Here, let me try it. She ran her fingers over the smeared parchment. What are you? Shoo, don't distract me. She closed her eyes and furrowed her brow in concentration. If a few moments, the ink smears had vanished, leaving the words intact. Cool, Harry said. There, that takes care of that, Hermione said with a small smile, and kept writing. Professor Quirrell said some interesting things about magical households. Did you know that it's important to keep magical households clean so they don't attract magical pests? Or that magical artifacts should be kept locked up so they don't get stolen by muggle burglars? Apparently, those are serious problems here. I don't think they're as big of problems for us, Harry said. It wouldn't hurt, though. I think we should mention about Charms class. In a moment. I was getting to that. And the 3rd floor. Hold on. One thing at a time. Why don't you just let me write it? Fine. Hermione huffed. She pushed the parchment back to her brother and crossed her arms. Harry began to write his piece. Anyway, the other professors all seemed nice. A lot of them said they liked my birth parents. Or, at least my mom. They say my dad was a troublemaker until later on. Charms class is harder than we expected. Professor Flitwick says wandless magic short circuits or something when you use a wand. So our spells are going kind of crazy. He says my mom had the same problem, and he's been teaching us to control our wands better. Hermione grabbed the letter and added privately, then continued. We're both doing well in Transfiguration, though, because that's a different kind of magic. We each have 4 roommates here. They all had a lot of questions at first, but they've been pretty good about it since. I have Parvati, Patil, and Lavender Brown. They're nice enough, but they're both real chatterboxes. Both of them are good at charms, and they've been helping us a little. And then there's Lily Moon and Sally and Perks, but they mostly keep to themselves. My roommates are Neville Longbottom, Ron Weasley, Dean Thomas, and Seamus Finnegan, Harry wrote. Neville's really nice, but he's not very confident. We had tea with him and Hagrid yesterday, and he told us about his family. I guess his grandmother has really high expectations for him. Ron kind of has a chip on his shoulder, but he okay most of the time. Dean drew the sketch we sent you. He saw us practicing karate and drew it for us. So far, only a couple of people have come to see us practice. Hermione thinks it hasn't reached the rumor mill yet, or else people don't understand it without seeing it. I haven't talked to Seamus much, but he keeps setting things on fire on accident. Oh, and Draco Malfoy came up to me on the train and tried to introduce me to the right sort of wizards, but I politely turned him down. I guess there's a big Gryffindor-Slytherin rivalry, but so far, none of the Slytherins have made any trouble. It's really eerie seeing the Great Hall and all the classrooms half empty. I know we've heard all about the war, but it's different to actually see it like this. It's like it follows you around. I still think the other wizards are overreacting around me and all that, but it's like it's a little harder to blame them. Now, Harry looked over what he wrote and considered whether to add more, but he just nodded and laid down his quill. Hermione took over again. You should probably know that Professor Dumbledore says the school's keeping something really dangerous on the 3rd floor, but he didn't explain why. It's strange. The upper years say they don't normally do that. Don't worry, we haven't gone anywhere near it. She paused for a moment and looked the letter over herself before signing it. Love from Hermione. Harry added, and Harry. There, that should do it, Hermione said. She folded the letter in two and stowed it in her notebook for when they went up to the Ollery later. So how far have you got on the charms homework? She said, pulling out the standard book of spells. Not far, Harry admitted. It's hard when we're doing it different from everybody else. Well, we've got to keep at it. It's the only way we're going to catch up. Hermione was, predictably, throwing herself into charms with even more than her usual enthusiasm, and was more or less dragging Harry along for the ride by now. They both worked on their essays for a while, until Harry saw something in the corner of his eye. What is it? Hermione asked when she saw him staring over her shoulder. Hermione, that's her, Harry whispered. She looked in that direction and saw a blonde girl with a ponytail in blue-trimmed robes. Her. But Harry was already up and moving. I've been trying to catch her all week, he whispered. He walked over, with Hermione following, to the table where the last child of a noble house in their year was sitting alone, also studying charms. Excuse me, he said. The girl looked up and let out a squeak when she saw who was talking to her. Amanda Brocklehurst, scion of the noble house of Brocklehurst. Yes, Mr. Potter, sir. Pleased to meet you, sir, she said, leaping to her feet and shaking his hand excitedly. Thank you, Miss Brocklehurst. Just Harry will do. This is my sister. Hermione. He tried to politely extricate himself from her grasp. The Ravenclaw squeaked again as she shook Hermione's hand. Hi, everyone calls me Mandy, she said before turning back to the boy. Is this about the Muggle Protection Act, Mr. P? I mean, Harry? I know my great-granddad doesn't really voice his opinions much, but Harry held up a hand. They might have seen some of it in class, but it was quite clear now that this girl was even more overeager than his sister. Calm down, Mandy, he said. We just wanted to introduce ourselves. Oh, right. Well, my great-granddad is Lord Ethelred Brocklehurst, but you probably already knew that. Mandy started trying to do what she, though, was a proper political introduction. He's the head of the Culture, Media, and Sport Committee. And, of course, he practically owns the Diagonal Theater. Have you ever been? No, sorry, raised by Muggles, Harry said. Oh, well, you really should come sometime. I think you'll like this year's Christmas production. She leaned in close and lowered her voice to a whisper. I'm not really supposed to tell anyone this, but for their Christmas production, the Diagonal Theater is doing a revival of the original version of The Wizard and the Hopping Pot. Hermione and Harry shared a confused look. It had been a while since they'd read the tales of Beetle the Bard, but the one where the hopping pot saves the wizard from a mob of muggles by eating them, Hermione asked. No, Great-Granddad says that's the anti-muggle version that they started telling in the Renaissance. In the original, the wizard refuses to help the poor and sick muggles in his village, and the hopping pot annoys him until he does. That actually sounds like a pretty good story, Hermione said. Is that like the magical version of A Christmas Carol? Of what? Never mind. I'm a little surprised, though, Harry said. Cousin Andy said the Diagonal Theater usually sticks to safer and more neutral plays. And this one sounds really pro-muggle. They have done that for a long time, Mandy confirmed. Play to the middle to sell more tickets. But this one is part of Great-Granddad's revival project. What project? What? Oh, I guess you wouldn't know about that, would you? You see, the war destroyed so much. A lot of historic buildings were burnt, and a lot priceless books in family libraries were lost or damaged. So after the war ended, Great-Granddad started a project to recover our lost cultural heritage. She imitated a creaky old man's voice. He's been doing this kind of thing for a while. Now, reprinting original versions of books that have been changed, and so forth. Lately, he's been talking a lot about how close wizards and muggles were in the old days before the Inquisition. The play is part of that whole thing. Harry, we should check that out, Hermione said. We can write Mom and Dad when it's made public. Sure, her brother replied. Thanks for the tip, Mandy. She squeaked, nodding quickly. So, Mandy, Hermione said, what do you like to do around here? We haven't had time to check out many of the clubs or anything. Of course, both she and Harry had discussed them with their roommates, but she had a feeling a Ravenclaw's opinion would be more useful to her. Well, there's clubs for some of the classes, Mandy replied, but Charms Club is the only really popular one. I was thinking I might join Professor Flitwick's choir. And I want to join Flying Club, but I can't till second year. Madam Hooch lives near my home. And of course they're gobstones and exploding snap and stuff. Oh, but do you know those? Only a little. I want to try out for Quidditch, but I can't do that until next year. Either, Harry said. What position? I don't really play myself. I just fly, but you look like you'd make a good seeker. Probably seeker, but I guess my dad played chaser. I'll play whatever I'm good at. Mandy nodded in agreement. When no one said anything for a few moments, Hermione spoke up. It's good to meet you, Mandy. We have to go post our letters, but we'll see you later. Sure, later, Mandy said, her own mind now racing over what she was going to write home to her little brothers and Great-Granddad. Hermione and Harry made their way out to the Ollery to send their notes. Hermione had made sure that she held on to their letter to their parents the whole time from when they wrote it, since when Harry wasn't looking, she had scribbled off a short extra note on a small scrap of parchment, which she slipped into the envelope just before she sealed it and handed it to Hedwig. Dear Mom and Dad. Harry didn't want to tell you, but at the welcome feast, something strange happened. He got a sharp pain in his scar. It was definitely right on top of his scar, not just his head. He said he was fine right afterwards, and I don't think it's happened again, but I thought you should know. I'll keep watching in case anything else happens. Hermione. Meanwhile, Harry had a second letter of his own to post, though for a very different reason. He gave it to one of the school owls that was said by the older students to be especially reliable, and sent it off to his proxy. Dear Cousin Andy, something Professor Snape said in class confused me. He asked me a question about asphodel and wormwood, and Draco Malfoy looked surprised about it. I know it sounds strange, but I think he might have been sending a message in the language of flowers. Do those two flowers mean anything that would make sense? Hermione thinks wormwood means bitterness, but she's not sure. And if it is a message, can you tell me how I can respond to it? Like, what's the flower for thanks if it's a good message, and the flower for anger or something if it's a bad one? Thanks, Harry. P.S. I introduced myself to all the children of noble houses in our year. Their reactions were about how you said, but I did learn that Lord Brocklehurst may be a more valuable ally than we thought. Ask around about the Diagonal Theatre's Christmas production this year. Confidentially, Mandy privately told us it's going to be a pro-Muggle play. P.P.S. This letter isn't really sensitive, but we have some other things to talk about that are. Do you have any way of arranging more secure communications? Hermione is sure the Wisengamot must have something. The castle was very still on Sunday night. With the weekend fun winding down, the students were tired out getting ready for bed or scrambling to finish their homework. Even before curfew, there weren't many out in the halls, and the prefects and even the staff could be forgiven for being a little lax with the monitoring after curfew. But there were 2 students out in the halls that night who were not winding down for class the next day. They were on a mission. They snuck through the corridors, evading the patrols with preternatural skill, thanks to their frequent consultation of a large, elaborate, charmed piece of parchment. "Where are they now?" one of the red-headed boys said. His double-checked the map. "Still up on the 5th floor. We're good to go. It's about time," the first twin said. "Filch and Mrs. Norris have really got this place locked down tight. Maybe we should have paid off Peeves to distract them." "Oh, well." They approached a closed door, a large, heavy, solid door like many in the castle. It looked unremarkable by itself, but this door guarded a dark secret. This was the door to the forbidden 3rd floor corridor, and Albus Dumbledore had claimed this corridor housed a very painful death. But in the admittedly limited time Fred and George Weasley had been able to observe the Marauders map over the past week, they had always seen exactly one name behind that door, one that didn't look all that painful deathy. Now who or what is Fluffy? George said. "Only one way to find out," Fred replied. He tried the handle. Locked. Ah, but how well? They drew their wands. Alohomora. The door came unlocked with an unfortunately loud click. Well, looks like they're not too worried about security," said George. "Let's see what we've got." Then, they opened the door slowly, carefully. The Weasley twins may have been troublemakers, but they weren't stupid. They poked their heads around the door, one above the other, and there, in the corridor, they saw 3 very large dogs sleeping. No, not sleeping. The creak of the door had woken them. 6 large, dark, rolling eyes blinked open and fixed on the 2 intruders' faces, and 3 big, drooling mouths started growling at them as the 3 dogs staggered to their feet. Scratch that. 1 dog with 3 heads staggered to its feet. Fred and George leapt back and slammed the door shut. "Fluffy," the both said at once. "Must be one of Hagrid's," George observed shakily. "Only he'd call that thing Fluffy. Boy, when Dumbledore says very painful death, he's not kidding," said Fred. "What's it bloody doing up here?" "What? Didn't you see what it was standing on?" Fred stopped. He opened the door and looked inside just for a second before slamming it again. The dog barked 3 times. A trapdoor. It's guarding something. Yeah, and it must be important to have this whole setup. I wonder what... I'm not sure even we want to know, brother. Well, this is fairly useless, Fred concluded. The only half-decent prank we could possibly pull off with this is daring Marcus Flint to go in there. They both stopped and sniggered at the thought. No, it's no good, he admitted. Getting someone killed is a little much even for us. Yeah, no good and really legitimately scary. Let's just pretend this didn't happen, right? Emma Granger heard a tapping at the window and looked up from making breakfast. Oh, Dan. It's Hedwig, she said happily. Both Grangers were glad of getting a letter from their children so soon. After having two of them in the house for so long, the empty nest syndrome had hit them hard and fast. She opened the window and took the envelope, patting the snowy owl on the head and giving her a strip of bacon. Well, looks like they had an interesting time writing it, she said, holding up the patchwork of their children's writing styles. Hang on, she spotted the second note in the envelope, but as she read it over, her husband saw her frown deeply and turn a shade or two paler. What is it? He said nervously. Something's going on with Harry, she said grimly, handing him the note. Oh, Dan said as he read it. That's never happened before, has it? No, not in the past 6 years that I've seen. I smell magic. Yeah, me too. Do you think we should tell Dumbledore? I don't know, she said with a sigh. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with him on this. Harry won't like us going behind his back. Maybe we should write McGonagall first. If she thinks it's worth investigating, she can approach him. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. So what does the other letter say? Oh, right. She held up the main letter and imitated Hermione's voice. Dear Mom and Dad. Dear Mom, Dad, and Ginny, Percy's bugging me to write you, so here you go. Guess what? I'm in Gryffindor. Yeah, that's kinda obvious, but it also means I'm Harry Potter's roommate. Harry's a pretty nice guy, but he's also kinda strange. Like, he actually traded me a pumpkin pasty for a corned beef sandwich. Who does that? And he says he was raised by muggles. Sorry, Ginny, but he already knows a lot of stuff, like that political stuff or whatever Dad works on. He'd heard of Dad before. And now he's been making friends with all the other rich kids, but he still doesn't like it when everyone stares at him. He and his sister were nice to me on the train, though. His sister's okay, too, but she's just annoyingly smart, like Percy. And it was really great the way he told off Malfoy. Anyway, classes are okay. I guess. We've got a lot of homework already, though. And Snape already took a point from me because me and Neville messed up our potion. I can't wait for next week when we start flying lessons, though. Love, Ron. Dear Harry, thank you for the tip on Lord Brocklehurst. I haven't heard anything back from the theater yet, but I will keep you informed. The issue of secure communications is complicated. The most common way is to send a letter by owl that is charmed for the recipient's eyes only. It will appear blank to anyone else who tries to read it, and the charms are almost impossible to break. However, these charms must be placed in person. Wisengamot members keep supplies of pre-prepared stationery for this purpose. I've sent a few pages of mine, so you can send the information to me, but I won't be able to reply. We can have some made for you and Hermione at Christmas. That's how most people do secure messages. A few people send messages with house elves. There are also ways to do it by flow, but they're not strictly legal. And magic mirrors are the best, but they're very rare and expensive. At least the ones with permanent charms on them. As for Professor Snape, I urge you not to antagonize him. I don't know why he would be sending you a message, but if Draco Malfoy really did react to it, then I guess it might mean something. I can tell you that asphodel is a strong expression of regret. Wormwood can mean bitterness, but in the language of flowers, it more properly means absence. If you have a guess as to what I regret absence means, it's as good as mine. An appropriate expression of gratitude to reply to it would be agrimony. But if you really feel that his message deserves a negative response, I would recommend scentless mock orange, which signifies disappointment. Good luck. Sincerely, Cousin Andy. Minerva McGonagall made her way on a rather uncommon trip to the restricted section of the Hogwarts Library, wondering just how many more surprises Harry Potter had in store. The letter from the boy's parents had certainly been unexpected. With any other child, a sudden, sharp pain, having never happened before nor being repeated, would have been nothing to worry about. Maybe even if there was some other dark curse involved. It might have been anything: a spasm, a twitch, a misfired nerve. Harry himself seemed unconcerned, but Minerva's instincts were screaming that nothing was ever that simple around Harry Potter. And so, she was headed for the library. She wasn't sure how Albus would react, but she was sure that she wouldn't be able to dissuade him from his decision, whatever it was. By Morgana, she couldn't even get him to take that bloody stone out of the school. If the headmaster tried to confront Harry directly over this, she knew the boy would not react well. It was time she took matters into her own hands. She knew Albus had traveled far and wide in his youth, and no doubt picked up a few things, but he was never an expert in the dark arts by trade. Not like Grindelwald. Almost anything he might know of the subject he had probably read somewhere, and the restricted section seemed like as good a place to start as any. Minerva found one of the darker and dustier volumes on the shelves and started leafing through for information about curse injuries. Chapter 20. Word of Harry's and Hermione's karate skills spread slowly through the castle. For the first couple of days, only a few Gryffindors came to see. Then there were a few Ravenclaws as well, scattered across all 7 years. The caretaker, Argus Filch, had swung by and grumbled at them at one point, but Hermione pointed out that their practicing there wasn't technically against the rules, though that was probably because no one had ever thought to make a rule against it. It wasn't until a week after they first started practicing that some interested Hufflepuffs came up from the basement to see them in action. "Hey guys," a familiar voice called. Harry and Hermione both spun on their heels to see a tall, dark-haired boy coming up the corridor toward them. "Oh, hi, Justin," Hermione said. "Hi, Susan," Sophie, Harry added as 2 Hufflepuff girls followed Justin Finch-Fletchley into the disused corridor. "So this is where you practice karate?" Justin asked. "Uh-huh," Harry said. "You can watch if you want." Indeed, there were already a couple of Gryffindors and Ravenclaws there to do just that. "Sure. Thanks. So, what is karate exactly?" Susan Bones asked curiously. "It's a way Muggles use to defend themselves," Harry said. "Most of the time, Muggles will only attack with their fists," Hermione explained. "Or maybe a knife. Karate is basically a way of fighting back that's better than most. Muggles know how to do." "Okay," Susan said skeptically. "Here, we'll show you." They ran through a kata, stepping across the corridor with lightning-fast strikes. It was clear that Harry was the faster of the two, but Hermione was no slouch either. The Muggleborns, Justin and Sophie, were duly impressed. "Wow, you guys are good," Justin said. "Thanks," Hermione replied. Susan, however, was more confused than impressed. Sure, they were fast and strong, but it was only Muggle fighting, not dueling or fencing or anything that was common in the magical world. "I still don't quite get it," she said. "I mean, it looks cool, but what is it really good for?" "Well, You remember what Professor Quirrell said about attacks by Muggles, right? Harry said, even at our age, the average Muggle would think twice about going against that if they weren't trained themselves and didn't have a weapon, mostly because they don't know much about it, but still, Susan nodded slowly. But it's more than that, Hermione added. It's really about building up speed and reflexes so we can learn dueling better later. Professor Dumbledore recommended it to us. Yeah, we were hoping there'd be a defense club or a dueling club here or something, but there's not, said Harry. Maybe Professor Quirrell will let us start one. Harry, do you really think, you know who might come back? Susan whispered. Well, Professor Dumbledore does, and that's good enough for us. After all, if he does come back, Voldemort's. Susan jumped about a foot in the air and clutched a hand to her chest. Justin and Sophie flinched at her reaction. Sorry, force of habit. I was just saying if he does come back, he'll be coming for me. Okay, do either of you two get the hair on the back of your neck standing up whenever somebody says, you know who? Hermione asked. Oh, yes, Justin said, with Sophie nodding in agreement. I think you two are the only ones I've heard call him Voldemort. Sorry, Susan, he added as the redhead stifled another scream. It's kind of creepy, Sophie said. Nothing like that happens in our world or the Muggle world, or whatever we're supposed to call it. Yeah, there's definitely a culture gap, Hermione said. They had what might as well have been a civil war in the wizarding world 10 years ago, while our parents all thought things were perfectly fine. It takes some getting used to. You're lucky you've known about it for so long, Justin said. It's so weird how we just found out about it, and suddenly everyone's talking about the war and how destructive it was and how small our year is because of it. And he glanced at Susan and then at Harry and all the family they lost. It's just, I have trouble even thinking that way. Is it like that for you? It was at first. We've been reading about it for years, so we understand most of it, but it is different seeing it for real. I wish they would have told us all this the first time we did. What? Accidental magic, is it? It would have made things a lot easier. My parents seriously thought I was possessed for a while. They called in priests and all kinds of doctors and stuff. And we'd get what's going on here better if we knew sooner. Yeah, that's pretty close to when we found out, Harry agreed. We think it helped a lot. Susan Bones had been silently watching the conversation with interest. Once she recovered from hearing the Dark Lord's name spoken twice. Intellectually, she knew that the Muggleborns were coming into the wizarding world with no knowledge of the war, but it was still disturbing to her to see it in person. They really didn't know. What must it be like out there with no Dark Lords and no war orphans and no murderers infiltrating the government? And the world she grew up in must be just as alien to them. But the strangest part was what Justin said. His parents thought he was possessed. She had a hard time imagining how people who didn't know about magic reacted to it when they were thrust into a world where things that might as well be as impossible as surviving the killing curse went and happen all the time. What must it really be like to them? And then a thought that many purebloods probably never had in their lives. Why didn't they contact Muggleborns at the first sign of accidental magic? The increased ease of maintaining secrecy alone would she needed to write Annie. You okay, Susan? Sophie asked. Yeah, she said. Just thinking. So this thing that looks like a big sail just drops out of the sky from nowhere, and there's a person hanging from it. I had to swerve so hard, I thought I was going to spin out the broom. I think he might have seen me, but he sure didn't believe it. Dad told me later he thought it was something called a hang glider. Mum grounded me for a month, though. I mean grounded. No broom riding. Ron Weasley, like many at the Gryffindor table, was swapping stories of his supposed exploits on a broomstick as they excitedly awaited their first flying lesson that afternoon. Everyone who grew up in the wizarding world had flown before except Neville, whose grandmother had never let him on account of his having so many mishaps at ground level. Harry was beside himself with anticipation. Flying was perhaps the thing he had most wanted to learn in the wizarding world ever since he first learnt that magic broomsticks were a real thing. Even Hermione was eager to try it out, even though she couldn't claim to be as coordinated as her brother. Neville, on the other hand, looked on the verge of panicking at the very thought. "Don't worry, Neville," Hermione offered. "According to Quidditch through the ages, riding a modern broom doesn't sound all that much different from riding a bicycle, but I never learned how to do that either." Neville whined. The conversation was cut short, but the screeches of the owls as they swooped into the great hall to deliver the mail. Harry picked up the newspaper from where Hedwig dropped it beside his plate, while Neville unwrapped a small parcel delivered to him by his grandmother's barn owl. "Oh, Gran sent me a remembrall," Neville said excitedly. The others looked up to see. It looked like a large, cloudy marble, or perhaps a miniature crystal ball with swirling smoke inside. "A remembrall? I haven't heard of those," Hermione said. "Surprisingly, they're really handy to have," Neville said. "See, you hold it, and it turns red if you've forgotten to do something." "Oh." He trailed off as the glass sphere began to glow a harsh red. "Except now I can't remember what I've forgotten." Neville frowned in concentration, trying to remember, but Harry was suddenly on high alert, as he had noticed that Draco Malfoy, along with Crabbe and Goyle, had ignored the mail and left the Slytherin table, and were now heading toward them. Professor McGonagall looked like she was on guard, too, since he saw from the corner of his eye that she had left her place at the high table and was on her way down. "What do you want, Malfoy?" Ron demanded, but Harry waved him back. "Good morning, Mr. Malfoy," he said very stiffly. "You have some business here?" "I've been hearing some interesting rumors about you, Mr. Potter," Malfoy said casually. "Really?" Harry replied, "So have I. About 9 books worth and a few profit articles too." "I think you know what I mean, Potter," Malfoy said, dropping the pretense. "I really don't. Is it the one where I've been training in defense for years in Japan? The one where I'm so bad at charms that I need remedial lessons? Or the one where I'm concocting a vast and impractically convoluted plan to take over the wizarding world with Muggle science?" Ron and Seamus laughed. Hermione stared at him in confusion. "I haven't heard that last one." "I know. I just made it up. But the others are all just as ridiculous. You shouldn't believe everything you hear, Mr. Malfoy." Hermione rolled her eyes and turned to her roommate on her other side. "Lavender, none of those are true, okay? Ah, what about the one about declaring a blood feud with Professor Snape?" Lavender Brown said, disappointed. Malfoy sneered at the mere suggestion and said, "I've heard that you've been training somewhere, Potter, and that this training is definitely considered non-standard. Are you planning on doing something with it?" "Not if I don't have to. And why should it matter? I've heard similar things about you." The Gryffindors sniggered. At that, there was little choice but to change the subject. "Well, I hope you're all set for flying lessons," he said impatiently. "The Slytherins be joining you this afternoon, and I don't want any of you holding us back." "Have either of you two ever actually been on a broom?" he said to Harry and Hermione. "No," Harry said, trying to exaggerate Malfoy's haughty attitude. "We've dabbled in Muggle sports a bit." It's not the same, but you take what get out there. Now Hermione and Ron both stifled a laugh. Malfoy started grumbling, but McGonagall was closing in. He couldn't say anything too out of line now, so he turned his attention to the easier target of Neville. Your Gran sent you a remembrall. Did she, Longbottom? You should really get an elf to remind you of things, like a respectable family. Well, G-Gran has her own ideas about how to do things respectably, and Mr. M. Malfoy, Neville stammered. Most of those watching thought he probably wouldn't have talked back even that much if McGonagall weren't hovering over his shoulder now. Clearly, Malfoy said, and he and his goons walked off. Neville breathed a sigh of relief. Geez, I can't believe I'm related to that git, Harry muttered. Yeah, me either, Neville said softly. It's kind of crazy how that works around here. You know, the funny thing is, there was a time when we actually got along. What? Ron yelled. You and Malfoy? Yeah, see, our families always drag us to Wisengamot meetings and stuff, and all the kids would be in the play area. And when we were really little, we didn't understand how much our families hated each other. But after a while, Malfoy started making fun of me because I'd never done any magic. I think he's still hoping I'll flunk out, Neville said glumly. Hey, don't worry about Malfoy, mate, Harry said. You're worth 12 of him. Yeah, Gryffindor beats Slytherin any day, Ron chimed in. Thanks. Neville looked back at the remembrall in his hand, which was still glowing red. But what have I forgotten? He shook the ball in frustration. Unfortunately, Neville's luck didn't improve that day. The flying lesson went wrong for him twice in the first 5 minutes. Stick your right hand over your broom and say, up, that up. Harry and Hermione could both feel the magic emanating from their brooms easily. They hadn't tried the exact spell of calling a broom before, but the brooms reacted strongly to the magical contact, and they both leapt into their hands. Neville's broom didn't even twitch. Come on, mate, it's easy, Ron said, as he also got his broom to respond quickly. Try to feel for it like your wand, Hermione suggested. Neville tried, but he could only get the broom to roll over. Things just got worse from there, as he kicked off too early on the first exercise, lost his balance, and fell 30 feet, breaking his wrist. All of you are to keep both feet firmly on the ground while I take Mr. Longbottom to the hospital wing, Madam Hooch warned, glaring equally at the Gryffindors and Slytherins alike. If I see anyone in the air, you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. What an idiot, said Theodore not as soon as the pair were out of earshot. Most of the other Slytherins started laughing. Pansy Parkinson was obviously overdoing it as she stood by Malfoy's side. I know. Did you see his face? Malfoy said. He made a passable imitation of Neville's expression. A tall, dark-haired girl named Elizabeth Runcorn gave her own version. No, it was more like this. Daphne Greengrass was the only Slytherin who wasn't laughing now, standing off to the side, looking on with a disapproving look. Oh, shut up, guys, Parvati Patil snapped. He's lucky he wasn't hurt worse. Ooh, you're sticking up for Longbottom? Pansy said. Didn't have you pegged for the fat, crybaby type. Parvati fumed, but didn't say anything more. Hey, look, Longbottom dropped this, Theo Knott said, snatching something small and crystalline from the grass. Let me see, Malfoy said. Knott tossed the ball to him. Oh, it's that stupid remembrall his Gran sent him. Sheesh, who uses those anymore? Pansy said. Maybe he should have used it, said Elizabeth Runcorn. He might have remembered to fall on his fat arse. Probably better off without it, Malfoy said, tossing and catching the remembrall in his hand. He'd probably just lose it like that dumb toad of his. Give that here, Malfoy, Harry said quietly, stepping forward and staring the boy down. The Slytherins' laughter went dead silent. They all knew better than to get between two noble houses, no matter which side they were on. Malfoy flashed a wicked smile. You're sticking up for Longbottom, too. Are you, Potter? Are you declaring an alliance? Hermione went very stiff and prayed that her brother remembered Cousin Andy's lessons. The question was clearly a trap. Yes, even an informal one like this would have political consequences that they really didn't want to get into. But a no would appear disrespectful given the past association between Harry's and Neville's parents. Thankfully, Harry didn't miss a beat. I'm declaring that you shouldn't take things that don't belong to you. Malfoy made that little gesture of slightly turning up his nose that he used whenever he was trying to get the upper hand in a conversation. Then he swung his broomstick around from where it rested on his shoulder. It might have been a casual move, but it swung into a stance where he was ready to leap onto it. Harry didn't quite go that far, but he did take his broom off his shoulder with tense hands. He hadn't taken his eyes off Malfoy's the entire time, but Malfoy seemed to be all but ignoring that. Harry, no, you can't. Hermione hissed. Malfoy's eyebrows rose almost imperceptibly, and then he smiled a smile that was probably supposed to look pleasant and gave a small, calculated chuckle. There's no need to cause trouble, Mr. Potter, he said, as if Harry had started it. Here, catch. He threw the remembrall in Harry's general direction. An average person would have had to jump or scramble to make that catch, but Harry, with his cat-like reflexes honed by years of karate, reached out lightning quick and snatched the glass sphere from the air one-handed, his eyes barely leaving Malfoy's face and wiping the smirk right off it. Several of his classmates gasped, and Ron exclaimed, "Wicked! Can you do that on a broom?" "Mate?" Harry shrugged his shoulders. "I might ask you the same question, Mr. Potter." The entire class whirled around to see Professor McGonagall stepping out from the shadows by the doors. Both Harry and Draco broke into cold sweats, though they'd never admit it. Just how long had she been standing there? And 5 points to Gryffindor for looking out for your fellow student. Well, that answered that. "What's going on, Professor?" Hermione asked. "Well, as it happens, no one has tried out for Seeker this year on the Gryffindor House Quidditch team," McGonagall explained. "Normally, when a house is unable to field a full team after tryouts, we open up recruitment to first years." There were gasps from both houses on the training grounds. "I have come to see if any of my lions are interested in playing. And Mr. Potter, if you are anywhere near as coordinated in the air, and I have every reason to believe you are," she said with a small smile, "I think you would make a fine Seeker, even as a first year with your parents' permission. Of course, there were still a few titters whenever some mentioned Harry having living parents, but he ignored them. If he'd known a little more Wandless magic, his face would have literally lit up at the prospect of being able to play Quidditch this year. Hermione looked at him nervously, hoping he wouldn't do anything rash in his excitement. "I think I can persuade them, Professor," he said with a grin. "Potter," Malfoy said skeptically. "He's never even been on a broom. Hey, if he can catch like that, he'll be a great Seeker in no time, right, Harry?" Ron said, clapping Harry on the shoulder. "You've seen a Quidditch game, at least, right?" "No, but I've read Quidditch through the ages, so I know basically how it works, and I can do fine on a bike, Mr. Malfoy. That's probably a good start." Malfoy glared at Harry for a few moments. obviously weighing his options. He'd been complaining loudly all week about first years never getting on the house teams and boasting about his training at home, but he turned from Harry to McGonagall and put on an innocent look. "Professor," he said, "it doesn't seem fair for one house to have a larger recruitment pool than the others. I think the first years from the other houses should at least have the chance to try out for Seeker." Then he smiled. "If there are any problems, I'm sure my father can move for some extra exemptions on the board." Of course, Malfoy had followed all of the tryouts and knew full well that Slytherin's Terrence Higgs was the only Seeker whose position could possibly be threatened. Hufflepuff's Cedric Diggory was miles ahead of the competition, and Ravenclaw had a regular plus their new reserve, Cho Chang, in second year. McGonagall knew all this too, but she also knew Lucius Malfoy tended to get his way. "That is a reasonable concern, Mr. Malfoy," she said, making an effort to keep the sarcasm out of her voice. "Any Slytherin students who wish to try the drills this afternoon may do so, and I will speak to Professor Snape about arranging a re-tryout." Malfoy grinned smugly at Harry, as did several of the other Slytherins. Harry might be the best Gryffindor had to offer, but by any objective standard, Malfoy would be the favorite to dominate those drills. "Any trouble out here, Professor?" Madam Hooch had returned from the hospital wing. "Not at all, Madam Hooch," McGonagall told here. "As you know, Gryffindor is in need of a Seeker. I was wondering if, at the end of the lesson, we could run some Seeker drills." Madam Hooch looked out skeptically over the first years. "Well, I suppose if any of them are good enough on a broom to begin with, we can. I already had to take Longbottom in with a broken wrist." "Well, nothing for it. Everyone mount your brooms again. We'll get started. And do try to follow after the whistle. You remember your instructions? Kick off from the ground. Hard. Rise a few feet, then lean forward slightly to come back down. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Madam Hooch blew her whistle, and 19 pairs of feet kicked off the ground. 15 brooms rose about 10 feet in the air, and then held still. But 4, those ridden by the Muggle-raised students, didn't behave as nicely. Dean Thomas and Sally Ann Perks only got about 5 feet off the ground. Sally Ann was wobbling and in danger of falling off, but her friend, Lily Moon, grabbed her hand from above to steady her. Meanwhile, for Harry and Hermione, who were better trained both physically and magically, the brooms responded more strongly to a hard kick off the ground, and they both shot up over 20 feet like a cork from a champagne bottle. Hermione's stomach gave a lurch, but she remained steady. Harry, on the other hand, was already wearing a manic grin. This was easy. This was wonderful. He felt like he could just give the broom a little nudge and sail clear around the castle. But McGonagall was watching, and he heard Madam Hooch yelling at them to come back down with the others. They both leaned forward slightly and drifted back down to the ground. "Well, that was interesting," Hermione muttered. But Madam Hooch looked happy about the performance. "Good," she said. "We need to do a few of these basic exercises so you can all get a good feel for proper broom handling. Most of you have got off to a good start, but you can always use a refresher. Mr. Thomas and Miss Perks, a little sharper on that kick, and be sure to keep a firm grip. Mr. Potter and Miss Granger, I think you're going to need a little bit of a lighter touch. Now, everyone line back up again." They ran the exercise several more times until everyone could kick off to the same level. Then they started adding other movements, first pulling up to go higher, then swiveling left and right. The tricky part was learning the difference between going higher and slowing down, and more dangerously between speeding up and going lower. You had to lean forward to go down, but to gain speed, you had to sort of stretch out along the broom a little bit. That was the closest one could get to pushing forward on a broomstick that was already lined up forwards and backwards. And there was a similar confusion pulling up to go higher and pulling back to slow down. Even some of the purebloods needed some brushing up on that, although Malfoy ran all of the exercises easily, looking visibly bored. Dean and Sally needed quite a bit of work to get the basic maneuvers down, and they had several close calls along the way. Hermione was a little unsteady, but she was, as always, a quick study. "Push your body down closer to the shaft," Ron Weasley said. "It lowers air resistance." Harry and Hermione followed his advice and found themselves gliding forward much more smoothly. Ron may have been a lot of talk, but he did know how to fly. Then, both of their brooms swerved, and they nearly collided. Harry pulled back quickly and let Hermione get in front of him. "Whoa, watch out," Ron warned them. "Gotta be careful on the school brooms." Fred and George said a lot of them pulled to one side. "Very good, Mr. Potter, but keep the speed down for now," Madam Hooch said when they'd all returned to the starting line. "I'd like you to run that one again, but arrange yourselves into 2 rows, above and below. That will give you more room to turn. You'll need that when we add more turns in a few minutes. Everyone ready?" They kicked off again and drifted into a semblance of a formation, but they hadn't practiced arranging formations very much, so it was an awkward prospect. "No, you don't need to turn. Just lean straight to the side like this," Ron suggested. His body tilted to the right, and his broom said directly sideways. "What?" Hermione said in disbelief. "That looked like a good way to fall off. It takes some getting used to, but if you keep a good grip, it's fine if you're not going too fast." Harry didn't need to be told twice. He leaned left and slid effortlessly into his spot in the formation, and Hermione cautiously did the same. With Ron's and Harry's help, Hermione was getting the hang of flying. By the end of the lesson, she was flying the slow, lazy circles around the training grounds just as well as several of the purebloods in the group. Hovering in the autumn air was really relaxing when she wasn't doing any too intense, she found. But Harry, he was in his element like she had never imagined. He got every maneuver on the first or second try, and when he messed up, it was usually for not using a light enough touch. When they got to the free flying period toward the end of the lesson, restricted to low speeds and altitudes and staying within the training grounds, he was literally flying circles around her. Thankfully, the Slytherins and Gryffindors were each keeping to themselves for the moment. "Isn't this great, Hermione?" Harry yelled. "It's nice," she said, trying to turn her head and follow him with her eyes. "Flying up with the birds and all, you look like you're having a little too much fun with it, though." Harry laughed and swooped over and under her. "Okay, seriously, did you sneak Cousin Dora's broom out when we were at her house? No one should be that good their first time flying." "Nope, just lucky, I guess." Madam Hooch blew her whistle, and the students rushed back down to the starting line. Professor McGonagall was standing nearby, transfiguring some small stones into what looked like yellow golf balls. "All right, I think you're ready to try some secret drills," Madam Hooch said, to some excited murmurs. "Be warned, I will not hesitate to ground anyone I see flying recklessly. These will not be easy. There's a reason we don't normally open the teams to first years. Now, everyone who is interested in trying out for the house teams, please step up to the starting line." Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy immediately stepped forward. So did Ron Weasley, saying, "I usually play keeper, but I'll give it a try." Seamus and Lily also stepped forward. as did Blaise Sabini and Elizabeth Runcorn for Slytherin. Harry looked back at his sister and said, "Come on." Hermione just shook her head. "Come on, Meone. You should at least try it." "Well, okay," she conceded, "but I know you can beat me." "Anyone else?" McGonagall asked as she faced the 8 students on the starting line. "Okay, one at a time, then. This will be a very simple drill to begin. I will send these 3 balls down the training grounds. Your objective will be to catch as many as you can before they touch the ground from a hovering start. And I want to make this a fair contest, so no magic should be used in retrieving them. Understood?" Her eyes lingered on Harry and Hermione with that statement. The students all nodded. "Good. Beginning alphabetically, Mr. Finnegan, mount your broom." "Please." Seamus hopped on his broom and kicked off to hover over McGonagall's head. "Ready, Mr. Finnegan. 3, 2, 1. Depulso." With her carefully aimed banishing charms, McGonagall lobbed the 3 practice snitches down the training grounds one by one. They flew in simple parabolic arcs, not being charmed to actually fly around and evade like real snitches. Seamus took off like a rocket, faster than anyone had flown during the lesson. The ancient school broom wobbled and protested at the speed, but he kept going. The bright yellow ball was sailing ahead of him, and he lunged and plucked it out of the air. Then he swerved hard to the right, and with a bit of a scramble, grabbed the second one, but the third eluded him. He swooped low for it, but it hit the ground before he could get close enough. Still, the other Gryffindors applauded when he came back to the starting line. Hermione's turn was next. She looked very nervous when she kicked off the ground. She was pretty well coordinated from karate, but she didn't feel like it would carry over all that well to flying. When McGonagall banished the first practice snitch, she raced toward it, gripping her broom handle as tight as she could, and surprised herself by reaching out and snatching it almost before she knew what was happening. She took a different strategy from Seamus and ignored the second ball, not expecting to be able to get it that fast, and instead focused on the third, which was racing toward her. She flew toward it and caught it so fast that it stung her hand. The Slytherins looked annoyed at a Muggle-born flying. So well her first time as she returned to the starting line, but Harry was applauding loudly and shouting, "Way to go, Hermione!" When she landed, she was quickly mobbed by Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil, who insisted on asking what her secret was. Malfoy was up, and from the moment his feet left the ground, it was clear that he hadn't been lying. He really was that good. He swooped back and forth across the training grounds and caught all 3 practice snitches with ease. The Slytherins all cheered, and upon seeing that performance, Blaise Sabini just shook his head and put his broom down. Lily Moon was a surprise breakout, and also managed to catch all 3 balls, though not without difficulty, and then it was Harry's turn. "Come on, go and beat Malfoy," Ron encouraged him, but Harry was just worried about doing better than Lily and making the team. But either way, he was ready to see what these school brooms could really do. When McGonagall let the first ball fly, Harry raced after it, compensating for the broom's pull to the left without even thinking about it. The yellow ball grew larger in his glasses, and then in an instant, it was in his hand. He pocketed it as he swung around looking for the second one. He spotted it at once and made a beeline for it, and nabbed the third just a moment later. He certainly wasn't gracefully swooping like Malfoy, though. Harry was a hunter, and he was charging straight at his prey at top speed. That was too easy, he thought. As he raced back to the starting line, some of the Gryffindors were cheering, but others were standing open-mouthed, amazed that he could move so fast. McGonagall shot him a feral grin that he was sure only he could spot, and just as Blaise had done, Ron shook his head and put his broom down. So did Hermione. So did Seamus. Lily was still in, but Harry could tell she knew she was outclassed. "Potter, you liar." Malfoy stepped forward, coming nose to nose with him. "How long have you really been flying?" "Really, Malfoy, this is my first day," Harry said calmly. "I'm sure there's plenty in the upper years who are better than me." No one's that good their first day." But Harry just smiled. "You'd be surprised what you can learn from Muggle sports, Mr. Malfoy." "Ahem," McGonagall interrupted before Malfoy could respond. "I believe Miss Runcorn still has to fly." Elizabeth Runcorn also managed to catch all 3 balls, making it 4 of them to continue to the next drill. For the second drill, McGonagall made things quite a bit harder, standing in the middle of the training grounds and banishing no fewer than 10 balls into the air, still one at a time, but in every direction. Malfoy again dazzled the class with his acrobatics and caught 9 of them. Harry was sure McGonagall was starting to get a little annoyed herself at the Slytherin's prowess by the end. Lily tried her best and caught 7. Harry knew he would probably make the house team if he caught 8, but it would be nice to beat Malfoy, too. McGonagall didn't go easy on him, though. He was darting back and forth across the training grounds in full hunting mode, remembering his experience chasing after mice and birds in his younger days. 3, 4, 5. He did a backflip and rolled over when one ball went into a far corner to get back to the middle as fast as possible. 7, 8, 9. He was sure he'd won the tryouts, but he wanted that perfect score. He saw McGonagall's last ball soar high into the air at the far corner of the training grounds. It was too far, but he had to try. He leaned forward hard and stretched himself out along the broom, launching into a steep dive, determined to make the catch in time. He heard several voices scream out, "Harry!" and he was sure one of them was McGonagall's. He stretched out a hand and caught the ball what seemed like a foot from the ground, just in time, barely, to pull his broom straight. With his momentum, he tumbled off the side and onto the grass, but he thrust his fist triumphantly into the air. Harry Potter. Harry sat up quickly at Professor McGonagall's shouting over the cheers of his classmates. He was sure he heard her hiss at him as she approached, but before he could react, he was blinded by a mass of bushy brown hair as his sister nearly bowled him over in a frantic hug. "Oh, thank God you're all right," Hermione whimpered. Harry smiled at her as she pulled away, but then she whacked him in the side of the head, hard. "Harry James Potter, don't you ever scare me like that again," she yelled. "What was I supposed to tell Mom and Dad if you broke your neck up there?" A few of the Slytherins sniggered at the boy who lived getting smacked by the one person in the school who could smack him and get away with it, and a few others sniggered at the trouble they were sure he was about to get into. But those weren't the smart ones. "Harry Potter, never in all my time at Hogwarts," McGonagall started, but words seemed to fail her. "You're lucky the lesson's over, Mr. Potter, because that definitely counts as reckless," Madam Hooch scolded. Sorry, professors," Harry said nervously. "I guess I got a little carried away." "A little?" It was Ron speaking. "Bloody hell, Harry, I don't think my brother Charlie could have made that catch." "Really?" Harry said skeptically. "But wasn't he captain or something?" But McGonagall confirmed it. "Mr. Weasley may well be right, Mr. Potter. I believe Gryffindor has found its new seeker." Thank you, ma'am," Harry stammered. McGonagall ran Elizabeth Runcorn through the drill, but she only caught 8 balls, and graciously conceded defeat to Malfoy. "If you would come with me, I would like to introduce you to Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor team captain," McGonagall told Harry. "Miss Granger, you may come along too if you like. Mr. Malfoy." She turned to face the blonde boy. "Excellent performance," she said half-heartedly. "I will inform Professor Snape and Captain Flint." "Thank you, Professor," Malfoy replied, with a smile that would have been a lot more smug if he hadn't just been beat out by Harry Potter. "By the way, Miss Granger, you're not a bad flyer yourself," McGonagall said as she led them away. "I think you might wish to consider trying out for Chaser next year." Hermione blinked in disbelief. "Really, Professor? Your brother's performance notwithstanding, that really was a good showing for your first time on a broom, and the strategic thinking you showed would be excellent for the Chaser position." "Hermione, that would be great if we could be on the team together," Harry said. "Wow. Thank you, Professor. I'll think about that." Thank you for joining us for part 2 of the Accidental Animagus. Chapters 11 to 20 have taken us deeper into the magic, the mystery, and the challenges faced by our protagonist. We hope you've enjoyed this part of the journey as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you. What did you think of this section of the story? Did anything surprise you or stand out as a favorite moment? Let us know in the comments below. We'd love to hear your thoughts. If you're enjoying this audiobook, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share it with your fellow fans. And to support Grimoire Audiobooks even further, consider becoming a member. Your support helps us create more incredible content while unlocking exclusive perks for you. The Accidental Animagus shows us that growth comes with challenges, but each step forward brings us closer to mastering our true potential. Until next time, stay curious, stay magical, and keep embracing the adventure in every story. See you soon.